Good morning and welcome to the 2021 South Australian State Championships Day 2, hosted today by Loreto College. Thank you to Loreto. They've set up well here out on the main lawns. And we just want to take a minute to thank our major sponsors today, Bendigo Bank, the community bank at West Beach. They've sponsored both days of the South Australian State Championships here today, and they've provided the funds for us to do this live streaming. So big thanks to them. They've got amazing home loans on their offers at the moment. So if you are considering getting a complete home loan, please consider Bendigo Bank, Community Bank West Beach. They're supporting us, so we'd love to support them. And also thanks to Loreto's major sponsors here today. They've supported Loreto to put this up and running today. So if we can just see their sponsors. So Bickford's have been their major sponsor for today. Marzi, the Robin Hood, Stringy Bark Landscaping, Unlink Physiotherapy. So big thanks to Loreto, and we're looking forward to a good day of racing today. I'm Joe Malcolm, here joined in the commentary box by Will Cornish. Will, welcome to...
Thanks, Jay.
The commentary box. So what brings you in here today?
Well, my daughter started at Loreto College a few years ago and just venturing into her first season of come and try rowing at Loreto. So I got completely stitched up to be in the commentary box today.
But I hear it's not a complete stitch up. You do have a little bit of experience rowing yourself.
Very small experience, yeah. So used to go to St. Peter's College and was a Cox back in the day until about year 10 when I became too big to be a Cox.
Oh,
so.
Lovely. I did hear that you were a Cox and you walked in and I was like, oh, okay, that's probably not what I was expecting.
What are you saying, Jay?
But yeah, no, it'll be good because you'll be able to provide a little bit of a perspective difference to perhaps what I can see.
Yes.
So did you stop rowing after year 10 then?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. So I was with St. Peter's Rowing Club and then also Adelaide Rowing Club for a few years, just coxing some of the bigger boys there because they're pretty light on coxes at Adelaide Rowing Club back then. So, yeah.
Well, they seem to be doing very well at the moment. Adelaide Rowing Club, they did have a big day yesterday. They came away with their 7th win in the Open Women's 8 in a row.
Wow.
I'm going to try and not dust too much salt around the commentary box today because I was in the second boat in the Adelaide Uni boat. But I did have a look at the times and the results from that race. That was actually the fastest race we've seen in about a decade.
Oh, wow.
And the last time that the margin was that close, we did have the Olympians in the boats. So that was in 2015. And both Molly and Ollie were in the Adelaide Rowing Club boat, and Peter White and Renee Chatterton were in the Adelaide Uni Boat Club boat. But the result was still the same.
Wow.
So, like I said, I'm just trying to heal those wounds.
Yeah.
We were a little bit, not disappointed. We've got a really strong club 8, and their 8 is 7 out of 9 of the Queen's Cup crew, including the coxswains. So they're
pretty strong crew.
Yeah, really strong crew. So we were really pleased to be up and about with them. And like you said, great coxswains in that club at the moment. So both Bonnie Hall, who coxed that race yesterday afternoon, is the Queen's Cup coxswain at the moment, and their other female cox, Alana Gilsmore, is the King's Cup cox this year. So
strong in that field.
Yeah, really developed their coxswains. But I do think we have a start on the program here. So first cab off the rank today is the under-19 women's single scull, who is sponsored today. Today sponsored by, let me check my list here. Sponsored by Unley Physio. So thanks to Unley Physio for sponsoring the under-19 women's single scull. We have Heat 1, first through fourth will progress to the final, while the rest will be eliminated. From right of screen, in lane 2, we have Murray Bridge, Amelia Duval. In lane 3, St. Ignatius, Imogen Graham. In lane 4, Loreto, Sophie Rhymes. In lane 5, Torrens, Grace Dodson. In lane 6, St. Ignatius, Lara Painter. In lane 7, Pembroke, Sam Walker. In lane 8, Torrens, Sophie Butcher. And again, thanks to Unley Physiotherapy, hands-on care, for sponsoring this race. Now, Will, can you call that so far?
Well, it looks to me like St Ignatius and the Murray Bridge crew have got a decent start. Well, not the crew, the rower there.
We can still call them a crew.
And the other Torrens in lane 5 seems to be out to a good start there.
I would definitely agree with you there, but also looking right across the screen to lane 8, I think Sophie Butcher is out and leading. And it's really hard when you've got such a spread like this. If you lose contact with the race that might be happening on the other side of the field. So Sophie actually raced in the under 21 single, I think, yesterday as well, and did progress through to the final there. So she's I think it might have been the under 17. So she's actually rowing up in a division today.
Yes.
But the under-19 single scull is traditionally seen as quite competitive. You have a lot of those young school athletes and the young club athletes as well. So we'll hopefully see a good competitive race. Looking down the list, we have some really strong athletes in here. Grace has been named in the state team as well. I'm not sure if I'm fairly sure she's in the Pathway crew. Let me just check that one there. And great to see the St Ignatius crew up in lane 3 as well. Yeah, St Ignatius, traditionally not a very big program,
yes.
But I know that Tom Fraser has gone in there over the last year or so and really developed that relationship with Riverside Rowing Club. And we've seen, great focus there. That looks great. Seen that relationship develop. Though, looking at that, she's rowing with Torrance blades there.
Yeah, well, that's was confusing me a little bit there too, but nice. Not over rowing, not over rating there, just a nice steady rating and getting some good movement out of the boat each stroke.
Yeah, so we'll see racing these sculls. It's a bit of a different game to the big boats, and you can really see these positions develop. Perhaps I usually say through the 1,000 the field will tend to break apart. A lot of the time, the first crew through the 1,000 will be the crew that will win. But in the heats, it's a little bit different because you want to get out, you want to make it through to the final, but you don't want to spend too much energy there either. So I think, yes, Sophie Butcher in that far lane 8, definitely leading the field. Although she is being challenged by lane 2, the Murray Bridge rower Amelia Duval. And, oh no, we've just had middle of the field. We saw a crab, and the sculler has actually gone in. That's great to see that the umpire boat is right there, and they'll give them a hand. But that was that Torrens sculler, Grace Dodson. Grace would be devastated about that. I don't know what happened. But yes, Grace, I think, she's definitely one of the more up-and-coming young scullers, named in the Pathway Women's 8 squad. Very disappointing for her, but that will take off the pressure because there were 5 crews pushing for that final, and I think these girls will recognise, they're top 4, they will go through, and you'll see them relax a little bit now.
Just take it easy a bit. That girl from Loretto had to do a bit of dodging and weaving to get around that boat.
Interesting, and it's interesting being a crew that has to navigate around a situation like that. The umpires will look at that and see if it's fair enough. But I do think that Loretto sculler was far enough off the pace that it wouldn't have impacted the result.
Totally agree with you.
But yeah, Sophie Butcher really cruising through, maybe a couple of lengths ahead of this sculler on screen, the St Ignatius crew, Lara Painter. Am I saying that right? Painter? Do you think?
I think Imogen's probably doing well there in lane 3.
Yep. Oh, sorry. I'm saying the wrong crew. There's 2 St Ignatius crews. You are correct there. That's Imogen Graham. I beg your pardon. And Amelia Duval sitting up on her stern, and over on the far side, Lane 7, Pembroke School, doing really well. Sam Walker, great to see her back in rowing. I was coaching at Pembroke when she was in Inters, and she looked like she was going to walk away from the sport. But with Sally Martin coming back in, I think she's really taken to having Sally, a world champion as your coach. You wouldn't want to miss out on that.
Right. Great opportunity. I think a lot of these schools these days are getting some fantastic coaches through their programs that are really enhancing all schools' programs.
Yeah, absolutely. And a little bit of glare. We saw this yesterday morning as well. The glare just really difficult to see through this first hour or two of racing. But we will say that the St. Ignatius crew won. I beg your pardon. I was calling that from lane 6. That was Imogen Graham, Amelia Duval, Sam Walker and Sophie Butcher going through to the final of the Under-19 Women's Single Scull. Well done to the Loreto Sculler. They're really finishing strong. We love to see good racing from all ends of the field. So that's Sophie Rhymes doing well, coached by Peter White, another world champion, we'll see, coming through, final strokes of the race. And we're just seeing Grace is still struggling to get back in her boat, which is a little bit of an issue because we have the next race coming down. So I'm not sure what the umpires will do here. But we do see the umpire boat sitting next to her. She is safe. And there is a chance that those boat race officials will help her get out of the way of the other rowers. And if it is too close, then we'll have the boat race officials direct the crews around the sculler that's in the water there.
Thankfully, it looks like that lane's empty. The one that's coming down in lane, probably lane 4 there now, I think's moved across into.
Yep, so from right of screen, the crews that we have there are in lane 2, Murray Bridge, Daisy Matterford. In lane 3, Torrens, Imogen Graham. I see what's happened. She's been double entered. So Imogen was racing actually in the first race. And in lane 4, Torrens, Ella Deramore Denver. In lane 5, St. Peter's Girls, Sophie Barr. In lane 6, Pembroke School, Sophia. In lane 7, Pembroke School, Lara Martin. So that was a double entry under St. Ignatius and Torrens. So that's why she was rowing with the Torrens blades there. Right. She's probably a member of Torrens.
Yes.
But racing in her school colours today.
Very good. This is St. Peter's Girl crew here, and Sophie Barr looks like on screen. Just a nice slow rating.
We would expect to see her do very well in this category. I would be surprised if she didn't win it. She's actually on an associate scholarship with South Australian Sports Institute and been named in the Youth 8, the Women's Youth 8. So Sophie doing really well. She's got a massive erg. She's obviously rowing very nicely there. Yep. Perfect conditions for sculling this morning. And rating super low. What's your bets on the rate there? She's rating 17.
Oh, wow, that's slow.
And she's got, I don't know, 7-8 lengths of clear water back on the crew.
Easy. Looks like we've got a little easterly wind. You can see it's a little bit calmer on the other side of the lake.
Yep, interesting as it was a westerly yesterday.
Yep.
So it will prove, if that easterly does hold for the afternoon, it will prove difficult through that gap just behind the Lakes Hotel. But yeah, glassy through there.
Yeah, very glassy.
Protected at the moment.
Generally turns around to the southwest by about 1 o'clock. So, but conditions are fantastic.
Yep, and it looks like in lane 5, Sophie Barr doing really well. And lane 4, Ella Deramore Denver rowing really nicely there. She's moved to Torrens this year after coming from Manham Rowing Club last year. She's also in the Pathway group this year, I think. Oh, no, she was in Pathway group last year. Beg your pardon. sculling really well. Traditional sculler, as you know, most people who are in those country clubs do spend a lot of time in the single scull.
Yes.
And it looks like we'll have
Pembroke coming 3rd and 4th at this stage, it looks like, over in the far lanes, 6 and 7.
Great to see. Sophia Soonen named in that pathway squad as well. The girls looking to send 2 8s to Junior Australian trials this year. And Lara Martin looking the goods on the outside lane in lane 7. All will progress through to the final, saving no shipwrecks in these last closing stages of the race. Sophia looking really controlled there and crossing the line.
And Daisy from Murray Bridge, not too far behind either, just finishing off the last 100 metres quite strongly.
Yeah, and it will be really good to see these young scullers from Murray Bridge come up and through these programs, especially with the opening of their new training facility up on Sturt Reserve there. We went up there last month and had their regatta, had a great weekend. We opened the boat shed officially on the Friday night, had the regatta all day Saturday, and then had a state team training day there on Sunday. So it was a big weekend up at the Murray. But with their new club rooms and them actually able to boat out of facilities, we should see, fingers crossed, a resurgence of the Murray Bridge Rowing Club up there. So great to see them putting a showing in the under-19 women's single scull this morning.
Excellent. I remember back in the day going up to Murray Bridge Rowing Club for a rowing camp. They would have been in about 1993, and probably the facilities were the old ones back then. It was camping on the floor upstairs, I think it was.
My goodness.
Yeah.
That's showing your age there, just a fraction. I think I was 3 years old when you were doing that.
Wow,
yeah,
that hurts.
Yeah, I mean, like, I am the one who feels old around the rowing course these days. The girls that I'm rowing with are traditionally about 10 years younger than me, so we won't talk about that. Race 69, third race of the program today. The Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull today, sponsored by Bickford's. Thanks to Bickford's, a century of purity in their, what are they, drinks? Cordials.
Mainly, or mixers, I think.
Cordials and mixers. We love them. I do like a good Bickford's mixer with some select lemonades. But yes, Heat 1 progression similar to last race. First through fourth through to the final in race 113, and the rest will be eliminated. Crews in this race from right of screen, we have in lane 2, Unley High. In lane 3, Walford Anglican 2. In lane 4, Walford Anglican 5. In lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville 1. In lane 6, Wilderness School. In lane 7, Walford Anglican 3. And in lane 8, St Peter's Girls.
Solid showing from Wolford in this race. How old are the schoolgirls in this Cox Quad Scull?
So this is one of the races that they only do at state championships because it's an open quad scull.
Right.
So this could be stacked with the girls from the 8. And looking at that list, I would say it is. Although there's something wrong here because Sophie just rode the single and she's down in the quad, and I don't think she could have got to the start line in time. So I'm just going to check to my little cheat sheet over here and see what these crews actually are. There's a chance that those changes came through overnight because we printed out these programs yesterday morning.
So this is the 2,000 metre race, so the full length of West Lakes, which is obviously the longest distance that everyone rows at. Obviously the junior crews can row anything from 1,000 to 1,500, but we've had a start. We're probably about 250 in looking at that screen, maybe a bit further.
Yeah, actually looking at my live draw, we've had Wilderness and St Peter's Girls scratch. So no, she didn't make it up to the start line in time. And unfortunately, we saw a lot of scratchings from Wilderness this week as they had an unfortunate issue of gastro through their school. So they've, for safety and protection of obviously us down here, they've withdrawn most of their crews. I did see them do a light training session yesterday morning before the regatta, but obviously if you've been ill like that, you're not up to racing. So for the safety of those girls, they've withdrawn, saving their energy, I think, for 3 weeks' time.
Excellent.
We should see 5 crews here, but I'm only seeing 4. And I'm wondering which one it is, because I see Unley in lane 2. I see Walford in lane 3. I'm perhaps missing Walford in lane 4. And Loretto in lane 5 and Walford in lane 7. So I think all 4 crews will progress through to the final with a non-starter of Walford Anglican 5 in lane 4. Yeah, unsure. We'll have to get the boat race officials' take on that one. So, what do you think? If you knew that you were going through the final, how would you roll it?
Well, you could do a bit of mind games and try and just really put the pressure on the rest of the crews and dominate it. But I think if you're waiting to race a final a bit later, maybe just sit with all the crews at the same pace and just row easily through the course and practice some technique.
I think, yeah, I would agree with you. But these girls look like they're racing a decent race. I'm taking their rates. They're up in the low 30s, which is fairly typical of a Cox Quad or a Cox 4 through this mid-race rhythm. So they're probably just past the 1,000-metre mark now. And perhaps they would look to race it and not wind through the finish, not really burn out the legs.
Yep.
But there is always the thought that you run the first half of the race to the 1,000-metre mark and then settle from there, which I think we've seen a couple of the crews do now. Though all crews sculling very well there. Obviously, when you get to the senior age brackets, you do more sweeping, so that's with the one oar, then sculling, which is with both oars. But yeah, looking really on top of it from all crews here.
How would you find the transition going back from the sweeping or the one oar to the scull?
I found it difficult. I spent a year in Birmingham in England, where I exclusively sweeped. I think I did a little bit of rowing in a quad, which raced at Henley, but I did 6 months of just sitting in an 8. And then when I came back, first thing I did was jump in a single scull, and it felt a little bit awkward. And you kind of need to relearn how to row. And doing it at a high level, it's quite difficult. But with COVID that came through, we could only get out in singles. So I spent the last year basically doing a lot of work in a single scull, doing a lot of work in scull boats over this past season really, and only really jumped into sweep boats in the last month or two, and I've actually found it's really difficult.
What have you found the hardest part about the transition back?
My right arm. It's like your brain knows how to move around the pin, but your body's just not used to it. So you feel this bit of imbalance. So I've decided that to prepare for the week of racing that we'll have over at the National Championships, I'm probably going to have to do a bit more strength work, bit more weights. But yeah, looking at this race now, sculling really well. You can see that crew from Loretto in lane 5 have done exactly what we were talking about, just rowing long and strong. They did race to the 1,000, but they're cruising now, rowing really well. Charlotte Illman, Deanna Macalino, Felicity Taylor and Victoria Binns, coxed by Amelia Mansell, really in control there. They're getting raced by the Walford Anglican. Which crew was that? Walford Anglican.
That should be 5? the 5, I think it'll be.
No, I think it's the 2 because lane 4 is empty. So you can see that the Walford Anglican crew are really wanting to do what you said, assert their dominance on this race, putting a little bit of pressure on that Loretto crew who do look like they're just cruising there.
Yeah, they have not lifted their rating at all.
No, they are chilling, and I don't blame them. Vicky and Deanna had some really tough races yesterday and a lot of races on their program as well. So they'll conserve where they can, I guess. This crew of Unley High coming through ahead of the Walford Anglican 3 crew on the far side. All 4 will progress through to the final, which will be race 113 this afternoon. So, yeah, we should see that final at 1:50 this afternoon. Heat 2 already underway through the 500-metre mark. This is a more full field, and we've just seen a little bit of a crab and a shipwreck, not quite. Stop of the boat, getting back onto terms now in that centre lane.
I think that was St Ignatius there, and it can be really derailing a crab because it can put you off course and you need to readjust. But it looks like they've recovered quite well and getting back into their rhythm.
That would give them a surge of adrenaline, I'd say. From right of screen in this Heat 2, where the first 4 will progress through to the final. From lane 2, Loretto Marriotteville 2. In lane 3, Walford Anglican 1. In lane 4, Wilderness School 2. In lane 5, St Ignatius. In lane 6, Walford Anglican 4. In lane 7, Loretto Marriotteville 3. And in lane 8, Unley High. Lane 8 looking up and about with the leaders there. Great to see from Unley. Typically another one of those smaller programs. So this would be one of the events that they could be quite competitive in.
Wolford 1 looks pretty good in lane 3 there too, I think.
Yeah, I think they would be the race leaders at the moment, that Wolford crew. And again, we'll see a scratching from Wilderness, so that lane 4 will be empty today. Poor Wildy. Really feel for them. It's not what you want in the week leading up to state championships. No. We had a very devastated phone call from the rowing coordinator on the Wednesday saying, I'm sorry, guys, we're just going to have to do this. And we respect that decision, of course. But I think we'll have a bit of a tighter race.
Yeah, well, there's 4 go through, so there's definitely, they're going to be fighting it out for that final 4th place to progress through.
So, interestingly, it's just the way that the heats are drawn. So, you would see that first heat being probably a little bit fresher for the final, considering they all knew that they were going through. They wouldn't have to fight for their position, but we will see faster times from this heat. And yeah, you can see they're really racing for it there. But as you called earlier, definitely that Walford crew out in front. We'll see, I think, Unley and perhaps the inside lane of Loretto 2. And
it's a real fight for that 4th spot, I think. I think St Ignatius have recovered well from that crab and are pushing up to those other 2 crews, being Wolford 4 and Loretto 3. It'll be a real battle towards the end, I think.
Yeah, I couldn't call it. But what we did see yesterday was that the camera perspective and the perspective looking down the course can play tricks on you. But yes, that 4th position will be highly sought after. I think it's lane 6 at the moment, holding it alongside the Unley crew. So that's Walford Anglican 4 and Unley. But being very, very challenged by lane 7, I would say, the Loretto crew, who've just had a stoppage there. Oh, that's devastating. Back on terms now. I think that might have been the thing that will establish these positions.
It certainly will. You feel sorry for those 2 crews. Obviously, you train so hard, and little technical glitch can stop the boat really quickly, and takes a little bit to get back going. Yeah,
but what we love to talk about in this sport is the resilience and the character building that comes from this sport. But yeah, look at this Walford crew looking really dominant, really controlled, smooth, upright, not really spending any beans through this final 250 where the boys turn red. They look just like they're cruising. They've got clear, perhaps 150 metres back to the next crew. So, yeah, this race really has broken apart through this final 500. Walford looking great through here. So that's the Walford Anglican 1 crew of Miffy Young, Imogen Alford, Georgina Southcott and Isabella Worth, Cox by Molly Olafson. That's 4 from the 8. So we would see them doing well.
There you go. And the Loretto Marrittville number 2 crew in lane 2, just finishing off strongly there. Erin Munger, Charlotte Illman.
No.
Oh, sorry, there you go. Mariah Murray, Lucy Hoskins, Maddie Johansson, and India Lang is the Cox.
Their substitutions.
Right. I missed that in the briefing.
Yeah. We really have thrown you in the deep end here.
Right.
But yes, we'll see. I think we missed
Unley High out on the far side.
Unley High did come through and pushed by that Loretto 3. So those 4 crews will progress through to the final. And Walford Anglican 4. Oh, can't see it with the and St Ignatius both coming through. Then I think
it's hard to see with that glare, isn't it?
Those results will go up live on Rowing Manager, so we can check back in with them when they've been uploaded. They take a little bit of time, just getting the check-in from the tower, but well done to all the girls in the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. Straight into the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. We do have heats and finals for this. They wouldn't have liked that because they would have had to weigh in early. But from right of screen, lane 3, we have Adelaide Uni Heath McLeod. In lane 4, Adelaide Josh Dunstan. In lane 5, St Peter's College 4, James Ritossa. In lane 6, St Peter's College 1, Kyle Miller. In lane 7, St Peter's College 5, Isaac Johnson. And I'm only seeing 4 crews out there. That's heartbreaking, considering all 4 will... No, beg your pardon. Sorry, it's top 3. We'll have a 6-boat final, so that top 3 do count. So it looks like the St Peter's College crew of Kyle Miller looking out the front there. Second to Adelaide Uni, Heath McLeod. I think it's the Adelaide sculler, Josh Dunstan, who is not there. I wonder why.
So the battle for that final place will go down to those 2 St Peter's crews of James Ritossa and looks like Isaac Johnson.
So it's really interesting when you don't see a lightweight turn up to the start because you wonder, is it because they've scratched or is it because they didn't make weight? So for this category, this is the youngest category that you have a lightweight division in, the under 21. For these men here today, they needed to weigh in at maximum, which was 72.5 kilos. And we're seeing Heath McLeod do a great push to the line here, obviously trying to get that race prep in this race, looking really confident, really upright around that front end. Sculling really well, Heath, pushing through and will take out that first position in the heat over the St Peter's College crew, Kyle Miller, confidently going through to the final. Didn't pick up his rate at all. And then a race for the minor placings, but an important place. The progression through, I think, will go to lane 5. James looking very confident there.
He's got a decent boat length there. He should hold on from there.
Yeah. All things going well. It is that last 250 metres where we do see all the drama unfold because you do have a lot of pressure on you. But well done to Isaac Johnson racing through there. Looking great. But yeah, we're moving on to the Heat 2. Of the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. Again, top 3 going through, so there will be 1 knocked out. And this field looks fairly established for who that position will be from right of screen, we've got St. Peter's College, Flynn Carroll in lane 4, Scotch College, Daniel Weirserma in lane 5, St. Peter's College, Hugo Worm, and in lane 6, Christian Brothers, Ben Phillips.
Looks like the Scotch crew, Daniel Weirserma.
Yeah. Apologies.
I think he did a better job than me. He's out in front. Probably got a good couple of boat lengths there. And the battle between second and third, Hugo Wern from St. Peter's and Ben Phillips.
Yeah, so I think those top 3 that will go through, those 3 will stick together. I don't see them pushing up or spending too much energy in this race. Again, they would have had to weigh in, and there's a time limit as well. You need to weigh in between 2 to 1 hour before your race. Yesterday we saw all the lightweight women race, and today we see the lightweight men race. So through the program, in day 1 versus day 2, it's the exact same program, just the male and female races are reversed.
Yep.
So this is engineered so that we only see the lightweights have to weigh in once.
Right.
So if they have, say, a lightweight quad or a lightweight double later today, their weight from this morning will count. Sculling really nicely here. That Scotch College sculler, Daniel. We're just going to call him Daniel. Looking really confident. I often make the comment that I think lightweights scull better than heavyweights.
Why is that?
Because they have to be technically better to overcome the strength that the heavyweights put in.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, so really, Daniel really looking quite comfortable there. Long stroke over the St. Peter's College scullers. St. Peter's College and Christian Brothers. Great to see CBC boat a lightweight sculler. I think that would be under the guidance of an ex-lightweight himself, Daniel Ralph. Currently trying to get him back into the sport. He was a very talented Australian rapper in his time, and I'm trying to coax him back into the sport by doing a little bit of masters rowing because I think they came of age this year.
Right.
But yeah, great sculling there from Scotch College Adelaide, Daniel Weirserma. No, I'm going to stop. And he will progress through to the final, which will be in race 90, alongside all going well in these final few strokes. A great row there from Hugo Worm. And we should see Ben Phillips come through as well. Just cruising there. Ben is nice and long stroke. It will make for an interesting final.
It will.
I don't think any of these scullers have really pushed up or had to work particularly hard in these heats. Great row here from Flynn Carroll. Also sculling really well. Like I said, lightweights. You love to see it. And we have bit of a mates match today in the open lightweight men's single scull. So two boat race like we saw in the open lightweight women's single scull yesterday, but 2 Adelaide Uni scullers here. In lane 4 there we have Charlie Moore, and in lane 5 Harrison Francis. Is that it? Looking at those boys, I think I called Harrison in lane 4 because I think that is Harrison in lane 4. And that's Charlie in lane 5.
So they've done the switcheroo.
They could have done the switcheroo.
Both of them look like they're comfortably going through this race without too much vigour.
Yeah, that's definitely Harrison in lane 4. What's going on? I reckon because they're mates, I reckon they picked up the boat numbers and they've just chucked them on their boats and just gone out there.
Well, both know they're going through to the final.
Well, no, this is the final.
Oh, this
Straight
is the
final.
final. Wow.
Championship up for grabs, and Harrison is just cruising. He raced in the open men's single scull yesterday and did really well, placed 4th, but he's currently only rating 24. Charlie's been, he's super, super fit. He's actually going to be doing a marathon with Will Smith for charity. They're raising funds for water sources in Africa, so trying to get some funds over there to get a facility to get clean water to some of these less privileged areas. So that's really good. So he's really, really fit at the moment. But yeah, both these boys, I think, having a little bit of a gentleman's agreement and just cruising through. Neither of them really spending too much energy here, no. I don't think. Yeah, so that is Harrison in lane 4. I wonder what they're going to do about these results, because Harrison is going to come in and they're going to... The scrutineers are going to be like, what are you doing? You got the wrong bow number on. Does it actually say 4? I can't see. Let's try and get that focused. Yeah, they've absolutely just swapped bow numbers. Come on, boys. I mean, you can row gorgeously like that, but get the small administrative things right.
Maybe that's part of the gentleman's agreement.
Oh, is that right? No, Harrison looking the goods there, coming through really comfortably, rating about 22 to 24. Charlie doing the same, looking great. These boys are actually going to join up to do a pair, as they are both under 21. They will try and race the under 21 lightweight pair at Nationals. They've trained that a little bit, and racing later today, perhaps. I think they're doing a few lightweight races, but we'll check that.
Definitely conserving some energy in that race, though. So just love to thank our sponsors again that's sponsoring Loretto Rowing's day here at the races. Bickford's fantastic cordial, a century of purity. So 1874, I did not know that. That is a long time to be making cordial. That
would be one of the first cordial people to come here to Australia, I'd say.
Yeah.
Sponsoring this next event, which is the Under-17 Women's Double Scull. This will have the top 4 through to the final. Though I don't think we've got that many in the race.
Looks like only 3 at this stage that I can see.
I think there are 4 in there. Are there? Okay. Reading what we've got, we've had lane 2 St. Peter's Girls scratch. In lane 3, we've got Seymour College, Lila McCrow and Chloe Pocock. In lane 4, we've got St. Peter's Girls, Georgina Wakeham and Charlotte Parker. St. Ignatius in lane 5 have scratched. Walford Anglican in lane 6, Madeline Barty and Isabella Worth. And in lane 7, we've got Loretto, Deanna Macalino and Victoria Binns. I'm going to suggest that that's them that haven't made it, but they are there. Lane 7 is there. I think it's lane 6, Walford Anglican, who are not there.
Victoria Binns was in that earlier race, wasn't she?
I told you she's got a big program.
Yeah.
She's
She did good to get back to the start line.
My goodness. Tom's got her working hard this weekend. I think I saw her in 5 races yesterday.
Wow. Do you actually have to row to the start line, or can someone row for you up there and just jump in?
Well, the thing is, Gianna was in that race earlier as well.
Oh, wow.
Both of those girls raced the heat, which we saw them cruise over the line.
Yes.
In that Schoolgirl Cox squad. And these girls will, again, only 3 crews here. It's frustrating when we don't have crews show up, because there was a chance that this race could have been consolidated if into a straight final if there was enough notice. But let me just check the lane draw for the next one. No, we will have a full field for the next one. So we'll see a 7-boat final, I think, for this one. So there will be the 3 boats from here and the 4 fastest from the next heat. So again, it's just how the draw goes. But that Loretto crew on the far side sculling well. A little bit feistier than I would expect to see. They've got their rating up.
They have. They're certainly powering through at the moment, unless it was just a bit of a strategy during this race, just to push
through that third 500.
Yeah.
Yep. Very dominant over the St. Peter's Girls crew and the Seymour College crew, who I think are perhaps just taking it a little bit easier. Yeah, so you can see they've just started to lengthen out. I think they were doing exactly what you're saying there. Just putting on a little bit of a push and just going, okay, guys.
Yep.
No, we'll take the lead, thank you.
Just do it for 500.
Yeah. That's all you need, right?
Well, no. You got to do it over 2,000 when it comes to the final, but
yeah. No, I raced the open double yesterday, and I like to say we're definitely leading to the 250 metre mark.
Definitely.
No, it's a long way to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, sculling really nice there. Vicky and Deanna, I think, going for a little push there again. I reckon they're doing spikes just to keep in front, and you can see Vicky looking around there. She looks tiny in this boat. But she's an up-and-comer. I know people don't like me going on about her, but she is an up-and-comer. Only in year 10.
Wow.
And racing in open events, doing well in open events. I said she beat me a couple of weeks ago. Again, I see some salt on the desk here.
A little bit of salt, not a lot. The Seymour crew is finishing off quite well in this race. Probably only about a boat length and 2 behind at the moment.
Yeah, St. Peter's Girls, I think, not wanting to let the Loretto crew get too far out of contact there. So just having a cheeky look around through that final 200 metres. And Loretto doing a, push to the line. And then slowing down. Just playing around with the rates there. I think Deanna would be in Vicky's ear there. Just being like, let's just go for a little one. But easily progressing through to the final.
Sorry, and that was Seymour coming in the third there, through to the final.
Yes. So the St. Peter's Girls crew of Georgina Wakeham and Charlotte Parker progressing, and the Seymour crew of Lila McCrow and Chloe Pocock going through as well. We will have Heat 2 of the Under-17 Women's Double Scull coming through. Yep, just started out about the first 100 metres of their race. Also sponsored by Bickford's. Go get your cordial. And we will have first through fourth moving through to that final this afternoon. I think we've got another scratching here as well. So yes, if those scratchings did go through, we would have consolidated to a straight final. A little bit frustrating for the umpires, but hey, these girls will have a race on their hands, because as the program says, it says top 4 through, so they must stick to that. They couldn't have made the call on the line there. I have been up at the start line where races have been consolidated in an instant, which is a bit daunting. But in a state championship event, you can't change the rules like that. So we'll be top 4 through. From right of screen, we've got Loretto, Marriotteville, 2, Hallie Anderson, Madison Johannesson, lane 3, Walford Anglican, who look like a no start. Lane 4, Pembroke School, Sasha Brennan and Claire Rogers. In lane 5, Seymour College, Eliza Wenk and Jemima Witten. In lane 6, St. Peter's Girls, Lucy Shripper, Georgie Owler. In lane 7, Pulteney Grammar. Very good. And what do you think?
Well, it looks pretty even across the field at the moment. Probably the crew that's in the middle is probably just out in front, I think, and that would be...
Is that the Pembroke or the Seymour crew?
I think that might be the Seymour crew.
Yeah, right. Yep, I reckon Seymour are up. I reckon those 4 crews across the field are potentially out in front, and that crew in lane 2, Loretto, looking like they might have just dropped off. A little bit of steering difficulties there as well.
Yes.
It's difficult when you've got an empty lane next to you.
It is. When I used to Cox here, there were no boys along the lane, so you pretty much just had to try and steer as straight as possible, and the judges would get behind you and give you a bark at you pretty hard if you were getting off course.
I remember, I reckon I raced, I don't know, can we get a little bit of history here, looking across the office now? When did the boys come in? Do we know when the boys came in to the course? Looking at my boss here, he's just put a finger up that he might do a little bit of research. But I remember racing on no buoyed lanes as well. I can't remember if they came in for my final head of the river, which was 2008. But I know that they were definitely I know that they were definitely in for the 2011 Australian Rowing Championships. So that's when they got permanently established. But I'm trying to remember if they came in for the 2010. When was the last Uni Games that we had here? I got Swifty on the case. We'll update our viewers when we figure that out. But I do think you're right. The Seymour crew here looking really strong, dominant out in front. They wouldn't be worried, but they will definitely need to keep the pressure on the other crews just to stay out and go through to this final. I think second back to the crew to the left of them, the St. Peter's Girls crew in lane 6.
And then you could almost throw a blanket over the other three, I think. Pembroke looking good, Loretto looking good as well, and that crew in the far lane. Pulteney crew, yeah.
So I think after that early steering difficulties, the Loretto crew have made a move back up. I know that those girls would want to make it through to the final alongside their crewmates, but they would have been the other part of that quad that raced earlier, I think.
You're probably right, yeah.
So, like I said, Tom's got them in a full program. So he had his Learn to Rowers out earlier this morning, but we would like to thank Loretto Rowing for their support of this regatta today. Doing great, hosting the event. They've been really on top of it this week. And also big shout out to the boat race officials out there, the volunteers who work hard. They have 2 full days of unpaid work down here, and they've been absolute gems. Everything's run to time. We've actually been a little bit in front in places, which is great if all parties are on board with it. And yeah, absolutely no issues. Had great reports from the boat race officials yesterday, so thank you to them. And again, giving up their entire weekend to be down here. Looking really in control, that Seymour crew. Little look around from the Pulteney girls. I think they've perhaps just dropped off the pace a little bit. It looks like that Loretto crew has moved up into perhaps second position in lane 2, and I think Pembroke just ahead of the St. Peter's girls in 3rd and St. Peter's in 4th. I think that Pulteney crew might just be slipping off the pace. 3rd 500, Premiership 500.
Why is it? Why is the 3rd 500 the Premiership 500? Same in footy, Premiership quarters the 3rd.
That's where I've taken the saying from, but it's because that's when everything hurts, right? So you get through the first 1,000, and you've done enough work to build up enough lactic acid in your legs, and then you get to that mental barrier where it's like, I've got to do that all over again. I don't know if I can, and everything hurts. So it's about having the mental drive to be able to keep pushing, and it's often those crews that can really hold it together through that 3rd 500 who will do well.
That makes sense.
Yeah. It's like I've been doing this for a little while. Yeah, really dominant from that leading crew. I'd say 5 boat lengths clear of the Loretto girls, who are finishing fast. So established them well in the second position. Pembroke working hard to stay ahead of the St. Peter's girls crew, but none of them would be worried because that top 4 group will come through and race the final. Looking at that program, I don't know how they're going to do it because these events are back-to-back, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull in the final and the Under-17 Women's Double Scull in the final. How are those Loretto girls going to do both races?
I'm not sure.
Because they would technically need to be...
almost at the start line.
I don't think you can do it. There's 10 minutes between those races. I've seen someone with 25 minutes do it. Because literally they race, jump in a boat, and somebody drives them up to the start line.
Boat's already up there, maybe.
But I don't see how they're going to do both. So they'll have a decision to make, I think.
What's more important?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
We'll soon find out, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess. So well done to that crew from Pulteney, just finishing off the race now. But yes, the top 4 of Loretto, 2 Pembroke School, Seymour College and St. Peter's girls will go through to that final.
Next one on the program's the Schoolboy U9 Quad Scull, 1,000 metres this race. So as we spoke about earlier, the younger boys and girls over the shorter distance, equally as painful.
I actually
I'm told.
I actually find the 1,000-metre race more painful.
It's more like a 400-metre sprint than an 800-metre sprint.
It's a lactic race.
Yep.
Yes, it's you don't get into any sort of rhythm. It's just go and then go and then go and then go. Find that quite difficult.
Yes. Looks like we're almost about to start.
Again, a few more no-shows at the start line. Wonder what's going on there. Yep, we've had 3 scratchings from this race come through. So, lane 2, Unley have scratched. In lane 3, Norwood Morialta High. In lane 4, St. Peter's have scratched. In lane 5, St. Ignatius have scratched. In lane 6, St. Peter's College. In lane 7, St. Peter's College. And in lane 8, Pulteney Grammar. The progression of this 1 through 4 going through to the final, these guys will just roll it through, I'd say.
They will.
Although
they're only young, and depending if the other coaches are aware of the scratchings, they may not know.
They may not realise.
Yes.
Everyone goes through.
We're away. And it looks like to me, I actually can't tell. Is that St. Ignatius in about the middle of the screen there?
St. Ignatius have scratched.
Ooh.
So that would be the
2 St. Peter's crews?
Yes, 2 St. Peter's crews side by side there. Pulteney on the outside and Norwood on the inside.
Okay. Almost looks like there's a lane gap between the St. Peter's and the Pulteney crew, which I wasn't expecting.
No, you're right. In lane 8, you can row a little bit wider. Oh, just a little bit of a crab from that Pulteney crew. Getting back together now. A little bit of a timing issue, I think. But you would expect to see the St. Peter's Scullers do quite well here. They're quite dominant in this age category, in the Super Series. So,
well, I noticed in this race, one of the scratchings was from Peter's College 6, so indicates a fair bit of depth.
A little bit of depth. I think they went up to 8 crews.
Wow. Norwood Morialta looking relatively strong over there in lane 2, though, at the moment.
Yes, Ben's doing a great job over there. So that's the Norwood Morialta 2 crew. So we'll see their 1 crew in the next heat. So that Norwood Morialta 2 crew, Luca Papa, 1 Flower, Hyubi Moon, Ricardo Maturana, Cox Joseph Brennan, coached by Bryson Salter and Callum Barrell, doing really well to make to put 2 entries in this group from Norwood Morialta a traditionally a smaller program, but doing really well this year.
The St. Peter's College 1 crew looks fairly strong in this.
Barring any issues, should be all over it.
No hats, fair bit of hair going on in that crew.
I'm not so sure about this this new trend of hair coming around with the young boys. We saw a couple of dodgy mullets yesterday. And
is there a mullet that isn't dodgy?
Billy Ray Cyrus?
that's the dodgiest.
No, these boys going really well. Got their solid blue zooties on. Yeah, really good for a Year 9 boat.
Yep, they're looking good.
Yeah, clear water back on the field. And Norma Marialta pushing up into second position, competing quite well, considering that this is their second-ranked crew.
Yeah, doing a very good job here. And
yeah, we'll see how their first-ranked crew goes. I wonder how their heat is drawn. Back to the St. Peter's College 4 crew. And then Pulteney on the far side, still just having a few timing issues. Yep. But considering that they are the only 4 that turned up, they are the only 4 that will go through.
That is right.
Got to be in it to win it.
And they don't have to put their best race right now.
No.
Save it for the final.
Exactly. They can go away, learn, have a chat about what worked and what didn't, and hopefully bring it back and put it in for the final, which will be race 99 this afternoon.
Now, I notice the Pulteney quad have got a bow cox.
Yes, bit of a different setup, and that actually might be one of the things they're struggling with for their timing, because the cox that is sitting in the bow obviously can't see the crew on screen at the moment has a stern coxed boat. So the cox is the person that's looking at all the rowers, and they make all the technical calls and help the crew, encourage the crew. But the bow loaded cox, which is like this Pulteney crew, they're obviously, the cox is not able to see those athletes there. So
there's a bit of a misconception that the cox just says stroke, 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 but they're a bit of a on-course coach, for want of a better term. And
absolutely.
And that's why I raise the issue, because especially with the younger crews, I think it can be important to have the cox at the stern just to pick up some of the things that are going on in the boat that he can't see right now. He or she can't see when they're in the bow. Yeah, so again, just seeing a little bit of those timing issues. This may be one of the boys' first races. Yeah, that's right. They're all really young, aren't they?
Yeah, I remember I rowed up. We didn't have a 7-8 division when I was rowing for Pulteney. And so we were the 8-9 C crew, and we're all little year 7-8s.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, my cox is now my coach here at Adelaide Uni. So those who know Brindley Millwood, big man who ended up rowing for the first 8, was the only person free to coach us for Head of the River. So the biggest person in the boat was the cox. So we like to look back on those photos and have a little chuckle about it. But my current coach was my first ever cox at Head of the River. Never let him live it down. We love that. What is this race? That is not a quad.
It looks like a single scull, so we may have...
What's the deal with this race? What's happened? Why don't we have the second heat come through?
So we're just going through the program. Looks like we've got a single scull. We may have jumped race 77 and moved straight to race 78, which might be an under-16 women's single scull, top 2 going through the final.
Yeah, I would expect that this is the under 16 women's single scull, which is sponsored today. It's sponsored by Stringy Bark Landscaping.
I can honestly say I've used Stringy Bark Landscaping at my
Stop
home.
it. Really?
Yep, this year, in fact. And Tom and his team came down and ripped up my driveway and front lawn and new irrigation and everything. They were fantastic to deal with, but also brilliant blokes as well. And, yeah.
Yes, they have swapped them. I don't have a reason, but this is 78, 77 should be followed.
Thank you. We've just had confirmation there that this is 78. We've swapped the races. We don't know why. Something's happened on the start line there. So this is the Heat 1 of under 16 women's single scull. So the crew on screen at the moment in lane 5, Norwood Marialta, Bianca Kohlberg, rowing really nice and long. I was having a chat to her earlier, done a little bit of coaching with her, rowing really nice and long there. Leading the field from right of screen. We've probably got a scratching from that. Sorry, just got to bring up the right race.
So top 2 from this race are going through to the final.
Okay, I'm looking at the completely wrong race. I don't know what's going on.
Unless they've jumped another race, because that was definitely lane
That looked
5.
like Seymour. Bear with us here, folks. We are just as confused as you are. It looks like race 79, if I'm honest. Okay, looking at Rowing Manager, it is completely different to our programs. We only have 2 heats, which will have top 4 through to the final. So race 78 from right of screen, that was Port Adelaide in lane 2. Lane 3 had scratched. Lane 4 was Loretto Marriotteville. Lane 5 was Seymour College. That was Daisy Holland that took out that race. In lane 6, Loretto Marriotteville, and in lane 7, Norwood Marialta High, Bianca Kohlberg. So I called that completely wrong.
Not your fault?
Not, not my fault. I'm only looking at what's in front of me.
Looks like we have a start in the Schoolboy Quad Scull Heat 2. So what was race 77 on the program?
And we've just got one scratching from this race. From right of screen in lane 1, we've got St. Peter's College 7. In lane 2, St. Peter's College 2. In lane 3, St. Ignatius. In lane 4, Norwood Marialta. In lane 5, Pulteney Grammar. Lane 6, have scratched from St. Peter's. In lane 7, Prince Alfred College. And in lane 8, St. Peter's. I think this is that PAC crew who have just been going through and dominating everything, coached by Amanda Tidswell. And you can see why.
Yeah, they are looking very dominant there.
Year 9s, mate. Year 9s.
Strong. Yeah, they're looking very, very good.
Amanda
Breaks my heart as a St. Peter's boy, but...
Don't worry, you guys. You have your ego boost coming up later this afternoon, I think. We'll see those. Talking about St. Peter's, the boys are looking to be quite dominant in the Open Men's 8 this afternoon. They are favourites to win it, and it is their race to lose.
No pressure?
No pressure at all. But yeah, they beat the Adelaide Rowing Club Open Men's 8 convincingly.
Ouch.
A couple of weeks ago. So there is a little bit of tension around this afternoon's race. But looking at the crew on screen at the moment, Prince Alfred College, Sam Stunnell, Charles Simer, Louis Dawson, Edward Chappell, and Alex Hamoud as Cox, coached by Amanda Tidswell, looking really dominant, long, strong, in time, technically really quite adept. First 4 through to the final. We've got a little bit of a race for the minor placings here.
St. Peter's College 2 on the inside, and then moving on the outside is St. Peter's College 3. But in the middle of that, I think, is the Pulteney Grammar 1 crew.
I'm going to correct you there. That's the Norwood Marialta crew.
Oh.
The Norwood Marialta 1 crew. Up on terms with the St. Peter's boys, which looks great. Yeah, you can tell that lane 4 is the one with the yellow boys either side.
You can tell the colours.
Yeah. Sorry, younger eyes
yes,
here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Here we go.
St. Peter's College 5 coming through in 5th, so they will be eliminated. But those top 4 crews will go through to the final there. So that's the Prince Alfred College 1, St. Peter's College
2 and 3.
And just a bit of an issue there in that St. Peter's College 7 boat there. So, yeah, 2 and 3, and then Norwood Marialta 1 coming through. St. Ignatius just pushing through the final there. And talking about the boys, we've had a little bit of a feedback that these boys for this course came in around 2009.
2009.
So I would have raced my final head of the river without boy lines. So everyone who complains about steering and stuff on this course, they used to get a little bit of perspective,
yeah,
I'd say.
They do.
We are very, very lucky to have this this Boyd international standard course and taken care of lovingly by our volunteers. Big thanks to Brett, Pete and Norm, who love to go out there early on a cold morning and blast the algae off the boys, because they do get, obviously they need maintenance. They go out there 3 or 4 times a week to maintain these boys. But yes, this would be, let me refer to my live lane draw because what we've been given is wrong. This is the under 16 women's single scull, sponsored by Stringy Bark. Landscaping from right of screen, we've got Norwood Marialta High 1, Eva Harris in lane 3. We've got Seymour College 5, Katie Harford. Lane 4 has been a scratching from Seymour. In lane 5, we've got Loretto Marriotteville, Emily Lang. In lane 6, Unley High, Maya Charters. In lane 7, Seymour College, Georgia Walters. And in lane 8, Loretto, Lucy Hoskins. Top 4 through to the final.
Again, thanks to Stringy Bark. Fantastic landscapers. If you check out their Instagram or their Facebook, some of the projects they've got at the moment up in the hills are just outstanding.
We love that. I do enjoy a bit of landscaping. I'm terrible at it, but I love the result.
Yeah. Well, you get Stringy Bark. They'll do it for you.
Yeah, all right. Twisted my arm. No, I'm buying an apartment, so I won't have any...
No, you can't kill anything there.
On screen, we've got Emily Lang in lane 5. Looking like she's leading the race quite comfortably there. Yeah, just cruising there. Not picking up the rating at all. So 1,000-metre race for this heat. But a definite race to see who will progress to the finals. I would say between lane 3, Norwood Marialta, in lane 6, Unley High, lane 7, Seymour College, and Loretto Marriotteville in lane 8. So one of these girls will be knocked out. If I'm going to say, I think it's the Loretto crew on the far side, just off the pace at the moment. But in that lane 2, you're losing contact with the race. So it will be difficult for the Norwood Marialta crew of Eva Harris to know what's going on over the far side. It will be a push to the line, and it will be an interesting race. But yes, this Loretto crew of Emily Lang looking really comfortable leading that race. We'd expect her to be up with the winners in the final. So if we can just zoom out for a second, see that race progressing through that final stages. I wonder who's going to come through. I think that Norwood crew has hung on to the race, but I can't see the crew in lane. Yep, so it will be lane 7, Seymour College, lane 2, Norwood Marialta, and lane 5, lane 6, Unley High, progressing through ahead of the crew in lane 8, Loretto Marriotteville. and Seymour coming through here in lane 3. Just having a look around, finding that finish line. I know what it's like in the final few races. Final few strokes. You just want to see the end.
Hear that buzzer go.
Yes. Okay, we're going to jump around back down. And we've got a little bit of time. With the consolidation of those races, we've cancelled one of the under 16 women's single scull heats. So the next race we see will be one of the Masters races.
Why are you looking at me like that when you say Masters?
I'm just going to ask you, do you know anything about Masters racing?
No. Short answer?
No is the short answer. Okay, so it goes off handicap. So we're looking at racing, and you get ranked on your race, your division, about how old you are, and it's the average age of the crew, and you get like a letter, obviously, for your age category. So D is 50 to 55, I think. E is 55 to 60 or thereabouts, and you get prognostically ranked. So you go off at different times where if everyone is racing to their full potential, they should all cross the finish line at the same time.
Right.
So that's the theory of the handicaps, is that all things being equal, you all go off and cross the line at the same finish line at the same time. So those who are performing better than others might perform well. So this is the Masters mixed double. So one male, one female, both have 2 oars in the boats. Full fields should be a good race. From right of screen, we have Phoenix in lane 1, Phoenix in lane 2, Goolwa in lane 3, Phoenix in lane 4, Port Adelaide in lane 5, Phoenix Composite in lane 6, Goolwa in lane 7, and Port Adelaide in lane 8.
So, question for you. Phoenix, I've not heard of the rowing club.
It's a great rowing club.
Where is it located?
It's here. It's the only privately owned rowing club here in Adelaide, owned by Tina and Derek Lowe. And I was actually a Phoenix member for a few years. Broke their heart a little when I went back to Adelaide Uni, but yeah, a lot of masters, a few young kids as well. But I didn't have many open women to row with over there, so but I still do row out of the Phoenix shed. They've won Head of the Yarra a couple of times.
Okay.
Yes, very competitive in the Masters, and yeah, great rowing. Quite a few members on the state team, the Masters state team, last year. But yeah, they've been around since I think about 2012.
Okay.
2011, around then. But yes, I would expect to see the Port Adelaide crew of Simon and Rob Ellis, husband and wife combination, come through here. Simon being a very, very strong sculler, Rob being a very, very strong sculler as well. They do have one of the hardest handicaps in this race, being one of the younger crews. But currently it would be them, the Goolwa crew of Di Tebneff and David England, and the Port Adelaide crew of Susie Ross and Kevin Tankard leading the course.
I'm not sure, as husband and wife, how you'd row and how they'd go at training. I'm not sure I could do that.
Well, they actually met through rowing, so they got married maybe a year or two ago.
Oh wow!
And yeah, they fell in love with a mutual love of rowing. Oh, vomit. Okay. But yes, no, both really good scullers as they're demonstrating here. Simon stroking, which is interesting. I think a lot of these boats, you have the man stroking the boat, but I think Susie and Kevin are giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, it looks
this could be an upset here. Look at them go. do believe that is Kevin and Susie Ross coming over the line in front of Simone and Rob, who have not lost this event in a very long time, with Gurwa Tebnev and David England coming through in the third position. And I think that's the Phoenix crew of Zanny and Nick. Yep. Coming through in lane 2 in 5th position. David and Annie Ellis, another husband and wife combination coming through in lane 1 from Phoenix. And we'll see that Phoenix composite of Peter Hodgson and Renata Zilm. Renata obviously being the mother of Verena, who is over in Sydney at the moment doing her trials for the Tokyo team.
Wow.
Or the national team as a lightweight. And that looks like Lil and Peter and Tina and Simon Burt coming through there. I love Masters racing. It's always so much fun. A little bit of feisty stuff going on in the clubs. But yes, first time Simone and Rob, I think, have been knocked off in the mixed boat, which is a bit of a novelty race, but we love it. I've raced them in it before. I'm trying to get one of the young boys from Adelaide Uni to jump in the boat. Young, he's my age. Jump in the boat with me, and I reckon we could knock them off as well. But because we're both an A grade, we give them like 40 seconds.
So is that how it starts? Do they send boats off at different times? So
yes.
You go.
Yep. So you can see on the handicap here, we've got G with 10 seconds. So the first time I did a handicapped race, you sit at the start line and they say, attention, go. And then you've got to sit there and automatically you just take that first stroke. Yeah. And I just sat there and went, oh, no, wait, I've got to go on my number, which was like something like 40. But yes. Looking at the under-19 women's double scull, which will be the next race on your program, due to start at 9:40, which is 3 minutes' time. Sponsored by the Loretto Learn to Row Classic, which I think is one of the races that they do internally within the club. It looks like we had the Learn to Row girls coming out this morning before the regatta. They did a little bit of training. And, yeah, great to see them sponsoring a race. So this is an internal sponsorship from the Loretto College, who are hosting the regatta today. So we'll see, I think, a fairly strong field. Again, a lot of these girls would have raced the under-19 women's single today. And, yeah, looking down this name list, yeah, should be a couple spicy races, I'd say.
Good.
We've just had the talking nice about the host club always pays off. We've just had a plate of goodies come up, which I think the boys would love to tuck into here. I can't actually have any of these because I'm celiac.
Oh,
so
no.
Go ahead, lads.
Well, you don't get a rig like mine eating stuff like this, so pass it over.
Big thanks to Livestreaming Australia for supporting us here today. They've done a great job over the last month with our live streaming. I love that we're able to do this. There's a new aspect to my job. Haven't had this kind of coverage of rowing here in SA before. So to all of our viewers, I would pretty please like you to like and subscribe to the channel. We would love to see our subscriptions get up and people start to take note of this so that we can really get some momentum behind this and continue this after COVID has obviously subsided and we can have spectators back down here again. Obviously a necessity at the moment so that all of the friends and supporters, parents can see their kids race while they're technically not allowed to be down here due to those restrictions. Frustrating, I know, for a lot of people, but this is the option that we give them.
Fantastic initiative, really, isn't it? And you'd like to think that potentially, even for family members that can't make it to races moving forward, it could be something that continues.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great, and we've had people tune in from all over the country as well. I had a friend from America tune in to watch our race. She's an old Adelaide Uni rower as well. Watched our race yesterday afternoon. So yeah, it's a really great thing to do, I think, and it's giving coverage to a sport that traditionally hasn't had a lot.
Yeah, agree. And it's something that just not only statewide but even nationally, Australia's been very good at rowing over the years, and probably should get the recognition, the sport that it deserves.
It's difficult because it's watch my words here. It's not the greatest spectator sport. When you come down here, you only get the last 250, 500 metres of the race, and it's difficult to see, and it usually not many very exciting things happen through the racing. So I think this just gives a different perspective, and then you get insight as well from the commentary. You get to actually understand what's going on. For the parents that I think my parents, when I was coming through school, they had no idea about rowing. I was really into this thing. I would try and talk to them about, what's the difference between sweep and scull. And I think nearly 20 years later, they've finally got it. But I feel like having commentary like this, we're really trying to educate our viewers, and we're really trying to, educate the community about what we're doing down here, why we do it, and give a little bit of pride to the young boys and girls who are racing, and the older boys and girls who are racing as well. We have a start to this under-19 women's double scull race 82. We've got Heat 1 in progress, top 4 through to the final. The rest will be eliminated. So from right of screen, we've got Loreto Marriotteville 2 in lane 3, Pembroke School 1 in lane 4, St Peter's Girls in lane 5, St Ignatius in lane 6, and Torrens 1 in lane 7. Couple of big names through this. I would, without even looking at the screen, say St Peter's Girls should take out this race. I would expect them to win this division. They
have got a great start by the looks of it, and out there in the middle of the screen for those watching.
So Sophie Barr and Claire Romanuik. Sorry, Claire.
normal spelling.
These girls raced the pair, which we're looking at the double scull now, which is 2 people, 2 oars each. The pair is 2 people, 1 oar each. They raced the pair a couple of weeks ago in the open women's category and beat some of the open women's pairs. They actually won the race. So Sophie Barr is actually on a Sassy Associate Scholarship. She's the sculler that we saw take out the under-19 women's single heat this morning.
Yes.
And we've got Ella and Imogen in the Torrens crew on the far side. So Imogen back in the boat, hopefully a little bit drier. So she's the sculler who we saw go in earlier today. So she'll probably have something to prove in this race,
might
I'd
be a
say.
little bit pent-up aggression.
Yes.
Ready to be just thrown out in the course here. And it looks like they're doing quite well out there in the far lane. Probably sitting maybe second, maybe third.
I would say second, yeah. And Ella is a great little sculler as well, that rower that's come over from Manham to Torrens. I actually raced a quad with her at the second grade state championships in 2019 when I was part of Phoenix.
Right.
There were a couple of the Manham scullers who have moved into the bigger clubs now. One of them's gone to Torrens, one of them's gone to Adelaide Rowing Club, and a Mawson Boat Club. So we did a small boats quad, like a small clubs quad, and we came second. And it was really heartbreaking but we lost to Adelaide Uni, so it wasn't too bad. But it was a good race, and she's a nifty little boat mover. Like I said, making the Pathway crew last year. So
those 2 boats in the middle of the screen, you can probably get a really good appreciation for rating. You can see the St Ignatius crew, which is just above the St Peter's Girls, were rating quite highly, and the St Peter's Girls crew were just doing it nice and comfortably, just long strokes.
I've got them at rating 21.
Yeah.
That St Peter's Girls crew. This looks like a training row for them.
It does. It certainly does. It looks like they're doing very comfortably. Technically.
Yeah.
That just looks beautiful.
I think these girls will definitely be going to nationals. Well, they are. They're named. Both of these girls are named in the Bicentennial Cup crew, South Australian Youth Women's 8. So Claire Romaniuk and Sophie Barr looking really good here.
Blades just perfectly even the whole way through from both girls.
That's just lovely.
Yeah.
I could watch that. Got the lovely stripes of the St. Peter's girls across their backs. Yeah, St. Peter's, one of the newer clubs to rowing, one of the newer schools to rowing. Olympia Aldersea, the at the National Training Centre, Australian representative, world champion, world's fastest time holder in this boat class. Actually, she was a St. Peter's girl.
There you go.
And Peter White, who's world champion here today, coaching for Loretto School, was also a St. Peter's girl. So I think they had a couple of half-decent athletes come out of their school, and they went, actually, we might want to get onto this rowing thing.
It's a fairly expensive sport to get your school into, though,
yes.
Compared to others.
Yes, the equipment does cost a lot of money. The amount of time and coaching hours that you need to put in to get a program up and running is, like you said, quite costly compared to other sports.
Yep. And that's probably why a lot of these schools hold regattas and hopefully fundraise to help get some better equipment for their club or their school.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that St. Peter's girls have just purchased 2 new quads. They raced them yesterday to a win, I think, in the Cox 4. And both of these girls were in that boat yesterday.
Very good. So still doing it comfortably. It's a little bit tight for second now.
So that crew from Torrens, Ella, Deramore, Denver and Imogen Graham being pushed by, is it the Pembroke? No, a crew of Francesca Lennon and Charlotte Illman. Obviously, 2 and 3 will go through to the final, so there's no real reason for them to push for the line other than a little bit of
bragging rights
and better lane draw perhaps, although the conditions down here are gorgeous.
Yes.
Wouldn't mind a scull race out there today, but if you look through the program I have withdrawn from the Open Women's Scull today.
Not through gastro, I hope.
Oh, no, just we were talking about ego before. Was it something like that? I just don't.
Still salty.
Oh, well, I just don't fancy getting thrashed in the Scull ahead of some of the perhaps tighter races this afternoon.
Fair enough, too.
Yeah. So I think that's the St. Ignatius crew coming through, so they will progress as well. Unfortunately, this Pembroke crew will not. Obviously, just cruising. Was that them coming through in 5th?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah. So Sophia Sunan and Sam Walker, who both raced the under-19 women's single earlier. So perhaps just going out there to row the race, knowing that they might not be competitive in the category, and perhaps focusing then on their final in the single this afternoon. Both of those athletes, I think, in that boat, yes, will go through to the final in the under-19 women's single.
Heat 2 in the under-19 women's double scull is underway. 5 pairs in this race. From right to left, you have Murray Bridge, Amelia Duval and Daisy Matterford. I think that's right. In Pembroke School 2 is lane 4 with Lara Martin, Ella Ross. Lane 5, Adelaide, Amelia Adams and Maya Hodge. Seymour College in the 6, Molly Duggan and Alice Montgomery. And in lane 7 on the far side, the left of screen, you've got Sophie Butcher and Grace Dodson.
Or maybe it was Grace who went in. I can't remember.
Looks like the crew from Seymour are probably out in front there in lane 6.
Yes. I lied in the earlier race. It wasn't Imogen who went in. It was Grace.
Okay.
So, Grace.
Shout out to you, Grace.
Yeah. Good on you, mate, for getting back in the boat and giving it a bit of a rip here. Looking up with the leaders, again, top 4 through to the final for this one. Little bit of a look around from the bow seat there. Trying to just keep in touch. But, yes, these crews do. Top 3 look really established. It will be a race for that 4th position, I think. Where are we? Heat 2. So I would say that Seymour College crew of Molly Duggan and Alice Montgomery, Alice's sister, in the commentary box yesterday. Eliza came up and had a little bit of a shout out to Alice. Both rowing in the first 8 for Seymour this year.
How are the Schoolgirl 8 stacking up?
It was the most exciting race of the season,
Is
mate.
that right?
It was raced 5 times and had 5 different winners. So it is
anyone's game.
It is anyone's game, and it's just very, very, very interesting. Everyone's looking forward to the Schoolgirl first 8 this year. I think a little bit more than the Schoolboy 8, because the Schoolboy 8 obviously has a clear winner. All things going through as they should. I don't see anyone knocking off St. Peter's.
Right.
They finished last week with perhaps 100 metres back to the next crew.
Wow.
Yes. Wow is correct.
That is amazing. 100 metres. I've seen some head rivers with millimetres in it.
Yes, but if you look in your program, you can see that the last race of the day, the Open Men's 8, the St. Peter's College crew is entered, and we do expect them to see them win it. But back to this race.
Yes.
The Seymour College crew of Molly Duggan and Alice Montgomery cruising through on screen now, looking really good. Little bit of a wobble there. But should go through comfortably to the final, and looking the goods. Second position really established from that Torrance crew, who are just pushing up to the line, practicing their sprint finish, which is a good thing to do, I would say. So that's Sophie Butcher and Grace Dodson pushing through ahead of the
Murray Bridge
crew of Amelia Duval and Daisy Matterford. This looks like the Adelaide Rowing Club crew of Amelia Adams and Maya Hodge, who will take out that important 4th position, progressing through to the final ahead of, I think, the Pembroke
of
crew.
Lara Martin and Ella Ross.
Oh. Do you need that? No. Okay. I'm making a mess. Great. Very good. We have a couple of big races coming through. Let me just check and see what we've got on the draw. Under 17 men's single scull is one of the biggest events that we've had entries-wise this year. So we are looking at 5 heats of the under 17 men's single scull. All 2,000-metre races.
Ouch.
Ouch, indeed. So we will see the progression. Let me just check. It will be the winner through to the final.
That's it.
And then the 3 next fastest times. So not only is it ouch over 2,000 metres, it's you've got to race it even if you're not winning. So the winner will go through from each of these finals, considering we have 5 heats. and then we go on times. So if you have one heat that is stacked and they all race through to the final and the top 4 are faster than any of the other heats, then the top 4 from that heat will go through. So time is important today. For this first heat for the under-17 men's single scull, from right of screen in lane 2, we have St. Peter's College 9, Archie Young. Lane 3, St. Peter's College has scratched. In lane 4, St. Peter's College 14, Max Walsh. In lane 5, Port Adelaide 2, Charles Watkinson. In lane 6, Prince Alfred College 1, Hunter Lang. In lane 7, St. Peter's College 16, Reef Cross. In lane 8, St. Ignatius Petro Totani. 16.
16. I can see on the next heat we go up to St. Peter's College 17. So they have a lot of competitors in these heats.
And they've got at least 17 single sculls.
Is it their members from their 8s all rowing a single scull?
Well, under 17, you usually see the inters. Right. So 17, you need to be turning 16 this year.
So, wow.
So that would be, year 10s. Year 10s and perhaps some young year 11s. But yes, doesn't mean that the year 10s aren't pushing up into their 8s. But yeah, when it comes to the quad sculls, there is a lot of depth there.
So just casting my eye over the field, probably looks like that Prince Alfred College 1 of Hunter Lang is out in front narrowly.
We should see Hunter do well here. I would expect, having been named in the Pathway Men's 8, he's doing really well. I think he was part of that year 9, perhaps, quad scull earlier. But sculling really nicely there. We just saw Amanda Tiswell walk past our window here. I think she's going to have a look at him. She's his coach. Is she named as his coach? No. Matthew Henbest. Beg your pardon.
Might just be the angles, but I can't see too many sculls in the first few lanes. Couple. Further back. Oh, there you go. Panned out. So, yeah, it definitely looks like that.
Zoomed out. Sorry, you can't hear me.
Definitely looks like Prince Alfred out in front there, and probably the St. Peter's College 14, perhaps, of Max Walsh in second position there. And then maybe St. Ignatius over on the far side of Pietro Totani.
Looks like Christian Brothers. Sorry, my mic's off. You're not actually getting it. We can't hear.
So Hunter rowing very well. Just have a quick look over his shoulder, see what's happening. He's got a reasonable lead, could probably control the race, knowing that if you finish this race first, you get through. Tactically, could probably just make sure he limps over the line in first.
Yeah, I'd agree with that there. I think it's the Christian Brothers sculler in lane 5 pushing up on Hunter there. Sculling really well. Again, like I said, love to see these CBC boys coming out and performing. He would be well versed on the rules of this race, and the fact that he does need to post a good time in the second position to be competitive for that final. So you will not see him ease up at all through these final stages of the race, racing like you would through a final, because to make a final in this much depth and this many entries will be a feat in itself. So Hunter looking really, really on top of his work here. Sculling very proficiently. Hard to see that he's under 17. I wonder if he'll race this at the National Championships.
Well, he's looking fairly strong and looks like he's finishing strongly as well.
Yeah, taking a really good run at it. Just starting to cruise there. See a little bit of fatigue come in, but look at that blade entry. I love to watch the little bit of backsplash, little bit of front splash, showing that you're actually placing the blade in at the furthest point of the recovery and driving with the speed of the boat. So rating about 33 through that final stretch there, which is quite up and about for a single scull. And yeah, just coming over the line now. And we'll see.
Looks like Charles Watkinson from Port Adelaide coming in second by just looking at the colours on his Zudi. Looks like the black and white stripe.
I was calling that a CBC. I'm looking at the... Thank you. I'm looking at the wrong race. We're all human. We all make mistakes.
That's right. Can't be perfect all the time. And then it looks like we've got a swagger of St. Peter's College entries coming through the last couple of 100 metres.
This one on screen looking like the St. Peter's College 16. Although the colours look... That looks like...
St. Ignatius?
Yes, St. Ignatius,
Pietro.
beg your pardon. That's in lane 8. And this would be Reef Cross. And again, these guys don't know if they have progressed or not because they need to wait until all the races come through and the times get published. And then the draw will go up live on Rowing Manager once they've sorted that out and all races are cleared.
And I'm certain that all the other single scullers would not know the other times of anyone else's race either.
No.
So it just shows them... Oh, they all have to put in 100% if they're in that second position if they want to make that final.
It's interesting. We actually had a rule come in this year because we run some time trial events, like around the island, and we had to implement a rule that there could be no communication with the boats because we've started doing the race clocker timing program, where you would be able to get live updates of how fast crews are going, and then you get live results as they happen for the time trial events. And we noticed in some of the earlier time trials that kids were having walkie-talkies in the boats and they were getting, all right, this is the split that you need to sit under to beat this crew, which is, we had to say no phones in the boats, no walkie-talkies. Crews go out there, they race their own race, and how you finish is how you finish. But I'm not sure about that, because definitely in competitive cycling, you see them. They have their live feeds through their ears at the same time. Though it is different, I guess, when you have to get set off in a time trial style fashion. So I can see why we did it.
Yes.
All right, Heat 2 here of the under-17 men's single scull. From right of screen, we have St. Peter's College 17, Vincent Barone. In lane 3, Port Adelaide 3, Beecher Ross. In lane 4, St. Peter's College 12, Josh Myers. In lane 5, Christian Brothers College, Paul Payne. In lane 6, St. Peter's College 8, Will Rosenbuilds. In lane 7, we have a scratching from Port Adelaide. In lane 8, Pembroke School, William Kyle.
Looks to me like that Port Adelaide of Beecher Ross and Christian Brothers Paul Payne are just got a little lead on the rest of the field at this point.
A little bit of side-by-side action. We like to see it. I'm glad to see that Christian Brothers College sculler is doing well in this race.
Well, you pumped him up enough on the last race, so he must have heard it.
No, sculling really well. But yeah, Port Adelaide doing well to field quite a few scullers today. they have a good program down there, overseen by Phil Bastian. He coaches the young ones. I know that BT did a little bit of work with them, but BT's now with Nor Marialta, which is why we're, I think, seeing a little bit of a progression from their school. He's a very good technical coach, BT is. But, yeah, Phil Bastian putting in a lot of hours into these Port Scullers, and these young kids. They are young kids. And look at him rowing really well.
Are they still based at the Port River?
Absolutely they are.
You've got to negotiate the cargo ship still and the wake that they put on.
Again, I like to talk about character building and resilience in this sport.
I've had to swim in a quad scull after a training session, went awry in the Port River once.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah,
no, it's definitely dangerous, but a great stretch of water to train on. I know that the Adelaide Rowing Club did a long training session down at the Port Sunday past, a week ago, in preparation for today and yesterday, I guess. They took their eights, they rowed them from here down to the weir, portaged their boat over the lock, and then rowed, I think the total was 24 Ks in the day, in their big eights, just to get them all together for this weekend. And that obviously worked for the girls yesterday. I don't want to talk about it.
Resilience.
Resilience. What is the definition of resilience? That bad things can happen and you can survive and still be okay. Yes, I can survive and still be okay. Talk to me in a few days' time. I might be okay then. No, this Port Adelaide sculler of Beecher Ross looking the goods here, about a boat length up on this Christian Brothers sculler of Paul Payne, putting in a really good effort. He will push up through this final 250, I think, try and push out that absolute certainty for the final. But both scullers doing well. We'd need to see their times. And I think this will bode well for the Christian Brothers sculler to put in a good time as he has contact with the race leader. But yeah, we'll just need to see how we go through the final few heats. You can see a little bit more composure from this Port Adelaide sculler, still staying long. He's shortened up a fraction through that final sprint, which is understandable, which you tend to do just to ratchet the boat over the line. And yet he's put a little bit of distance on that CBC sculler. So doing really well, going across that line first, nice and long. And yeah, a couple of boat lengths back to the CBC sculler, who has come through in second position. Well done to Paul Payne. Keep pushing to the line, mate. You're going for time here. And a fair distance back to the third position holder, who looks like lane 4, St. Peter's College 12, Josh Myers, just cruising through. Doesn't look like he's pushing up for it. Lane 6 coming through here. St. Peter's College 8, Will Rosenbuilds pushing through ahead of the Pembroke School sculler of William Kyle. Crossing the line now.
And Vincent Barone in lane 2 with about 150 to go.
Starting to see those open women's scullers go up to the start line now. I'm really glad I'm not going out with them, just quietly. And we've had a start, and we're in the final stages of the next heat, which looks to be finishing fast. We can see, is that heat 3? Heat 3? Yes, heat 3. I can see why it's finishing fast. We've got Prince Alfred College in lane 2, Sebastian Jordan scratching from St. Peter's in lane 3. Torrens 1, Hamish Bell doing really well in the centre here, being pushed by the Christian Brothers College Sculler in lane 6, who I think has just pushed ahead of Hamish here. And we'll see. I think that Christian Brothers Sculler is rowing a little bit longer, a little bit more controlled, and able to put in a little bit more power through each stroke. Got that contrast and getting that boat run up and going. Taken about a length off that Torrens Sculler of Hamish Bell, and pushing through. I think the Brothers Sculler, Sam Jackson, will come through ahead over the finish line, and this perhaps will be another one of the fast times that may progress through anyway. But like I said, we'll need to wait until all the races are done and see who the fastest times were. Another strong push from Prince Alfred College in lane 2 here, Sebastian Jordan coming through the finish line now. And over the far side, we've got, that's lane 7, Henry Marshall in from St. Peter's College. We should have lane 4, St. Peter's College, come through as well. But that to me, I think, was one of the faster heats.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Mel. I think Hamish Bell not far behind that Sam Jackson there in that race. So all things being equal, depending on waiting on the times, hopefully he sneaks into the final. Wait and see.
So that's where are we? I'm on the wrong page. My goodness. So that's William Barone just finishing off the race there. So it was really interesting because I talk about that heat being faster. They were finishing within 500 metres of the race before them finishing. So I don't know if they're if that was a timing thing from
the starters,
yep, or whether they were just significantly faster. I don't think it would be that much faster, but we'll see. I'm just about to pass over to commentator extraordinaire, the one who actually dobbed Will in today to do this job. Tash Tunney has just arrived. Big thanks to Tash and thanks to Will. I will be back in a bit to join you again.
Thanks, Mel. Joe, sorry. Did I? Oh, all right. We have got to start in Heat 4 here.
Where are we up to? So we're on under 17 men's single scull.
That's right.
Heat 4. And how are we progressing through the heats?
Yeah, everything's running pretty smoothly. Haven't had too many hiccups along the way. Tash?
And so the rowers are getting through on time and
yes.
They take the top.
For this one, it's the top one gets through and the next 3 fastest times get through. Okay. So the second places or even second, third and fourth place really have to push over that line if they want to make that final.
Okay. How's the morning been? What have we had so far?
Enlightening.
First time.
Thank you, Tash, for dobbing me in.
You'll be fine. So what have we done so far? We've had some single sculls on this morning, some quads.
We had a Masters mixed pair, which was an interesting race, and looking at some of the handicaps and even some of the ages of some of the competitors still rowing. It was fantastic to see. A couple of husband and wife combinations in the Masters mixed pair. I said I'm not sure that I could do it with my wife, and I'm not sure you could do it with your husband.
No, big Tunny and I would not make a good crew. Opposite heights there.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so...
Feedback would be strong in both boats, I would imagine.
Yes. So who have we got racing in these boats now?
So we should have in lane 2 from Phoenix, Rowan Harding. In lane 3, which I can't quite see
Can't
unless
see
there's
anyone. I
been
think it might be a scratching, possibly.
It hasn't been put up there, but that was Hugh Hazel, if he is in that race. Can't see it from this angle just yet. Port Adelaide in lane 4 is Cameron Moffat. And then moving across, you got St. Peter's College 6, Edward Newman, Pembroke 2, Patrick Lynch, and over in lane 7, St. Peter's College 1 of Eddie Hetherington, who looks to be out in front with possibly Rowan Harding coming second at this stage, both sides of the course, really.
Yeah, we've got some nice water out there today too. No wind. It's a good day yesterday and today.
We were commenting on that, waiting for the southwesterly to pick up, but hopefully it stays away.
Hopefully. It's nice down at the beach again today. So.
Oh, good.
Have you ever been out in a single scull?
A couple of times.
Yeah. I don't like it. I get terrified when I go down this course and cross over to the other side, and then you're sort of too far away from everything, and I'm worried I'm going to fall out.
We did have one capsize earlier this morning that had to swim their boat to shore, which is unfortunate to see. So
No,
just probably 250 to go now.
Yeah, and it does look like this it's our end lane, isn't it?
Yeah.
This St. Peter's rower, Eddie, is looking pretty strong.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone will catch him at this stage, so most likely see him progress through. Time-wise,
hard to gauge how they've all been going. You just kind of, depending on how they're racing these last 500.
not looking as quick as the last race.
No,
though,
I agree
so
with you there, Tash. That's for sure.
So we've got one more heat to go of the under-17 men's single scull. And we can see we've got Eddie on screen now. So looking pretty comfortable there. Just through the finish line. So that'll see him through to the final. And we've got lane 2.
Phoenix crew.
Phoenix, Rowan Harding.
Real battle there for 3rd and 4th.
Might see those times brought up with that battle. So that was which cruise were they going across then? Together we had Rowan across. It could have been the Port
St.
Adelaide
Peter's. No, I think
Saints or
Port
Saints
Adelaide's
and
still
Pembroke.
coming through the last 100
here they are,
now.
yeah. Yep.
So that would have been
I think
St.
Saints
Peter's.
and Pembroke.
Pembroke, yeah.
Yep.
I'm not sure who took that one out. We'll have to wait for the judge's call. We're just commenting before, Tash, a very strong contingent of St. Peter's College here. We had up to St. Peter's College 17 entered in this.
Wow. There's at the school premiership regattas that we've had on last weekend, we've had 2 of them now, and Saints are dominating. The depth, they've just got, F and G crews. So they are very, very strong. They've got a really healthy rowing program there. Being an old Saints boy yourself, good to see.
It's been mentioned a few times. It's good to see there's lots of rowers. I just wonder how the cricket and the tennis are going. Maybe they're.
Are we going to see
got no one out in
your son out in a boat?
Oh, I don't know if he's got the ticker for it, Tash.
That'll get him to do it if he
yeah,
hears that.
Right. No, I'd say he probably will.
Have a go.
Well, if I'm going to be down here with the other 2, I might as well be down here with all 3, I think.
Yeah.
So Heat 5 well underway here, over 2,000. Probably looking at about the almost 500 to go.
Alrighty, so if we just go from right of the screen through the lane, so in lane 2 we have got St. Peter's Albert Howard. In 3 we've got St. Peter's again, George Wicks. Murray Bridge, Ethan. We've got St. Peter's again. There's that depth. We've got Ollie Hamilton. Unley High in 6, and St. Peter's again, Will Osborne. So it really is a Saints show, isn't it? It
certainly is, but it doesn't necessarily mean it will translate to numbers in the final. So they've all got to push themselves really hard here to get that first place.
Yeah.
Probably looks like Albert Howard has got his nose in front by a length or 2 at this point. Just needs to maintain that.
And good to see Murray Bridge there in the mix as well. Now, they've got their new training centre up at Murray Bridge, which was just opened recently, and it is amazing. They had their regatta up there where they opened the centre up there that weekend, and it's an amazing venue and space for that Murray Bridge to have. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's facilities make everything a lot easier, don't they?
Yeah, and we're just zooming in on lane 2 there at this stage, which is our St. Peter's rower, one of the many, and it's Albert Howard. Little wobble there, but geez, it's hard work in these singles to keep it steady and flat. So he's getting reasonable reach at the catch. Good drive, and he looks to be just in front at this stage of the lane 6.
The Unley crew, which is doing a
Unley
great
rower.
job.
So again, probably not quite as fast as some of the heats we've seen, but he'll be progressing through regardless. Really good drive there.
Good finish off by that Unley rower. Put himself in the, depending on the time of that heat, put himself in the picture to make that final.
Back to lane 4, which is our Murray Bridge rower, Ethan. So well done to him. A few back markers here just coming across. So lane 3, got George Wicks there from St. Peter's. Doing a really good job here. They are super hard, these singles. The further you reach out in front at the catch, so the more you extend your arms out, the wobblier the boat gets. So it is a tricky skill to master.
Fine line between pleasure and pain.
Exactly, yep. Alrighty, so that sees the end of our heats for the under-17 men's single scull. And we're on to under-21s now, onto the Colts. That's what we used to call them in surf boats. Under-21s, the Colts. The young ones.
Yeah, compared to us anyway, Tash.
Yeah.
The field looks pretty spread at this stage. It probably I think that's Sam Button from Torrens is out in front in lane 3.
Torrens. Go Torrens. So let's go right to left. So lane 2, we've got Adelaide Uni with Fabian. Sam Button, as Wilbur just said, in Torrens in lane 3. We've got Scotch in 4, which is Adam Holland. Now, Adam Holland, he's a freak of an athlete. Okay, so he did the Indoor Ergo Championships, and I reckon he holds the national time for the Ergo for the 2K. He goes 6 minutes, 6, 9, 10, something.
Wow.
It's amazing.
He might have been a scratching in this race. I can't see him
there
on screen.
He's also an exceptional swimmer. He's a freak of an athlete, so maybe he's swimming today. And so then we've got in 5, we've got our Phoenix rower, Austin Arnold. In 6, we've got Port Adelaide with Zach. And in 7, we've got Torrens again, and that's Bradley Robran, with a bit of a famous surname there, Robran.
It is. Wearing the red and white as well.
Yep.
So, yeah, it does look like the Phoenix and the Scotch crews in the 2 middle lanes aren't there, as the Torrens rower really, Sam Button really pushes to the line.
Yeah, Sam's worked really hard this season. He had a fall off a bike earlier in the year, coming down through the hills, and broke his arm. So he hit the bike and got on the bike and just sat there in the gym and pedalled away, and then had to sort of recover and get back and get fit again. So he's done really well to have a really strong finish there in that heat.
Finish that race off very strongly.
And that is lane 5, which is that our Phoenix rower, Austin?
It could be. Well, that might have been Port Adelaide and Torrens finishing off. That looks like Torrens
7.
to me.
Torrens,
in lane
yep.
7.
That's Bradley Robran. Really nice young kid, Bradley Robran. Dad's pretty helpful around the club too, so. And lane 2?
That would be Fabian Whiteman from Adelaide Uni, getting the job done.
This is a redraw.
is. So this is the final of the under 21 lightweight men's single scull. So from right to left, you got Benjamin Phillips in lane 2, Cole Miller from St. Peter's College 1, Scotch College in lane 4 is Daniel Wierzema. Lane 5, Adelaide Uni, Heath McLeod. 6, St. Peter's 2, Hugo Worm. And in 7, St. Peter's 4, James Ratossa. And the race is underway, and looking out there, they're probably just short of the 1,500 metre mark as they make their way down this course. As mentioned before, fantastic conditions today for rowing. This looks like a light southeasterly at the moment, just pushing across from left to right of screen, but nothing that's going to impact the rowers too much at all. No really advantageous lane at all. Probably if there was anything, it would be over in those lanes 7 and 8. Might be just slightly flatter water, but not much to talk about.
They tend to get, when they get to this opening where you go around the island, the water can get a bit muddly through there for those lanes as well. So while it's a bit flatter, that is the trickiest part, to be right over there in that opening. It gets a bit washing machiney at times. 2K is a long way.
It is a long way. Just a naked eye, looks like that Scotch crew of Daniel Wierzema. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, but he looks like he's rowing very well. But it's a tight race, obviously being the final. St. Peter's College Cole Miller in lane 3 is looking strong, as well as the Adelaide Uni of Heath McLeod. Yeah,
it's, up there as well. Fairly tight for those middle 3 lanes, which is what you'd expect to see in a final. When they go through for their heats, they will put the fastest rowers going for those middle lanes out. So, like swimming, you'd expect to see those middle lanes performing best. I think the Saints rowers, maybe just dropping off a little there.
Yeah, I think you could be right there, Tash.
It's a tricky angle to tell from, though. Just having a look at their blade work, it's all pretty clean blade work. What you'd expect to see for a final of at States. Yeah, that Scotch rower is looking very comfortable, along with that Adelaide Uni rower. On the outside too, I think one of our is it 6 or 7? It might be 7, Hugo.
7 should be James Ratossa.
6, 7. James, yep, James. I think he's looking up there with the pace as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tight run to the finish. There's probably 1,000 to go, maybe just under 1,000.
Just gone past 1,000, yep.
So halfway through the race, their legs will be burning.
Yeah, it's such an uncomfortable distance, 2Ks. I find that you don't really get into that aerobic, you don't really settle and get into that aerobic zone, but you're out of that anaerobic. It's just the most uncomfortable distance to do, I reckon. Do you agree? The legs burn, yeah.
Looks like that Scotch rower's maybe just got its nose in front in lane 4 there. But again, Adelaide Uni of Heath McLeod is hot on his heels if he isn't right next to him, and I'm looking forward to a very tight finish here. Tash?
Yeah, just looking at the two of them here, just having a look to compare them, and very similar. They're both getting a similar sort of reach at the catch, so when their blades are going into the water. Maybe our Adelaide Uni rower is getting a little bit more little bit more reach around. So by getting your hands open wider and getting more catch, it gives you a longer stroke. So you're really looking to sort of reach forward and get as much water as you can at the catch, and then finishing nice and long throughout the stroke as well. So really holding those blades in as long as you can. We can see that Adelaide rower just having a little sneak peek every couple of strokes over to his right. Bit of a size difference between the two, isn't there?
There certainly is.
Yeah. Which is all about, when you look at smaller rowers, being a smaller rower myself, you're looking at power to weight ratio. So you don't necessarily need to be tall and long to row a boat. You just need to be able to move your body weight. So if you've got short limbs, levers, but you're very strong and you can move that weight, then you can be a good rower.
Absolutely. So about 250 to go, I reckon, Tash. Maybe a bit less now, and that Scotch rower's probably got a boat length, maybe 2 on the Adelaide Uni rower there of Heath McLeod, and the St. Peter's from lane 3. Kyle Miller is definitely pushing. He might even be pushed into second here.
Yeah, that race is on for second, that's for sure. I think our Scotch rower, he's looking really, really comfortable there. You can see that big squeeze with the legs as he drives through. Getting lots of good run on the boat.
Oops.
Oh, geez, they'd be hurting now.
Yeah. 100 metre to go for this final, and that Scotch of Daniel is really pushing hard to the line. Second place well up for grabs. They come towards the line. They're probably St. Peter's in second.
There we go.
So Daniel from Scotch takes the win.
St. Peter's, yeah.
That's Kyle Miller, followed by Heath McLeod third.
So great stuff from those boys there. So under 21 lightweight champion is our Scotch rower, Daniel Wissam. I'm not even going to say it because
we've struggled all day with it, Tash.
Apologies.
We should get him up here to tell us.
Grandma, if you're watching at home. Alrighty, so we're into our open women's single scull now. So just a 3-boat race after this one's concluded. So I think this is the one that Jo was meant to be in.
Oh, right.
But she scratched.
Ben Phillips from CBC just heading over the line now. Well done in a final.
So does this make you want to get back in the boat, Wilbur?
I'm not sure what role I'd take. Being a previous Cox, I'm not sure.
You don't make the weight for a Cox anymore?
Don't make the weight for a Cox by a couple of people. A couple of Coxes. Very good on telling people about technique, I was, but not very good at executing it myself. So I think that ship may have sailed. Maybe surf boats where technique's not as important, it's more just grunt.
Just looking at your plate of food that you've got here in the commentary, have you been to a 10-year-old birthday party today? Or?
I've not touched a piece of it yet.
He's got a plate of fairy bread in front of him.
Yeah, well, I'm saving that for your husband when he gets here. He's actually out driving a boat today. He got ejected from the tower and got given a boat duty. So.
Oh, well, good thing he's got his boat licence. Hey?
That's right. That is right. We're underway.
Alrighty, so right to left of screen, we have got Sophia Neri from Adelaide, and then we've got Sophie Tickner from Adelaide Uni, and then Ella Bramwell in lane 6, and she's from Adelaide Rowing Club as well. So, interesting to see who these girls. I reckon you would all just about be seeing in our Queen's Cup. I'm pretty sure Ella Bramwell is sitting in the Queen's Cup 8. I reckon at this stage Ella probably looks like she's in front from this angle.
It's really hard, isn't it? But I think I tend to agree with you there, Tash. Probably just in front of Sophie from Uni, and then maybe Sophia Neri maybe just coming third there in lane 4.
So after we finish this single scull race, we'll be moving on into some coxless pairs, coxed fours, and some quads. So boats getting slightly bigger. Oh, and then we got some eights.
Yes.
Love the eights. Fastest way to travel.
I just make it, for those that have never watched a rowing race, when you see an 8 go past, they just make a beautiful noise when they're in full swing.
They do. When they're rowed well.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so where are they coming? They're just approaching the 1 kilometre mark now, so legs and lungs will be starting to burn. They're well and truly settled in, so off the start with these boats, you're getting those shorter, sharper strokes in just to build that boat speed. It's going from dead weight, so you've got to keep the boat stroke lengths a little bit shorter. It's a bit like driving a car. You can't just go into 5th gear. You've got to work through your gears. So
a lot of it's like half, 3/4 full,
Yep.
something like that.
Yep. So a couple of short strokes, get some boat speed, and then not so much body rock. So you'll just be sitting up a little bit, lots of legs, get the boat run. Once you can feel that boat running, then that's when you'll make that switch and you'll lengthen out and get going with the nice long stroke. So good body rock, you know, nice strong position at the catch, locking on, and then driving with those legs and getting as long a stroke as possible. And that will stay that way for the most of the race until the finish, when they'll start to wind up again.
Lift the rating once
Yep.
more. Actually, we saw one of the, I think it was one of the girls in one of these races earlier in a single scull sitting at 17, just a really long and slow stroke. But
Yeah. So I've just got Ella going at the moment. I'm just going to have a look at her stroke rate. Yeah, she's sitting on 31. So nice, comfortable pace. Not too crazy. Not comfortable for me, but I'm more of a 24 kind of girl. Slow and steady. I'll just see what our other girls are sitting on. So we've got, I know it's Sophie, but which club? We've got Adelaide Uni in 5. Let me just see what Sophie's rating as well. So she's sitting on 31, so same rate.
and Sophia in lane 3.
Sophia in 3, 28. She looks a little bit quicker. I'm going to do that again. I reckon my fingers were off. .29. So yeah, they're all very close to each other in rating.
So probably thinking Ella's just got a
I think she's
nose in
got a
front now. Looking at the angle as well, it's probably...
couple of boat lengths, I'd say now.
Yep.
I reckon she's looking very comfortable. Now, I'm not sure if this is it's not a final. Is it a heat? I'm not sure. Don't know if they go
What
round
it say
again.
on that, if you can...
Open. It is a final?
It's a final, yep.
It is a final. No, race 90. Yes,
So-
it is. It is a final. There you go.
So yeah, it definitely looks like Ella's...
Great power there. You can just see at that start of the catch when the blades go in, and then as the legs come on, you can just see that send and that push. With the
really
legs at the
driving
finish.
down with those legs. Yep.
Really nice contrast. So when we talk about contrast in a boat, we're talking about that speed through the water. You want a nice strong drive, quick drive, and then a nice slow recovery, so that you've got that contrast of quick, then slow, and that slow recovery just lets that boat move under you. So when you're rowing, you're not thinking about rolling forward through the recovery. It's getting the hands away, rocking the body over, and then sitting there and let that boat travel under you. So you're actually bringing your feet are coming to you. You're not rolling towards your feet. It's actually the boat moving under you and rolling that brings you back to the catch.
Keeps the momentum of the boat going too.
Yeah.
So probably 100 to go now. And Ella Bramwell looking really strong out there in lane 6. Probably got about 5 boat lengths on.
That's good rowing. Really good rowing.
On Sophia sitting in lane 5, and then Sophie in lane 5, and then Sophia a few boat lengths back as they finish off this race. But
Yeah, look at that. That's great rowing. Look at that leg drive. She's just lifted a bit for the finish there, so you can see that ratings come up. little lift here for the finish, but no pressure, so no need to go too crazy.
Sophie would have heard the buzzer of Ella go over the line, and no, she probably comfortably had that second place. Sophia comes over the line with, well done.
Okay, ooh. Next race. Open
Coxless
men's
pair.
coxless pair. So lane 4 and 5, so it's just a 2-boat final. Now we've got Adelaide Rowing Club, Drew Clements, Matthew Nielsen in 4. And then we'll be seeing Adelaide Uni in 5, and that is Oscar Moore and Ross Hamilton. Now, Ross Hamilton is a boat rower from Henley.
From Henley?
Yes, still rowing. He'll be heading over to New South Wales to race next weekend at the National Surf Boat Competition. So he's got a very full dance card. He's dabbling in both sports.
Now, you've probably mentioned it on previous commentary, Tash, but the adjustment from surf boat to lake-based rowing?
Yeah, it's interesting because normally it goes the other way. So you'll have kids who go through school rowing programs and they'll transition over to surf boats for something a bit more social and not quite
It's
so
a lifestyle
serious.
choice,
It's a
Tash.
lifestyle choice. It's not often that you see surf boat rowers making the cross over to river rowing, which is something Ross has done. He did it last year, so this is his second season of doing river. And, you know, I think if Ross had come over a couple of years earlier, he would have been up there for selection for an Australia team. He's an exceptional athlete. He's been in an Australia team before for lacrosse, so he's got a bit of pedigree there. And he's fanatical. He's quite a fanatical athlete. He's very focused. He loves doing ergos. And, I mean, who likes ergos? I don't know. But he's amazing to watch on his ergos. Every now and then I'll see some of his ergos going up on Facebook, and he's unbelievable. So he's really enjoyed the switch over. He loves the precision. When you're in a surf boat, you can't feel anything. They're so big and heavy and clunky that you have no feel. You come over to rowing river, which is what I did. I did the same transition, went from surf boats to river, and all of a sudden, when you thought you were a good rower, you found out you weren't. The boat was very wobbly, so it is a big adjustment. There's a few little differences and quirks that you pick up in surf boats, and you've really got to work on getting those out. But Ross, being the perfectionist that he is, has nailed it. So. And Oscar Moore is a great rower as well. So this will be an exciting race to see who takes this one.
They are underway.
Trickiest boat to row, I think, of all the class of boats. You've got one oar each, so it's a sweep rowing, and the balance. You're relying on each other to keep that boat balanced, so you've got to be in time, you've got to synchronise together, hand heights have to be perfect, everything's got to be done at the same time.
I'd imagine it's probably one of the more difficult ones to keep straight as well. The stroke, I would imagine, has got some kind of foot rudder that he can use. You know about that?
I think so, but you need even pressure on the oar.
Yeah, that's right.
You really do, because otherwise you'll end up rowing in circles.
Yep. Like a one-legged duck.
Yeah. I reckon, I'm going to say Adelaide Rowing Club look like their noses in front at this early stage of the race.
I think you are right there in the right of screen.
So I think you'll see Oscar will be in the stroke seat for Adelaide, and I think that's Ross. I can recognise his back. Seen it for many years now down at the beach, so I think that looks like very much like his technique in the bow.
Checking some of our comments on the YouTube. Madeline Grace is really happy with how Nord Moriata are doing today, so thanks for getting in contact, Madeline. Send any questions you like to Tash.
Yeah, no. Yeah, feel free to comment though if you've got any questions or something you want us to chat about or find out about. If you've got, you know, mum, dad, or some family members sitting at home that don't know anything about rowing and you want to know something, feel free to put a comment up and we'll attempt to answer your questions.
We found out that the boys were put in the track in the race in 2009. Prior to that, there was nothing. You just had to try and stay in a imaginary lane.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That would be difficult.
It was. I was saying that the marshals would sometimes get a little bit grumpy if you went off course. And
Rightio. So we can just see what you can't see at home is some of the eights getting on the water, which is always exciting. I've just had Jo sneak back into the room, and I'm just going to, while she's not on a headset, Jo, who's your tip for this race?
I can't tell you. Who's it?
It's Ross and Oscar. And Drew and Matt Nielsen.
Probably the ARC group.
Yeah, they look like they're ahead at this stage, so Jo thinks ARC.
I think it's going to be tight.
Can I hear anything?
No, we got no.
I don't think so.
I reckon Jo's just getting herself hooked up so she can get on the commentary as well.
So just over the 1,000 to go, probably looking at about 800 to go in this race, and I reckon Adelaide Rowing Club have just put their nose in front.
Yeah. That's it. That's working.
Yep.
Yeah, I can definitely see. I would say that Drew and Matt, is it? Yeah. They're definitely the more experienced sweepers out here. Drew having represented Australia a few years ago now, and Matt having a lot of sweeping experience. But Ross and Oscar have been training this pair a lot. They're doing well to stay on terms with this Adelaide crew. But I think the ARC crew are looking perhaps a fraction more composed, a little bit more on top of it, and they're probably just sitting there staying in front of them. I reckon you'll see the AUBC crew just gone for a push there. We'll want to see a response from ARC now. But I reckon those crews are within a boat length. I think they've still got contact.
Yeah, they look like at this stage they have they're having a push here. Adelaide Uni, they're trying to lift to just keep in touch with that ARC crew. Ross being super competitive, so he will try to hang on.
250 to go, Tash, and as you said, ARC just in front of Uni, but you expect to see them throw everything at them for this last couple of 100 metres.
I know that AUBC crew do feel like they've got something to prove out here today. Ross obviously making the King's Cup crew. Oscar having withdrawn earlier this year, late last year due to a couple of medical issues, but he's come back in. He's doing really well here. These boys still have overlap on the crew, but I can see a push from ARC now. Looking, if you're looking at these two crews, I would say the ARC crew are just looking a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
Still around the pin and comfortable in their boat.
Nice flat, very flat draw.
And to be honest...
Oh, look at them. They've just lifted now and pulling away.
Well done to Adelaide Rowing Club taking out the open men's coxless pair over AUBC. Good race from Ross and Oscar there. They would be smarting from that, but...
We'll see them next year, I reckon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I reckon we will.
Yeah, because Oscar only 19, 20 years old himself.
Ross is not a spring chicken, but...
No. But he pulls one of the biggest ergs in that boat.
Oh, we were saying before, he's a bit of a freak, isn't he?
You can say that.
Yeah. A freak athlete.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And
so good preparation for his surfboat racing next weekend.
Well, the thing is, it's so different though.
Yep.
There's no weight on the end of the oar here compared to what they do in the surf boats. So I'm starting to think about what we'll be talking about next week.
Oh,
Tash.
yes, Joe will be joining us over there, actually. We're going switch to a bit of surf boat talk, but Joe will be heading up our commentary team and keeping us all organised. So she's in for 4 or 5 days of madness.
Yeah. So I apologise to my loyal viewers back at home, but I won't be here next week.
And neither will I. We've pinched Joe just to get it's a national surf boat competition, so it'll be good to have her on board. So
did I miss the single?
You did.
Oh.
Ella.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
How far back was Tickner?
A couple of boat lengths, I reckon.
Yeah, maybe about 50 metres, I think, in the end.
Oh, yeah, okay. Not bad. Not bad for the young one. She's she did the open, beg your pardon, under 21 single scull yesterday, and she won that. And she put her entry in for the open to see how she'd go on the open stage. So good to see her do that.
I think that's important when you're a junior to race up.
Yeah.
It really is the way that you can push and challenge yourself. And it's something the opens can't do. When you're in opens, you can only race opens. So as a junior, you know, if you can double up races, and we do it in surf boats, they'll do 10 races a day just to get that extra racing in and get that race fitness and gauge where they're at and, you know, have that chance of nudging the opens is always good.
Yeah. Well,
I just got beaten yesterday by under 23, so.
You got a bit of salt up here too. I think it's really interesting that you say that opens can only row opens. It's hard when you are open and your rower score is so low that you can't row down. If you've got people like Ella out there who are just going to smash the field.
Yep.
If you want to have a tight race, sometimes you need to row down.
Yep.
Like last year, I could only row opens, and I went through it and I just got thumped every race.
Yep.
Verena would go out there and thump me every race. And I mean, resilience and stuff, but
it's still not fun.
Sometimes you want to go over the line first.
Yeah, that's why I row reserve grade now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like if I'm gonna make an appearance, it will be in reserves.
You're not, are you?
I can't. It's on the same weekend as Kings Queens, so I've got to be in Tasmania.
Oh, well, that's good. That means we might have a chance of winning then.
Well, yeah, the girls that I was rowing with, a couple of girls from the Queen's Cup. So
very good. So that knocks you out.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah,
for you.
Yeah.
Although, is that Masters or? Sorry, we're just having a chat now.
Good old chat here about surf boats.
Well, we're still waiting for the men's under 19 men's Cox 4 to get a start. So
chat away.
Chat away. I reckon.
Might convert some people over to surf boats.
No, it is good fun. It is good fun. And I think one of the good things about the surf boats that you forget when you look at them is that they are all volunteers and they're all part of a greater volunteer community. And so they have, like, to compete at a surf boat event, you need to have a certain amount of volunteer hours that you put on the board to patrol. And so every one of those people that you see out there sweeping, rowing or competing in any of those events are active surf lifesavers. And so they do that in their spare time, on their weekends off, around their competitions, and then they get to race people who are doing the same thing. So there's this real community feel that you get in surf boats that you don't quite see in the
standalone sports.
Yeah, and in these like Olympic classes where you're just doing it for the sport rather than doing it because you're part of a greater community. So that's something I really like, and I think is quite important for the surf community to, like the surf lifesavers, to remember, is that they're part of a greater community there. So.
Yep. And have we got surf lifesaving down here this weekend?
Yeah, we do. I saw old mate Sarah Matkovic, who's an old Adelaide Uni Boat Club girl. We've raced together many times back in the day. I think back in 2014, 15.
So old,
that's not back in the day. 95 is back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It's when the lake was in sepia. That's
Yeah.
So I was having a chat to Peter White, Loretto coach, down on the bank before, and Victoria Binns, who won the under 17 women's double yesterday or the other day, I don't know. She was looking at the trophy and she said, "Oh, Peter, you won this in 2007. I was one. Oh. So like Peter and I rode together for a long time during. We actually started at Torrens. Torrens Rowing Club. That whole group of now elite athletes were at Torrens for their school programs, and then moved into respective clubs. But yeah, that they're starting to show our age now, where we're coaching kids who are like, we've been rowing longer than they've been alive.
Yeah. Yep.
Scary, isn't it?
It is. We've got to start here, don't we?
We do. So from lane 2, which I don't think we can see that crew just yet on screen, is St. Peter's College. In lane 3, Prince Alfred with the red blades. And then you've got Pulteney Grammar in lane 4, St. Peter's College 1 in lane 5, Arnley High lane 6, although they might be a scratching, as is potentially Nord Morialta in lane 7, because I think in lane 8 you've got Pembroke, by the looks of that.
It does look empty, and I can see that on the program that Arnley are a scratching, and Norwood not at this stage, but they're definitely empty. So hard to for that crew, the Pembroke crew, to sit out in that lane so far away from the other crews. It's quite hard to stay in touch when you're so far away from your competition. Yeah,
you definitely lose a bit of contact there. That Pembroke crew of Thomas Yu, Charlie Bennett, Yi Mao and Zach Reynolds, coxed by Daniel Blackman, brother of Nick Blackman, who came second in the Open Men's single yesterday. Doing a great job to stay on terms with that gap. 2 lanes in between. It's really difficult. You're out by yourself.
Yeah. At least you get clean water.
It is clean, and they look like they're almost a lane wider than the boys as well. They actually look like they're rowing quite wide.
But I think it will be that St. Peter's College versus St. Peter's College rivalry, these sweepers. We do have a stacked field here from them. That St. Peter's College 2 is Nick Burr, Tim Oldfield, Felix Packett and William Howard, a number of who are named in our youth men's 8 this year. St. Peter's College 1, Faris Harb, Edward Chipperfield, Jeremy Bill and Jake Nesbitt. Also, I think this is 2 halves of that men's 8. So,
and that's smoking that 8.
This would be their hit out before this afternoon. I don't know if they will have another race today. Is the under 19 men's 8 today?
I have no idea, Joe.
No, I think it was yesterday. I was going to have a look at the times from yesterday.
There is one coming up in our is it under 17-8, coming up in a couple of races.
Gotcha.
At 11:20. So the PAC crew doing well to, I think they're possibly sitting in second at this stage.
I agree with the
PAC crew. So for that PAC crew, we've got Ollie Deer, Angus Shoot, Josh Felderhoff, Ollie Smart, and Mitch Parker coxing. Mitch is, he's a great cox. He's very funny. I like Mitch. He's a really good kid.
Yes. So, yep. So there is an under 19 men's 8 today, but these boys will not be racing that one. They have saved their top 8 for the Open men's 8 this afternoon, and it looks like.
Do you reckon they'll be in the mix for that one?
Oh, I think it's their race to lose.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yep.
Just looking at the times and looking at how they're rowing, Adelaide will need to pull something out to get that race back from them. But to be fair, they do look really composed.
I think PAC definitely sitting in second here. So good to see those boys up there, coached by Andrew Stunnell.
Mav, a very established coach, and he was a selector for many years for the state team. He knows his stuff, which is it's good to see this PAC for up on terms with the St. Peter's.
Yeah, because they do lose a bit of touch when it comes to the 8.
Yes.
At the moment, they're just not able to.
I think they're like 3 or 4 boat lengths off, but this is why this race is so interesting, because you can have your top 4 be really, really good.
Yep.
But it's the next 4 that makes the 8, or
it's that depth.
It comes down to, when you're looking up in the higher divisions, it comes down to the 7th and 8th athlete in the boat. And to be honest, the only reason that the Open Women's 8 was so close yesterday is because Verena's not here. Mm-hmm. And so if Verena was in that boat, I think we would see that gap have opened up between ARC and AUBC, because not only does it bring a really good athlete into the boat, it may knock out an athlete that is not as fast as the other.
Who won the 8 yesterday?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, you lost. Joe. That's why there's salt up here.
Oh, there's lots.
Really good race from these boys now, though, just going back to the race on hand. I think it's that crew on the far side, that St. Peter's crew in lane 6.
5?
6?
5. Anyway,
5.
Is it 5?
Come on, Joe. You know your course.
I've got to actually look at the screen. It's lane 5 here, guys. Tell me who's in that.
We've got Farris, Harb, Edward, Chipperfield, Jeremy Beale, Jake Nesbitt, and Cox by Fling Carroll.
Looking the goods, and there's a race for second. If that 4 on screen,
tight, isn't it?
If that 4 on screen can hold their composure, I think they will very easily take it out. I say easily, I mean comfortably take it out. Comfortably is not the right word either.
No, it's not. Nothing's comfortable about 2Ks.
No.
It's definitely a battle for this second place, though.
Yeah.
Maybe St. Peter's just got their nose in front, but PAC are really pushing hard.
Yeah, it is on.
Looking good in this 4.
We'll see that St. Peter's crew in lane 5 just going across the finish line.
They're on the boys there. A couple of dirty strokes, but nothing will stop this crew from crossing the line first. And a very tight tussle between Saints and PAC, and PAC have just taken off the gas a couple of strokes before the line. And this is why that St. Peter's boys 8 is so strong.
They do look very good.
1 and 2.
Yeah, 1 and 2 to Saints, 3 to PAC, and coming across here we've got lane 4, which is Pulteney Grammar, so great to see them fielding a crew as well.
Not sure if Pembroke had a mechanical issue. That didn't see them on the screen for a while, but they're coming through now with about 400 metres to go. Just something might have happened to them.
I do believe that this would be their athletes 9 to 12 from Pembroke Senior Program.
Right.
As their boys will be in the 8 this afternoon.
Right, okay.
So nope, I lied. They're not in that either. Don't know what's going on. But I do know that the Pembroke boys are starting to move up on the field again. They had a good fight out a couple of weeks ago between them and North Marialta at the school premiership series. So that's really good to see. We've got the 3 kind of elite rowing schools, which are for the boys, I would say, are St. Peter's, PAC, and Scotch.
Yes, definitely.
And then there's this little tussle between Pembroke and North Marialta for that 4th place. So it's really good to see them do that.
Yep. And hopefully we may see, perhaps not in this year, but in the next school premiership series. Torrens Rowing Club are hoping to field some school rowers under Torrens, which are at schools that don't have a rowing program. So
amazing, yeah.
Which will be, it's a great opportunity for kids that are out of school that don't have the rowing program. It's a really good way for them to get engaged in the sport and be able to participate at a school level.
Yeah, absolutely. And they can row in any of the school events.
Yep.
What they can't do is Head of the River, which is run by the schools.
Yep.
So contrary to popular belief, any parents out there who have any knowledge of Head of the River, it is not run by Rowing SA.
Yep.
It is run exclusively by the schools. We are just here to facilitate the course we put on the venue, the venue, the timing, and the bros. Everything else, all the other decisions, everything that happens out on the day is done by the heads of schools. So all of the principals will sit together with the rowing coordinators.
Right.
So it's the principal's decision.
Wow.
What happens at Head of the River? It's not us.
Nothing to do with Rowing SA.
Nothing to do with us. We are just the hired work.
Yep.
The muscle on the day to make it all happen.
Okay, so on screen now we have got a final.
Open lightweight men's 4. This is going to be, oh God, a bit of steering issues there.
There's a couple of steering issues.
Oh gosh.
Coxless 4.
Yeah.
Needs to be said.
So we've got AUBC versus PAC here. This is going to be an interesting race. There was a bit of chatter because obviously South Australia are not sending an open lightweight men's 4 to the state championships. The Penrith Cup is the division. There was a bit of chatter about whether this race, if they made a designated time. Whether the selectors would consider putting them forward. So there is a time somewhere in the ether that could send these boys over. To be honest, I don't think they will get it. I don't think, unfortunately, at the moment, the depth of lightweight rowing in both the men's and the women's is not deep enough to be sending these top lightweight boats. Especially when you've got our top lightweights rowing the open single scull.
Now, is lightweight going out of the Olympics as a division? It's still it's been held. It's under contention at the moment,
but it will be going through in 2024 at Paris, but it will not be going through in. I'm not sure. They haven't decided. It was
yet,
it was supposed to go out in 2024.
So because I know that they with that lightweight going out, they're considering putting in ocean rowing or
coastal rowing.
Yeah, which would be really exciting for the surfboat rowers.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like, if it comes in 2024, then that's my time to shine.
It, wouldn't we? It'd be a resurgence of all of us oldies.
Yeah, so 2024 will have lightweight boat class. So that was announced by the IOC. Considering that 2020 didn't quite have the right run, so they want to give the athletes a chance to have a proper prep and a proper hit out at a quote-unquote proper Olympics. I'm assuming Tokyo 2020 will still run as professionally, but it's not going to be, I think, the same experience.
No.
I know that there are time limits for how long you're allowed to stay in the Olympic Village, and that's really...
It's tricky.
It's the perks of being an Olympian. Is that you get treated like royalty for a couple of weeks. You go there, you're obviously really super focused for your event, but afterwards you just get to spend time partying and celebrating with the best of the best of the best. In what is... And it's heard that... that Tokyo were the most prepared that we've seen.
It would have been, I think it would have been amazing.
So
hopefully, what they put on still, I think their opening ceremony will be something to see.
I'm really excited for it. But these boys out on screen at the moment would have had to weigh in between 1 and 2 hours of their first race. So a couple of these boys in the Adelaide Uni boat did race the open men's single this morning, so they would have weighed in before that. And that.
So what weight? What are we looking at for lightweight?
So at a national and international level, these boys would have to make a crew average of 70 kilos with no athlete over 72.5.
Wow.
However, at the state level, a month out from nationals, we don't like to make them go down to the average. So all of these boys would have had to make the max weight of 72.5. And... Yes, so that gives them
isn't it?
It gives them a little breathing room. I don't know if I could make a lightweight male weight, but
what's a female?
59.
Whew.
And 57 crew average.
Holy smokes!
Yeah, indeed.
I haven't been that since year 6.
Yeah, I don't think I've been that since about then either.
Far out.
But these boys on screen rowing really comfortably here. I don't know if they're going for the time. I'll just check their rating. But this crew of Mitch Moore, Heath McLeod, Harrison Francis, and Charlie Moore. They will have several other races today, and I do believe that quite a few of these boys will be in the Open Men's 8 this afternoon. So it's that toss-up between, do we go for the time and try and make a state representation, or do we
save yourself
for this afternoon? And I know that the boys are wanting to put on a good showing for the Open Men's 8 this afternoon. So seeing them cruise along there, looking at about 33 strokes a minute. So still a decent mid-race rhythm for the 4. Little bit of a wind here, so we'll be interested to see the times. Strong tail coming through will push the times to be quite fast. Yes, we had some very quick times in the 8 yesterday. Gosh.
Just not yours quick enough.
Not bad. I'll take that knife out of your back.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Love you too, mate.
Yeah, we're going to be spending a week together.
Oh, this is going to be great. This is going to be great. No,
right. Good rowing there. Lovely catches, like really good backsplash there.
Yeah. Looking poised and connected at the catch.
Yeah.
Coming through.
Really sinking together.
AUBC number 1. Tandem rig from the PAC boys, putting in a good showing from the schoolboys. So obviously quite a lot younger than those other boys. Is that a CBC? Zudi in the bow seat?
I can't see from here. It looks a different Zudi. Oh, they're knackered. That's hard work for those boys. Good to see them across the line. So we are going to a Cox Quad Scull. So this will be back to the heats, Joe.
Sponsorship from the Dean's family, a personal family donation to sponsor the under-17 women's Cox Quad Scull. Thanks to Loretto Rowing for hosting and one of their families in the group sponsoring this race. So big thanks to them, able to put on the race for today.
All right, Will was signing out. Doesn't want to say goodbye to anybody at home.
Thanks for having me.
Big thanks to Will for jumping on the mic this morning. A little bit of different perspective for this morning's races, but you've been a great help. Thank you to Will.
You're welcome, Joe.
I
mean Mel, or whatever. No, it was good. Actually, it's great to get back to West Lakes. I've not been here for a very long time, so to see the racing and see everything that's developed, but also see how strong a lot of the other clubs that have progressed through the years are that weren't so strong back in the day or didn't even exist. So,
yeah, it's been great to have you. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Thank you.
So this race coming through the under 21 under 17. I can read. Cox Quad Scull. We are in Heat 1. From right of screen in lane 2, we've got Walford Anglican 3. In lane 3, we've got Loretto Marriotteville 4. In lane 4, Unley High. In lane 5, Walford Anglican 2. In lane 6, Seymour College 1. And in lane 7, Loretto Marriotteville 2, with a scratching from the St. Peter's Girls crew in lane 8.
Okay. My microphone. Radio, so, I'm just trying to think who might be up there for this one. The 17s. So I think our probably lane 3, Loretto at this stage are also looking strong. I think Joe's just bailed on us too. Everyone's leaving me.
Apparently, I have a race soon, Tash. I'm not sure. They did, well, I don't know. One of my girls were talking about. She just rocked up and said, "Are you ready to go?" I'm not even dressed yet.
What are you racing in?
Well, I've got the 4 and the quad this afternoon, so a couple of open women's events. It's going to be a couple of interesting races. I think, judging on yesterday's results, I would expect the ARC women to dominate in the sweep event, but we do potentially have a couple of crews that might push up on them for the scull event. But yeah, not sure. Not sure.
Alrighty, so I'm going to say lane 4, which is our Unley High crew, I think are looking good at this stage, and possibly lane 6 as well. So 4 and 6. So we've got Unley and Seymour. They look to be doing well. Seymour just over there on the left of screen. So they look like our 2 early leaders at this stage of the race.
So 1 to 4 through to the final. The rest will be eliminated. And I'm just going to hand over now to Mr. Nick Anderson. Thanks for having me this morning, Tash. We didn't even get to spend much time on the mic together.
Are you back on again?
Maybe in the afternoon. We'll see. We'll see what they need me for, and we'll hopefully catch up a bit later.
We will. Oh God, I'm all tangled here. I'm wheeling my chair over my cables. Okay. All good? Okay. How you going?
Excellent. How are you?
Good. You're all sunscreened up to sit inside.
I am. Sorry about that. I thought I was sitting outside like last time.
Got to be sun smart.
What a perfect day for it, though, hey?
It's beautiful. It's a really, really great day. Good for rowing. Not too hot. We had a little bit of cloud cover this morning that's now burnt off, but a little bit of a breeze, which is nice to keep it a little bit cooler. So we've got, I think it is our Seymour crew and Unley crew looking the goods at this stage. Seymour looking strong there.
So this is race 95?
Race 95, under 17 women's Cox Quad Scull. So as Joe said, we've got 4 will progress through. So one through to 4 places will progress through the final, and then we'll see the others eliminated. So, you know, a little bit of tactics come here. You don't want to go too hard, but you want to make the top 4. You've got to go round again for the final. So
keep a little bit in reserve.
Yeah, you just want to stay in touch really with those crews and do enough to get through. So we can see Unley on screen there and Wolford. So we've got in the Unley crew Maya Charters, Lila Dynan, Ruby Gord, Grace Martin, Madison Newland as their cocks. And from our Wolford crew, we've got Evangeline Fragos, Ava Morrow, Charlotte Newman, Abby Olofsson coxing, and coach is Jamie Becker. Okay,
so what are coming with about is that 400 to go, do you think, or 250? What's the gap there?
They are just hitting the 250, so you'll see them start to wind up a little bit. Seymour looking really comfortable. See the Cox there really giving them a push, urging them on, looking across to make sure she's got clear water. There's no one in touch with that crew, so if they can keep it tidy and keep composed, you'll see this Seymour crew comfortably go through to the final. So you can see good rowing from these girls, reasonably flat draw, good position at the catch, staying really long through the finish. So good work, girls. A little bit of a wobble. That's just hand heights, just differing as they're going through that recovery.
And just cruising with a sort of 31 or 32 stroke count in these heats.
What we got? 34.
Your technology might be a little better than mine.
That's not mine, it's Joe's. I pinched it. Yeah, it's great work from those girls. Getting really good reach at the catch. Really good drive with the legs.
So what would under 17 would be sort of year 10 and 11 schoolgirls, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So we might have
some young, some mixtures there. So seeing that Unley crew going through in 2nd place, and we've got our Wolford crew here just going through 3rd. And across to Loretto in lane 7. See them qualifying through for that final. And we've got our Seymour crew lane 2. That was Wolford again.
So
in lane 2, and there must be one more crew, which is our Loretto 2nd crew, Loretto 4.
In lane 3.
In lane 3.
Okay.
So nice steady pace. Not sure who's coxing them. So probably one of our younger crews, I'd say, these girls. So
and I think relatively new, as compared to the others, new to the sport.
So good to see them just getting out there and having a go. It's the only way you learn.
Oh, it's great. The more on-course experience you get, surely it's got to be a good thing.
Yep. Yep, just got to get out and have a go. Right, so well done to those Loretto girls who are just finishing off. So that'll see their day finished for them in the under-17 Cox Quad. And we're crossing over to Heat 2. So we've got a 8-boat race. I'll just have a look and see if we've got any scratchings. So it's race 96. So no scratchings indicated here, although it does look like lane 4 is empty, so that could be a late scratching there from a Wolford crew. So from right of screen in lane 2, we've got Loretto in 3, St. Peter's girls 4 is empty, so that was a scratching from Wolford. 5, we've got Seymour College, 6, Wolford Anglican, and in 7, Loretto, and 8, Seymour. 5, 6, 7. I can't see lane 8. They might be just out of screen at this stage, but it is Seymour in lane 8. It could be empty, actually, so that could be a late scratching as well. I think lane 2 looked to be off to a good start, and then crossing over to the far side of the course in lane 7, that Loretto crew, I think they're looking strong for early on in the race.
So who have we got? We've got the 2 Seymour crews have scratched.
Lane 4, which is Wolford, are scratching, and lane 8, which is Seymour.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Relatively new to this commentary thing with this level of technology. I'm used to just sitting outside on the next to the finishing post with a pair of binoculars.
Yeah.
Relatively more free form than it is in here with screens and cables and qualified technicians all over the place. It's a bit like calling a test match or a set of horse races.
It is. Not as quick though. Not as quick as the horse races. I was doing some commentary last night down at the beach for some surf lifesaving and the beach sprinting, and it's 90 metres and it's fast and furious, and it's actually really hard to call when they're all so close together.
So still lane 2 and lane 7.
Yeah, and I think lane 5 are just staying in touch with those early leaders. I think they're just holding on. So lane 5, we've got Seymour College there, so I think they're staying in touch, but it does, I don't know whether it's Loretto in 7 or...
It looks like it with their white hats and their blue oars. They look to be the same as lane 2.
So 2 and 7, Loretto and Loretto.
Looks like it.
Going head to head.
And I think it's actually a year between the crews. I think lane 2 is year 10s.
Yep.
And lane 7 is year 9s. A little bit of a directional challenge there for lane 3, but they've got it back on track, girls, which is good.
Pretty good rowing here from those Loretto girls. You can see their blade work really tidy, so the hand heights, when the blades look good, that means the hands are doing the right thing.
And does it look as though their strokes are longer, and so effectively they use less energy per stroke than the others?
So I'm just going to get it right on them. So they're sitting on 25, which is interesting because I'm just going to get the other crew. And they're 28, so rating a little higher, which is usually you'll see the Loretto girls rating a lot higher than that. They the school premiership series that I've seen, they really rate up. So it's interesting to see that they're at just that slightly slower pace, but what they've got is a really good, powerful drive, and then that nice slow recovery. So getting good contrast there, which really lets the boat run. So we're just zooming in on lane 7 there. So that's our crew of Lucy Hoskins, Emily Lang, Isabella Deans, Eliza Hogg, Emily Dagus, Coxing, and Rebecca Cock is the coach. Some of these girls I saw at the indoor champs, and they did really well. I think Isabella Deans was pretty good on the ergo. So these girls have been working hard all season.
And I think that Eliza, the stroke, rode in the 8 yesterday. So rowing up as a year 9
that's good.
Almost in a first 8.
That's pretty good.
So do you know what do the schools, do they scratch today to sort of save themselves for next weekend? Is it, because yesterday was a lot more schools than there are here today? Is that
I'm not sure. Some of them may be playing some tactics to give the kids a breather.
These guys are cruising now in lane 2.
Yeah. Look at that. Really, really controlled. So you can see that they've got that pause at the finish.
Yeah.
So they're coming in, pausing at the finish, and then it's hands away, bodies over, down the recovery. So that pause at the finish really allows the boat to just run, really sends it. Looking really composed there. Trying to see which crew is going to get the goods there, but it is that lane 2 Loretto crew. They're comfortably in front now. But just looking so comfortable, really controlled rowing, girls. That's fantastic rowing. That is really, really nice rowing. So coach of that crew was Rebecca? No, Tom.
The Flying Dutchman.
The Dutchman, the big man. Really good. Similar from the other Loretto crew in 7, so them crossed in second. And, they look like they did it quite easily then.
That's
so
Warford. Is that Warford coming
lane
across?
5, Seymour.
Seymour, sorry.
Yep. And then we're going across to lane 3, which is our St. Peter's girls crew.
Excellent result for them, given their directional challenges earlier in the race.
Yeah. So that's our top 4. So they'll progress through to the final. And then we've got our Wolford crew coming across here in lane 6. So that sees their racing done in that category for them. And that is it. All across the line there. So that'll be interesting to see in that final whether those two Loretto crews are up there and whether they maintain that same rate. So whether they stay with that nice low sort of controlled rate or whether they bring it up again for the final. So interesting to see.
Now into race 97, which is the under-17 men's 8.
Oh, I love the 8s.
Yeah, they are good, aren't they?
Yeah.
So lane 3, Pulteney Grammar. Lane 4 with their looks to be Purple Oars, Christian Brothers. And lane 5, Prince Alfred College. Lane 6, St Peter's College. And lane 7, Norwood Morialta High, closing out the field. So it looks at this stage like it is a race between red and blue in 5 and 6.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because Saints with their Schoolboy 8, their first 8, are super, super strong. They're really, really strong. They've got boat lengths on everyone. Slightly different crews here with this age difference. So I'll be interested to see whether PAC can hold on or whether Saints still walk away with the chocolates because they've just got a lot of depth in Saints. Really, really strong program at the moment. But it definitely looks like PAC are staying in touch with them at this stage.
It's good to see in this age group, sort of before the school open age, if you can call it that.
Yeah. Just having a look at these two crews.
There's not a lot of difference in their sort of stroke technique, is there?
I'd say I think the catches are a little better on the Saints crew. And probably a little bit more controlled, just a bit more controlled through the recovery. So if you watch the heads between the two, you can sort of see the PAC of just the heads, the bodies are just moving slightly differently.
In that the heads and their shoulders should all be moving backwards and forwards as one, so to speak.
Yeah, you when you're rowing in a crew or with anybody, you're really looking to synchronise with that crew. So you want to do the same thing at the same time. Any time that you move your body at a different time or in a different way, it checks the run on the boat and slows it down. So it's all physics rowing. So if you can get the bodies moving together at the same time, doing the same thing, then the boat will run. Rowing's not hard. It's just making it happen.
Doing everything
putting
with
it all
7 other
together
people that's the hardest.
It's really hard. So the actual rowing isn't difficult, but it's just putting it all together that's really hard. So in this PAC crew, which we've got on the right of screen at this stage, lane 5, we've got Christian Commons, Alistair White, James Williams. It's my husband's cousin's child there, so a bit of family in the race. Sebastian Jordan, Jack Hodby, Henry Belcher, Hamish Bell, Hunter Lang, and Shay Olsen-Jones coxing, and we've got Ash Fitch coaching and Matthew Henbest. So Ash doubles as a coach. He does a bit of Torrens coaching and a bit of PAC coaching. Yeah, really lovely coach, good coach.
The Saints crew's just pulled away, it looks like.
Yeah.
Lifted the rate in the last.
Yeah, they have lifted there. They're looking
meters.
Really comfortable there. See if we can get a rate on them. So sitting at 34 and 37. So that PAC crew winding up. Fast rate doesn't always mean the boat will go fast.
Big race for third, looks like. Is that?
So Saints across, PAC, and we've got a race on. Oh, I reckon it's lane 4, which is Christian Brothers. Looking good at this stage.
They've just pulled away from Morialta, I think.
Great to see them fielding an 8 CBC. It's really good stuff. So it was lane 3, sorry, Pulteney Grammar. And across to the outside, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. It's lane 7, Norwood Morialta coming across in 4th place. And this is our CBC crew here in lane 4.
I do apologise for those of you sports fans at home. It's quite deceiving in this room, looking at a screen, trying to look through a set of darkened windows to get a perception of which lanes are which,
yes.
Who's in which lane. It's much harder than we make it sound, I think.
So the way I do it, we've got these 2 yellow boys, and that's lane 4.
Right.
Right. So I sort of work off lane 4, so I can see the yellow lane, which. When we train on the course, the yellow lane is always empty. It's a safety lane.
Right.
So that to try and avoid any head-on crashes. But today for racing, yellow's 4, so that's sort of how you can count your lanes across from there.
So just going back to your comment about beach sprints, do you think we get a competition in maybe in something like this next year where they have sort of a 500 metre or a 400 metre flat out sprint where you have to try and rate at a 42 or a 45 for 500 metres and just sort of see how much pressure they can the girls.
They do in the winter series. They do some short course. So I think they go 250, 500 and 750. 250 or 500. They do some shorter in the winter season. They do some shorter sprint.
That would be fantastic to watch.
Bit of a sprint series. I rode last night down at the beach in the surf boats, and it was a short course event. So it was roughly 200 metres out. So it's a 400 altogether, and it is fast and furious. You never get to settle the rates up there, and it just feels uncomfortable. It's actually not nice. Alrighty.
So what are we into now? Race 98, the final of the under-19 women's single scull.
Mm-hmm.
So in lane 1 from Pembroke, Sam Walker. Lane 2 again from Pembroke, Sophia Sahinen. Lane 3 from Torrens, Ella Deramore. Lane 4 from Saints Girl, Sophie Barr. Lane 5 from Torrens, Sophie Butcher. Lane 6, St Ignatius, Imogen Graham. Lane 7, Murray Bridge, Amelia Duval. And lane 8 from Pembroke, Lara Martin. So again, this is over 2,000 metres.
Now, just looking, we've got a Sally Martin coach and a Lara Martin rowing. Is that a family combo there, coach and rower?
Big Pembroke connection, do you think?
I think so. So Sally's actually coach of all of these girls in this race. So lane 1, lane 2, and lane 8 Pembroke. Sally's been a busy girl coaching all of these.
Does that mean she can't go home if she loses?
And Sophie Butcher from Torrens in 5, great on the ergo. She's
really?
really good on the ergo.
That looks like they're pulling away now, does it?
I reckon. What do we got? Lane 4, I think, is our St Peter's girls rower. So I think she's looking very strong early on in the race here. They've gone past the 1,000 metre mark, so they'll be approaching that last 250 in about 100 metres or so. But yeah, she's looking very, very comfortable here. Really tidy rowing, great catches. Just see our Torrens rower on the top left of screen there in lane 6, 5, 6. Is lane 6?
St. Ignatius.
St. Ignatius. I'm getting thrown by the blades.
Yes, and Murray Bridge is sort of a...
Because she's using Torrens blades. That's what's throwing me, the red and white. So I was looking at the blades. So yeah, it is our St. Ignatius rower, Imogen Graham. And then we've got Murray Bridge just next to her in 7.
So
quite spread out the field though. Sophie Barr has a huge lead at this stage, and then it's our Pembroke rower in lane 2, sorry, Sophia, who's got a very comfortable second place. I think the race we might see is for 3rd. Although St. Ignatius look like they're out in front at this stage. So a really spread out field here. She's just Imogen streaking ahead here, isn't she?
She is, just the rhythm of...
Sorry, Sophie. Not Imogen, Sophie Barr. Yep.
And is that Pembroke in lane 2?
Yep.
Coming up for 2nd.
Yep. Doing really well there.
And then a tight race for 3rd between Torrens and...
So sitting on 32.
St. Ignatius.
So well done there to Sophie Barr. She's going to comfortably win this under-19 women's single scull. So just coming across the finish line now. Little look over her shoulder and all done there for her. So lane 2, it is Sophia from Pembroke. And then we'll cross back to our 3rd place, which St. Ignatius at this stage. So we've got Imogen Graham. It's going to comfortably take 3rd place. And then we go to Sophie Butcher in 4. Really tidy rowing from these girls. Great stuff. Not easy rowing a single scull. And Sophie just backing off just before the finish line there.
Trying to get to
the legs are done. Our race is on for 5th. I think Pembroke might have just snuck it.
Just snuck it at the end, I think.
And just our last Pembroke rower here, lane 8. Lara Martin.
This is where the pain in the legs kicks in, does it? The last.
Yeah. The legs, the lungs, the head, everything's hurting.
Finish line can't come fast enough.
No. There we go. Little look over the shoulder and it's all done. So Schoolboy, Year 9 Cox Quad Scull final next. They're well on their way. They're just about to approach the 1,000 metre mark. Correction, they're starting at the 1,000 metre mark.
Well, that would be why they're near it.
I was like, they're at the 1,000 metre, but their oars aren't moving. That would be because they're starting there.
So we've got this and 3 more before we get a break for lunch, I think.
That's good. Starving hungry, so
I
started eating lollies.
The Loretto food tent looks as though it's gearing up. Done a great job pulling it all together again this year. I just wait for next year when there'll be more people here to enjoy it, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. Alrighty, so going to go from right of screen. So lane 2, we have got St. Peter's College. Lane 3, St. Peter's College. Lane 4, PAC. Lane 5, St. Peter's College. Lane 6, Norwood Moriata. Lane 7, St. Peter's College. And Lane 8, Norwood Moriata.
And I think we'd say here that this PAC crew has sort of taken all ahead of it this season, hasn't it? This crew of
yeah, I love this crew.
Stunnell, Seamer, Dawson and Chappell, coxed by Hamoud, coached by Amanda Tiswell.
Yep, so we've got, I'll just go through. So we've got Stunnell, Charles Seamer, Dorso, Eddie, and yeah, Amanda. So Amanda, one of my crewmates. So I started out my rowing career with Amanda. So spent some time rowing with her in the surf boats.
Well, to the uninitiated of us like me, this looks like there are 8 guys in that boat, not 4.
They're an amazing crew. They in the school premiership series, they've been winning by boat lengths, and then they do the invitationals and still win by boat lengths. Yeah, they're a really tidy crew. What you expect to see from Amanda's roles, though, she's a perfectionist and she always expects the best from everybody. She's got high expectations. She's a really good coach. Yeah, she takes it very seriously, her coaching. So. And if you're, the type of athlete that responds to that sort of coaching, then she'll get the most out of you.
Whilst the year 9s, they probably could have passed off in the under-17 race that we've just seen. Sort of 2 years ahead of their age group. Yeah.
They're just really, you can just see when we talk about synchronising together, they're doing it perfectly.
Yeah.
Everything, you can see the hands finish together, the bodies rock over together, hands away together.
Unfortunately, that crew from Norwood Moriata have had a slight hiccup.
Little crab.
Caught a couple of crabs, which is...
off the seat. That's a good crab when you come off your seat.
That second only to when the oar goes underneath the boat. Is that even worse?
Yeah, that's a trickier one to recover from when your oar flicks under. And when it cops you in the nose on the way through, like it got my daughter up at the Berry Regatta. So,
So this PAC crew showing a clean set of heels.
Yeah.
Would be 2 boat lengths, 3 boat lengths in front now. And actually seem to be pulling away, which is a bit hard. You can't quite see that on the screen, but are really accelerating up to the finish line now.
So sitting on, the rate is up.
And then St. Peter's College.
36.
So their equivalents from Saints are coming in second, but a good
that is perfect
4 or 5 lengths behind.
Well done, boys.
Maybe we should get a row off between these guys and the Loretto guys. See who has the better technique. Not for time, but for technique.
Yes. All right, so coming back to our second place crew, which is the St. Peter's boys. They're in lane 5. We've got Archie Young, Jesse Parsons, George Wicks, Josh Myers, Cox is Lachlan Hunt, and coaches Alexander Tucker and Jarek Hasselgrove. And then I reckon it's the Saints crew
Number
in lane 3.
And then Moriata
in
lane
6 and Saints in 7. 4, 5, 6. Sorry, this is lane 6 coming across now.
These are the guys that caught the crab, I think.
Yeah, that's Norwood Moriata.
Good on them pulling it back together and getting into some rhythm.
Yeah, it's really hard to get the boat back up and running when you've had that. It's quite unsettling, so great job for them. And lane 2.
This is the
St. Peter's 2. Hugh Hazel, Ollie Hamilton, Reef Cross, Max Walsh, Eddie Moss is the Cox, and Tom Beresford and Jarek Hasselgrove coaching that crew also. Well, that was quick.
Those 1,000 metres creep up on you, don't they?
They do. So we're back to another 1K. So this is a Div 1 Masters Women's Single. Some of the girls I rode with.
So this is not a final, though. This is a heat, or what's the difference? I don't quite...
I don't know. It's got Div 1. I'll find out and let the viewers at home...
Oh, this is a handicap start, is it, with these?
Yeah, it looks like there's a handicap. So lane 8, Galway, 8 seconds. Riverside in 6 has a 5 second. Angie Franco in 4, 5 second handicap. And then you've got lane 5, Port Adelaide, Susie Ross. Lane 3, Phoenix, Tony Milne. And Port Adelaide, Simone Ellis, all on go. So just getting them lined up at the start line there. So centre of screen is Angie Franco from Torrens. She's in lane 4. got some good rowers in this. Yep, some really good rowers. Simone and Angie, Susie Ross, Ilaria. Ilaria, interestingly, she's come over from Italy, and she works in Samri in the research institute there.
In the cheese grater?
Yep, in the big cheese grater. Now, she's done some fantastic research, won a lot of awards with the research that she's done with leukemia. So she's literally out there curing cancer, and she's one of the leading in her field. She's a really, really smart cookie, and a lovely chick. She's had a go at rowing surf boats. I've had a row with her before, but she's crossed back to river rowing. So yeah.
So it looks like we've got a start.
Yep, there's a couple underway. Yep.
So lane 7 is off.
So going from right of screen, lane 2 is Simone from Port Adelaide, Tony Milne, Phoenix in 3, Angie Franco from Torrens in 4, Susie Ross, Port Adelaide in 5, Ilaria Pagani in 6 from Riverside, and Kate Tebneff from Goolwa in lane 7.
So Riverside's the red, the sort of dark red racing suit.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep, you've got Torrens in the red and white stripes in the centre. So, just trying to see from here at this stage.
Looks like lane 2 is...
Yep, which is not surprising. She's someone, very good rower. Really, really good rower. And Susie is going with her, I reckon. Susie's also been dabbling in the surf boats. Used to row with Amanda Titzel as well. So...
And
no
do you know how the masters do their handicapping? Is it purely based on age, or is it?
I believe it will go on their rowing throughout the season. Right. So how they've performed throughout the season. So it does look like Simone and Susie early leaders in this at this stage. That's Simone just on screen there, and Tony Milne from Phoenix on the left of screen. You can just see with Simone, like, she gets great catch, so she really extends her hands open at the catch, gets a really good reach, makes that stroke as long as possible. She's a really efficient rower. She doesn't waste a lot of energy. And you can see that power with her legs as she gets through that halfway through the drive. You can really see that squeeze come on and that big push for the finish. Very quick hands at the finish, so she's got that tap down and feather and away nice and quickly. Got Angie in the centre here. Angie's had a few injuries this year, so she's her back's been giving her a bit of trouble. So she probably hasn't had the preparation and the training this season that she'd like.
Yeah, it just doesn't look to have as long a stroke as Simone, which is...
Yeah, so just a little bit shorter there. And we've got Susie there out in front from Port Adelaide out of those 3 crews. She's looking really comfortable there. Simone rating probably a little bit higher. Which is always, it's nice to see when people sort of underrate but go faster. I love seeing that.
So we're looking at Susie Ross in lane 5 now on the screen?
Yep, we are.
Quite a tight race coming to the finish between lane 5, 4 and 2.
Angie's come up, hasn't she?
Yep. Simone might just have it.
Yeah,
but the Angie Franco from Torrens is...
Yep, she's really
not going down without
put in the hard yards. So this is an exciting finish here. So I'm going to have to stand up. So I think Simone at this stage will keep in front, I think. So she's about a good boat length and a bit on Angie. And then Angie's coming up into that second place. So great work there. And Susie's just dropped off the mark there, hasn't been able to keep in touch with Angie. So great rowing there from Ange, well done. So first to Simone, second place there to Angie, and third place to Susie Ross. So good rowing from those girls. Masters only doing the 1 kilometre as well, so a little bit too hard to do the 2K. Although you will see these girls get out there and compete in some of the open divisions and do the 2Ks. So these girls that are at the, sort of the top end of the Masters games, they've still got enough in the legs to be able to do the 2K. But it's great, you know, doing the 1K allows a little bit more participation as well from our Masters, who, you know, aren't quite so competitive and, you know, as fit as some of the other Masters. So it allows them, you know, everyone to get in and have a go.
And do these guys compete at the Nationals in Tasmania with everyone else, all at the same regatta?
They'll go. They do have their Masters, so there'll be a state team going over from SA, and then they'll represent their clubs as well. So they'll be heading over.
So what have we got? Race 101. So brought the century up.
101.
Masters women's single Div 2.
Div 2.
So in lane 3 on the right of screen from Phoenix, is it Lizanne Edgar?
Yeah, Lizanne.
And then lane 4 from Torrens, Amanda Sparks.
Sparkles.
Just appear to be pulling away. And lane 5 from Murray Bridge, Bernadette O'Neill.
Yep.
And in lane 6, Steph Wilden from Goolwa. So it looks to be a pretty tight run race, this Div 2 Masters women's single.
Yep, Sparkles is a little pocket rocket. Good little rower, very tidy. She's doing well early on in the race, so it's just a matter of hanging on and keeping the legs going. She's doing really well. So one of our smaller rowers at Torrens. Thanks. But packs a punch.
So is there a pecking order between the clubs? Is there one or two that's...
You know, over the years, the last couple of years, Torrens have had a really big lift in their Masters rowing program. There's a lot of Masters, particularly in the women's. They've got some really good depth now and some good pedigree rowers there. So they've been doing well. Phoenix are always competitive. They always field strong crews. So probably I'd say it's between those crews, and Port Adelaide strong as well. So just depends on the boat really. But did see the Masters women Torrens crew took out the 8 yesterday. So yeah, strong.
So we've
crew.
got Steph from Goolwa in lane 6 and Sparkles, as you say, from Torrens, pushing it for first here. This looks to be pretty tight.
It does, I think. Oh, just trying to pick it. I want to see whether Sparkles is going to be able to lift. Oh, I think she's just managed to get ahead now and have that last little push. So well done there. Sparkles is going to get across that finish line in first. And then it is our Goolwa rower in 6?
So Steph Wilden.
Steph Wilden. So great job there from Goolwa. Back to Lisanne in 3, in 3rd. And Murray Bridge, Bernadette O'Neill. So really good to see Goolwa fielding crews as well. One of the smaller clubs, Goolwa, down south. But yeah, they're always here and putting in, so it's great stuff. Our little cruise ship going past, getting up close to the action, aren't they?
So we've got our last race now before lunch, the race 102, the Masters men's coxless pair. Looks like we've got a scratching in lane 4.
4, Riverside. No, we've got a boat in lane 4. It's scratched on the screen.
Maybe they pushed them all together, have they? Pembroke looks to be moved into lane 4.
Yep. And
then Adelaide Uni in their white.
No, Pembroke in 3. There's Pembroke in 3. There is someone in 4. On our screen it's saying Riverside is scratched. So it is Adelaide Uni, I can just see now on that Zudi. So Adelaide Uni have come into lane 4, and then Port Adelaide in their classic stripes, they're in lane 5. And then there's another Adelaide Uni crew sitting in lane 6. So they've just bumped them all, squished them all together there.
Pushed them together. So it looks like it's a race between the Pembroke Masters of Mark Muzzard and John Lister and Adelaide Uni of Bill Nat and John Bentley at this stage.
Bill Nat and John Bentley, yep. John Bentley's been around for a while.
I was going to say, some of these guys
Yep.
probably started rowing when we had a stable government.
Geez, that's a big engine in the front there, isn't it?
It is.
Whew. Look at how long his arms are. That's great stuff. Really, really hard rowing the pair. It's super, super tricky.
No cocks. Who steers?
Your feet. Pressure. They have a foot thing to steer with, but it's all pressure. If you don't have even pressure, the boat's going to twist and turn. So you've really got to maintain even foot pressure. So they've got a clear lead there, don't they?
Yeah, Lane. Well, Adelaide Uni of Bill Nat and John Bentley.
They'll be very happy with this row, the boys. Might celebrate afterwards.
Having said that, Mark Muzzarhead is 67 and John Lister is 70 in lane 3. So, it's fantastic effort.
Yeah. No, it's great. And it just goes to show rowing's for everybody. You know, they start when they're sort of 12 or so, and you can keep going through as long as you can, and keep racing as well. I think for me, rowing is like it's like yoga on water. I fall asleep in yoga, but for me, rowing is like yoga. You can switch off, don't think about anything else. So
excellent.
That was fantastic racing from those boys. But yeah, Adelaide looking very, very strong there. Bill Nat and John Bentley with a win there.
So it looks like we have a short or sort of 35-minute break for lunch. We might just have a quick moment just to say thanks to Bickford's Stringy Bark Landscaping, the Robin Hood Hotel, and Mazzy Wines, who are the corporate sponsors for today, as well as Fulham Funerals and Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres.
Yeah, so Fulham Funerals there. So Jamie Grant, heavily involved with rowing down here with the program through kids as well. And you've got Olga's Meats, yum. They're one of my favourites. I love their chicken patties. They've got the best chicken patties, Olga's. So thanks to them. And we've got Tap Electrical as well. So really important to have these corporate partners. That's what keeps the sport going.
For rowing,
and
it's fantastic.
Helps to fund those teams getting away overseas and interstate. So Gentle Touch Orthodontics and Community Bank West Beach Bendigo Bank.
Gentle Touch, fantastic. I'm a current customer.
Ah, there you go.
3 children.
Oh, that's expensive, isn't it?
It is. But
okay, and our hosts, Loretto. So thanks to them. So if you're, feeling hungry and you're watching the live stream from under your tent down there, get in and support the Loretto and get yourself some food. And we'll be back after the break.
Welcome back to the second day of the state championships. We've just got to start in race 103, the Masters Mixed Coxed 4. Thanks for your comments on the chat on YouTube. It's much appreciated to get some positive feedback. We're doing the best we can under the circumstances. I just wanted to, after having seen those sponsors and the key sponsors for Rowing SA, just make a quick mention of Bigford's, who've helped out with this Loretto Day for many years now. Bigford's is an independently owned collection of companies based in Adelaide with a rich history dating back to 1839, when William Bigford moved to Australia and opened a small apothecary in Highley Street. Today, the Bigford's Group produces alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages, including Australia's #1 premium cordial range, originally produced in 1874, as well as premium juices, soft drinks, plant milk, dairy milk beverages and syrups. The group also produces Beresford Wines, 23rd Street Spirits, Vale Brewing, Voc Liquors, Beanley Rum and Three Oaks Cider. All of this entire range is available at sipify.com.au. Sipify, SIPPIFI. Welcome back, Tash. We've got nearly halfway through this race 103. So from right of screen, in lane
2.
2 Riverside.
Yep, 3 is Pembroke Masters. It's a combination crew actually, so it's Pembroke and Phoenix, so they're combining there to make a crew. Riverside in 4, Riverside in 5, Port Adelaide in 6 and Galway in 7. So we've got in that Port Adelaide crew in 6, Susie Ross and Simone Ellis, that we've seen Simone and Susie in the single earlier on, who Simone taking that one out.
They look to be pulling away.
And yeah, so I'd expect to see them rowing fairly strongly in this one.
Pulling away from the Pembroke Phoenix merged crew in 3, is that right? Yep.
Yep. Sort of a little bit of a race on for the minor placings, I think. It's much closer there. We've got ARC, all three of the Riverside crews quite close together. Probably the crew in lane 2.
Scarborough, Kenner, Zealy and McCullen and Pennington, coached by Tom Fraser.
Yeah, they're looking slightly the stronger of the Riverside crews, but on our screen at the moment we're just seeing that Port Adelaide crew heading across first place there and coming back to...
I know the Gore crew on the screen. Is that in lane 7 coming up?
Yeah, Gore lane 7, and you've got the first Riverside crew lane 2, just ahead of them at this stage. So you'll see them taking out that 3rd place there, so the minor placing, and I think Gore just looking across 4th, 5th to Riverside, and 6th to Riverside, and 7 to Riverside also. So
great race.
Good first race. So just the 1,000 metre again.
So the next race on the card, 104, the under-16 men's double scull.
Oh, the little ones.
And we've got a scratching, it looks like, in...
Lane 3, Pulteney.
So lane 2, Norwood Morialta, 2, Reuben Brits and Oliver Evans Wood.
Race.
Lane 2, Yep. 2, Pulteney Scratched. Lane 4, Saints Invitational. Lane 5, PAC 1, Louis Dawson and Edward Chappell.
Yep, Eddie and Dorso. So coached by Amanda. So that was that quad that we saw before that won. They were very strong, that PAC crew. So this is part of that crew. So Dorso and Eddie with Amanda coaching. So and I think they're out in front.
Looks like it. One of the questions,
which is not surprising.
No, not given their performance. One of the questions on the live chat, which was the it's good to see performances from Norwood Morialta on, which is obviously a newer program here today. Do you have any idea of the sort of differences in loads that their program would have compared to guys like these two on screen who probably are training?
It's not so much a matter of load; it's the resources available.
Right.
So when you're looking at your Saints, your Scots, your PAC, their resources are huge. They've got massive amount of coaches. They've got sheds full of boats, ergo rooms. They've just got all of these resources and lots of coaches at hand. When you get to the smaller schools that have got smaller programs, they've got smaller resources, so they don't have as much access to all of that top-notch equipment. You know, they work a bit harder for what they've got. But they're developing really well. Like, we're seeing some really good efforts from like Adelaide High. They're building their program at the moment.
We have seen it at Loretto. Sort of, the more you get doing it, the more boats you get, the more girls want to do it.
It sort of builds momentum. Yeah,
momentum's a huge part of this sport.
Yeah, and Loretto, you've seen massive growth in their program. They sort of hit 60 this year, and it was 30 odd last year, so it's almost doubled in size. And you know, with that, then comes an increase in money through the coaching fees, etc. So you can then get raise more funds and purchase more equipment. So. But we've got the PAC crew here on screen, and they're really comfortably out in lead at this stage, so doing a great job here. And, as they were in the quad, they're just working together, that really good sequencing. Great drive.
CBC at the top of the screen as well, look really...
Another developing. I mean, they've been a long time in the program. As long as some of the other bigger schools, but have a smaller program. It's not one of the focuses of the school like it is for others, but they're doing well there. They'd be sitting in third place, that CBC crew. I think Lane...
Norwood, is that Norwood in lane 2?
Lane 2, I think.
Ruben Britz and Oliver Evanswood in lane 2.
See them come into screen just there, so just as we've lost the PAC crew, so that is that Norwood Moriata crew. They just had a little crab there, I think. But look at that PAC crew streaking ahead. They're really strong wind, strong row by the boys. Great job. Let's see who's going. So,
it's tight.
Very tight there. I think Norwood Moriarty, if they can get it together and get going, they're going to... Oh, no, keep it together. That's it.
Just on the finish line.
Gosh. It goes to show how fatiguing. It's really hard. You get really fatigued, mind and body. So it's really hard to keep it together.
And remembering that it is under 16, so we are talking about sort of year 9 guys, isn't it, really?
Yeah. And it is, it's hard. Okay, and our Port Adelaide crew there just going across the finish line, and that's Alex King, Timothy Watkinson there. And back to our Saints crew in lane 4, Vincent Barone, James Gasparin, Alex Lynch is the coach there. So you can just see the difference between that PAC crew and this crew. So I would suggest these are, newer.
They're almost year 8s, you'd say.
Little teeny tiny.
Compared to the other guys.
And just, haven't got the strength and the flow that the other boys have got. And that just comes with time. And you've got to get out in these races and do these things. And with experience, comes better racing.
So that's the top 4 go through to the final. Unfortunately, that crew there will be eliminated.
All right, so we've got heat 2, so we'll only be seeing two heats in this under 16 men's double scull, so and 4 going through with the others being eliminated. It looks like we've got a full field there. So lane 2 we've got St Peter's College, lane 3 we've got Christian Brothers College, 4 St Peter's College, 5 Norwood Moriata, 6 St Peter's College, and 7 PAC. And we've got Sam Stunnell and Archie Underwood in this crew, so from PAC. I'd expect them to be out strong, and I think they are, Really
this is the other pair of the double, of the quad, sorry.
Yeah, I reckon they are. I know Stunnell was in the crew.
So again, race 105, the second heat of the under 16 men's double scull. Top 4 going through to the final. Just got the PAC crew on the screen now. Clearly out in front.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's a big lead.
Big lead. Big lead.
So, I mean, it gives these boys an opportunity to either back it off and save their legs for the final. Being coached by Amanda, I don't think they will. I think they'll race to the finish. I'd say the other crew looking a little bit more finesse. So,
if we
yep, just get those catches there.
Just
And a slightly higher rating than the other boys as well, I think.
So
Where we got them at.
big push from CBC off screen now, coming in for second over the Saints crew, it looks like, in lane.
So sitting up
3.
around 38 there, that rate.
Here we go, the CBC and Saints, it looks like. Lane 3 and lane 6.
Oh, that's great to see CBC. I think they're going to get up there.
They had just off the screen, they had a big push about 200 out to get in front of that Saints crew.
So that's Cooper Hoskin and Lucas Bowden. And then lane 6, St. Peter's, is Joseph and Sam Robron.
And is that the Norwood crew coming in 4th?
Yes, it is. Lane 5, Norwood Moriata, Lucas, Ollie, Rayhan and Ollie Evans. And we've got our Saints crew in lane 2, Harvey Ledger, Josh Ledger. Bit of a sibling act there, I think. I couldn't row with my brother. Right, 106. Schoolboys, Year 10 Cox Quad Skull. So elimination heat here. So we've got the top 4 that will progress through to the final, with the rest of the field being eliminated. 1500 metre race, so not quite the 2K, but a little bit more distance than the previous race. Got a couple of scratchings as well in this one. So we do have lane 1, lane 2 and lane 5 scratched at this stage. So we'll start from right of screen with lane 3, which is the PAC crew. Then lane 4 is St. Peter's College, 5 scratching, 6 St. Peter's College, 7 Norwood Moriata and 8 Pulteney Grammar. So a few empty lanes here in this one. And at this stage, it is really hard to tell.
Just got to start away.
Yeah, I'm not too sure who could be out in front. Possibly one of the Saints crews.
Just while we're waiting for them to come into the screen a bit further down the track, I'd just like to thank Stringy Bark Landscaping, a sponsor for today for the Loretto Rowing Day. Stringy Bark can offer a complete landscaping package, starting with the design, process, construction of both hard and soft landscapes through to maintenance. Matt Thomas and his team have over 30 years of experience. Stringy Bark Landscaping are unique in that they are one of the few companies who can offer a full suite of services, the ultimate one-stop shop from start to finish. They own all their own equipment, and the team has extensive experience providing landscaping services in a variety of residential and commercial applications. Impeccable attention to detail is at the core of everything they do, and each and every member of the Stringy Bark team takes responsibility for the quality and reliability of our services. They have their builder's licence and one of the few professionals qualified to provide building and construction as part of a landscaping suite of services. And they're also a member of the Master Landscapers Group of South Australia. Please give Stringy Bark Landscaping a call for all your landscaping needs on 0448 626 998.
Okay, so I think we are just about to hit that 1K mark. And it does look like the Saints crew in lane 6, which is the number 3 crew. Joshua Cooper, Tom Edwards, Will Lawrence, Will Gregg, and Will Good is the Cox. 3 wheels. So I think that look to be the early leaders at this stage, and they're doing it quite tidy row there, so they're looking good. Just to the left of them in lane 7 is that Norwood Moriata crew. So just a little bit of blade work and timing there. They just got to work on and try and get it back together. So that Cox will be working with them to get their timing in and catches on together. Alrighty, and past the 1K now. So I think that PAC crew also look good down in lane 3. It could be out in front, do you think?
I think so, probably by a boat length or two. At this sort of, as we approach the midpoint of this 1500 metre race.
So in our PAC crew, we've got Christian Commons, Jack Hodby, Sebastian Jordan, Jonathan Mackay, Thomas Haddon, and Ash Fitch is the coach. Getting really good reach at the catch there. That's fantastic. Really good stuff there. Nice catches. Can see the size difference, can't you, between these boys and the older divisions?
It's enormous.
There's a lot of growing that goes on in a few years, isn't there?
But I guess that's why it's great for these guys to come and compete out here.
Yeah.
Against all clubs and other schools that they wouldn't normally compete against.
Yeah.
So from left of screen, we have Nord Morialta. St Peter's, St Peter's 3, St Peter's 6 down by the referee's boat, and PAC comfortably out in front now.
Yeah, they're doing it well, actually. I think that could be a little race for second between, is it Pulteney on the far side and St Peter's 3 in 6. But, if, nothing untoward happens for this PAC crew,
We just
they'll
got
be progressing
the
through.
Pulteney crew's just out there. We go, coming back into shot now.
Yeah. They've just put a little lift on there, so we'll see if Saints go with them. So hitting that last 250 for those two crews. PAC well on their way home now.
Here we go. Saints look to have lifted their rate.
Yep. PAC brought the rate up. So even though they're a long way ahead, they'll stick to their race plan that they've gone through with their coach, not backing it off and taking it easy. Great timing. That is, see the length of stroke? They're really getting that reach out at the front. It's fantastic. Okay, back to second and third. It looks like that Saints crew have managed to push away. Pulteney just trying to hang on there, but Saints are going to get that second place.
With these younger guys, is there much difference in a bow cox or traditional cox boat? Does it make much of a difference to them?
Not, it's, it swings and roundabouts. Some people prefer the bow, others prefer the stern. I like the stern cox because you can see the crew and you can give much better feedback. You can, while it puts the weight at the back of the boat, they can see the timing, the rhythm, the sequencing, and they can actually call a lot more shots. When you're in that bow cox boat, you're really relying on feel and what you can hear, so you'll be able to hear if the catches are out. You can see not a lot just where you're going, so it does make it harder to give feedback, I think. Depending on the weight of the crew, the placement of the weight might make one better over the other.
Surely they'd appreciate getting the direct feedback as opposed to trying to listen to what not
Yeah.
being able to see the facial expression of the cox might make a difference. So we move into 107, the second heat of the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Skull, 1500 metres. It looks like a full race, lane 2 through to 8. In lane 2, St Peter's College 4, lane 3, Nord Morialta 3, lane 4, St Peter's College 2, lane 5, Pulteney Grammar 1, lane 6, another Nord Morialta crew, their first crew, in lane 7, St Peter's College 1, and in lane 8, PAC number 2.
Okay, so again, 1500 metre race. And it looks like that left of screen's got a bit more pace than those lanes 2 and 3. They're all quite close together, aren't they, at this stage?
It's a good race.
PAC and Saints there. and Norwood just on the right edge of screen. A little bit of a wobble from PAC. So the two Saints crews, I think, are looking reasonably strong. They have gone past the 1K mark now.
So we're just missing lane 2 and 3 on the screen, aren't we?
Yep. Yep, they're just off the pace, those crews.
There we go. Yep.
They are the, the 3 and 4 crews, so they're probably the less experienced of the crews that you'll see the school fielding.
So again, top 4 going through, so you probably throw a blanket over them at all at this stage, the first 5?
Yeah, definitely. It's the two Saints and PAC, I think, are up there for first, and then coming back to Norwood and Pulteney. I think Pulteney maybe just ahead of Norwood, I reckon. If you can hear that annoying tapping noise coming through on the live stream feed, it's actually the wind blowing the rope on the flagpole. So
it's not us.
Apologies, we can't actually do anything about it. Oh, can see someone behind me with a bit of tape. We might have it fixed. Does that annoy you during the day? Well, it's still a very tight race, and I think Saints in lane 4 have got the edge at this stage. Not rating too high, not looking too panicked.
This is their second crew.
So sitting on...
Pulteney's keeping touch.
33 there. Pulteney looking good. So Pulteney rating 35, so just having a little push perhaps.
So it looks like it's Saints in lane 4, Pulteney in lane 5.
I think PAC just dropping off the mark a little there, so might see them slipping into 4th place at this stage if they can't hang on.
I think those 4 have got their spot in the final.
So
the 4 on
Pulteney
screen should go through to the final.
Yeah, it's good to see Pulteney looking strong there.
Good race by the
Great job. So that is our St. Peter's College number 2 crew going through number 1. Pulteney Grammar 1 going through 2nd. Then we've got the Saints 1 crew going through in 3rd and PAC in 4th. And then coming across to our Norwood Moriata crew 5th. So that'll see them eliminated, unfortunately, and St. Peter's 1 also heading out of that round. We've just got a few crew. Well, I don't think that other crew was in the race. I reckon they're just going for a row.
Just crossing for a warm-up.
Crossing over, yep. So we have
that's the second Norwood crew, is it, in lane 3?
Yep. Just coming across the finish. Yes, yep, that's that second Norwood Moriata crew. Not looking tidy or anything. They're just, lacking power. So, and that's something that'll come with time.
Just with practice.
Yep.
So we move on. Then the yellow crew, we're just going out for a warm-up.
Yep.
Now we move on to 108, the under-21 women's double scull final over 2Ks. And then we see on screen, this is the Robin Hood Hotel Classic. We'll call this race from now on. Robin Hood Hotel, conveniently located on Port Rush Road, is a family-friendly venue offering a vast menu featuring the best that SA has to offer. It supports local music and features some of Adelaide's best bands and duos on Friday nights and Sunday afternoons. And now that we can all get out and dance again, maybe it's the time to get to the Hood.
Yep,
Some like it hot. Head to the Hood Tuesdays for $22 curry, including a pint of beer or a glass of wine. Wood oven pizzas are a specialty. And make no bones about it, the Robin Hood is the place to go on Thursday night, where you can enjoy a succulent T-bone steak and a glass of wine for only $22.
Yum. Love a good T-bone.
So we've got a scratching. We've only got 3 crews in this race. Adelaide Uni in lane 3.
Yeah, Adelaide Uni 1 in lane 4. Scratching from Murray Bridge in 5 and Loretto in 6. So we've got in 1 in the Adelaide Uni 2 crew, Jemima Richter. Then we cross over to Cleo Wilson in that crew, coached by Brinley. Millward, Adelaide Uni 1, Isabel Watson and Sophie Tickner. And Brinley again coaching that crew. And then our Loretto crew, coached by Tom, is Diana Macolino and Vicky Binns.
So for a bit of context, the Loretto boat has 2 15-year-old girls, and
one
the 2
exceptionally very good 15-year-old rower,
and the other 2 have what I presume are 19, 20-year-olds.
Yep.
Uni students. So
yeah. And this is under 21s, remember? So good for them to be out. It's good experience doing this sort of stuff. And I think they'll probably stay in contact with those crews. I think they won't be too far off the pace. Tom will just be looking to for the girls to have a good time, and really it's about practice for these girls. So it looks like our middle lane 4 has got the best run at the moment with Isabel and Sophie. We've seen Sophie out earlier today as well. Yeah, great rowing from the girls.
just you can see the size differential between them.
Yeah, yeah. They're sitting a little higher in the boat, aren't they? Victoria did well recently, though, after rowing here in the school premiership, and then
heading off to Penrith.
Hopped on a flight and went over to Penrith, and she performed well over there. So
we're all looking forward to heading to Tasmania to get involved in the Nationals.
Tassie's beautiful, isn't it? Really, really nice.
I think it's really important for these school kids to get exposure to the eastern states.
Yeah, yeah.
Where there's a lot more people. I noticed the other day in Penrith they had a girls' school regatta and then they had a boys' school regatta.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't have them all together. That's
by
sheer weight of numbers.
Yeah. No, it is growing up myself, competing interstate, you have to do it if you want to perform at those levels. You need that competitive. You'll find here that you'll have standout crews and there's nobody pushing them sort of to keep them going. So it is really important to get interstate. It's expensive for mum and dad, but...
but I think the long-term development for the kids
really
is fantastic.
Yeah.
So this is the lane 4 crew of Isabel and Sophie. Look,
very comfortable.
Hopefully we'll see them at the Robin Hood tonight. I'm not sure if there's a special trophy, but maybe we can do something about that. Easy, good win from the girls.
Yeah, really strong win. And Adelaide Uni 2 just coming across now with Jemima Richter and Cleo Wilson. Back to our little Loretto girls. Have done a great job there. Really good drive from those girls. You can see that push. It's exciting things to come for those girls.
It's good finish.
Coxless 4 in the Open Women's Final next. So back to the 2K distance. No scratchings in this one at this stage, so we will be expecting to see Adelaide in 3, Torrens in 4, Adelaide Uni 2 in 5, Adelaide Rowing Club in 6, and Adelaide Uni 1. And we've got our very own Jo Malcolm fronting up in this one, so out of the commentary and into a boat. So she'll be in lane 7 in the Adelaide Uni 1 crew, so big cheer squad here. Yep, go Jo.
Is there anything she can't
I'm going
do?
for Torrens.
This is called the Long and Strong Cup, isn't it? That's what this is all about.
Yeah, yeah. Who have we got? Torrens, Kiana, Grace, Ella, and Imogen. Not a bad crew there. Adelaide, Luella, Chappelle, Anna Collins, Caitlin Nicholson, Ella Bramwell. So there's some good rowers in this across all of these crews here. So it'll be interesting to see who walks away with the chocolates in this one. I don't think they've had a start yet from what I can see. Might be moving down the course now.
It's a great effort from Rowing SA and all its volunteers, keeping 140 odd races all on track across 2 days with timing and malfunctions and whatever gets thrown up.
Yeah, no, they've done a great job putting this all together, and the weather's helped. Finally, we've got a nice weekend. It's been a pretty bad summer for it, really, for weather. Rowers, we don't like wind, so wind is not our friend. We're fair weather people.
So we have 4 crews, is it?
Yeah, we've got a lane.
3, 4,
have a
5.
few steering issues there. Looks like lane 3, just hugging those lane markers. So lane 3 was Adelaide. Torrens in 4, you can see with the red and white blades, who are also hard up on that
on the
lane boys, which is really it's quite disconcerting when you're rowing to be up on those lane markers. Your blades catch and they sort of hit the boat and go dunk 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 as you're rowing. It's quite off-putting. So and it looks like the crew in 3 has actually crossed into lane 4, which is pushing the Torrens girls over as well. So they're really having might have some technical issues there with their boat, with their steering. So in lane 5, we've got Adelaide Uni 2, Sarah Petrov, Siobhan Rowe, Arabella Baum, Ala. What do you think on this name here? Ala Cocu?
I'm going to say Miss Tunney.
Miss Tunney. And the coach is Brinley. Get a curly one every now and then.
I'm sure if I do it, it'll be wrong.
Yeah. And trying to see if we've got a crew in lane 7. I can see the Adelaide, the ARC crew in lane 6.
So just while they're coming up, there's just been a question on the chat around some of the crews wearing different uniforms, which is, so for instance, we had the Pembroke and the Phoenix combined crews before.
Yep.
So they're in some of these Open and Masters events, some people will choose to row together, or they'll be put together. So that's why you might see a yellow and a green, or a yellow and a blue, as opposed to where the schools all row.
Yeah, it's a composite crew. Yep.
All as one.
Alrighty, so it looks like it is only the 4. So whether that Adelaide Uni lane 7 have had a scratching, and also no, just that Adelaide Uni crew, I think it looks like they've just scratched. So we've got Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 3, Torrens in 4, Adelaide Uni 2 in lane 5, and then Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 6. And I think it could be the lane 6 crew at this stage that's got the lead over the rest of the field.
This is the crew on screen now.
Yep. Yep. And that crew consists of Sophia Neri, Erica Webb, Mika Webb, the sisters, and Christy Shanahan. Ron Mobbs is the coach for them. Just want to see, just looking at those blades, now I'm going to say stroke and bow and get it back to front because the surf boat's rigged the other way. But it's on the stroke side, girls. It'd be nice to see those blades just getting a little bit more depth in the water. They're just not quite getting under. We can see the comparison with the bow side, where the blade is in the water, but you can see the top of the blade there for that stroke side. So maybe just drawing up a little higher and just holding them in a bit longer. Really strong lead though, it's not going to hinder them at all. the Adelaide crew still just hugging those lane markers there. So you can see it's a coxless 4. Really relying on steering with your foot and also that even pressure. So I think if this Adelaide crew can keep steering well, they've probably rode an extra 50 metres on everybody else at this stage, but if they can keep going straight, I think they'll comfortably take out second. But that first crew are absolutely smoking. They're looking really, really good.
That's the
Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 6. So Sophia, Erica, Mika and Christy. And they look really good there.
They do look smooth, don't they?
Yeah. Make it look effortless. Nice sharp catch. Yep. Looks really good. Boat up and running. You can see the bow puddle just getting past the back of the boat. So good run.
So then
So back to our other Adelaide crew.
in lane 3.
So looking really strong there, aren't they?
Yeah, and then Adelaide Uni 2 coming through in 3rd.
Yep. Back to our Torrens crew, which also had a few steering challenges off the start. So that crew there from Torrens is Kiana Baines, Grace Dodson, Ella Deramore, and Denver and Imogen Graham. No show. Where are you, Joe? You should be
She was supposed
up
to be
here
in
if
lane
you're
7.
not there. Yeah, so. Alrighty, so great racing there from Adelaide Rowing Club, taking out 1st and 2nd in the Open Women's Coxless 4. So we're crossing over to the Open Men's Double Scull. And we will be expecting to see all the crews here. So we have got in lane 2 Port Adelaide, lane 3 Adelaide Uni, 4 is Adelaide Rowing Club, 5 is Adelaide Uni, 6 is Torrens 1, and 7 is Port Adelaide Rowing Club. So we've seen a couple of these boys earlier on today. So from Adelaide Uni, we've seen Oscar Moore out earlier in a pair with Ross Hamilton. So they're both going head to head now. So they're in the boat together and now they're against each other. So Oscar pairing up with Mitch Pearson, Mitch being a surfboat rower as well. So he's currently a state team representative for surf boats. Sitting as a under 23, so he's a junior surfboat rower at Somerton Surf Lifesaving Club, and he'll be representing SA next weekend at Mollymook in New South Wales.
Fantastic.
In some nice 3 to 5 foot swell, so should be exciting stuff. So good to see them. And Ross Hamilton from the other Adelaide Uni crew is also in the state Open Men's team for surf boats, and he'll be joining Mitch over there. So
this is easy for them. Is that what you're saying? This is just a walk in the
this
park.
This is easy. Walk in the park. Be up racing the big boys in the big surf on the East Coast next weekend. And I think Mitch was racing last night as well down at, I reckon he was racing down at Somerton, so. And I reckon lane 4 and 5. Lane 4 with Adelaide Rowing Club looking strong. Port Adelaide are also looking good. But that Adelaide Uni crew on the left of screen in lane 5 with Ross also looks up there at this stage. Anything can happen though, it's a long race, isn't it?
2Ks. Well, they're all pretty well in the middle of their lanes this time, so that makes it hopefully a slightly shorter race.
So talk us through Loretto's rowing program at the moment and how things are going there, being the host club
I'm
today.
Probably the least informed person on that. I'm as a willing volunteer parent, but it seems to have gone from strength to strength the last couple of years. I think it's got a number of people who are willing to help out and who have been involved in rowing in other places who are trying to teach those of us that don't know a lot about it what actually is involved. But I have to say the watching your children, having to get themselves organised and focused and watch what they eat and how they exercise and how they rest. I think it's wonderful for that.
It's good life skills.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's really important. I think it's underestimated.
Yeah.
Yes, we spend a lot of time here and away from other places and early in the morning. But I think, over 3 or 4 years, you really start to see the difference in children who take responsibility for themselves and a group of people rather than simply relying on others. And I think with the support of the school and others who are, still learning about how much it costs and the sort of things you need trailers to get to nationals and New South Wales state championships. You need people to drive buses. We saw that terrible, unfortunate accident with Scotch a few years ago where, that was just so unfortunate. You do everything you can to try and keep the girls and boys together on certain events.
Yep.
And, then every couple of years you've got to buy a few new boats.
A few new boats. Loretto are madly raising money at the moment for a new boat.
Yeah.
They're after a new 8, I think, are they?
Yeah, new 8 and a couple of 4s, I think, and a few singles. So a new trailer to pull it all together. So with a program that's going to have national recognition, I think it's a great time to be part of the program.
Yep.
And all led by the Flying Dutchman, Mr. Dornbos.
Yes, with a very loud voice.
Very loud voice and a very clear view of how he'd like things to go.
Yep. Yep.
Which
do any of the parents ever get out and have a row?
we did have a parents' race. Well, there has been one for the last couple of years. I think COVID killed last year's.
Ah, bugger.
But we usually run it in June and July.
Yep. Yep.
We would probably have it as the super heavyweight class, we might call it, if we have.
Do they have boats big enough?
It is loads of fun. We have a fundraising night, and you get to buy a boat or a seat in the boat.
Oh, what do you go out in? Is it
in a quad?
In a quad.
Yeah,
okay,
I think they say that quad sculls are the hardest to tip.
Yep.
So they put the parents in those.
Yep.
And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
That's great fun. Oh, well, I might... we've got a few new rowing parents at Loretto this year. Myself and Gina, one of my crewmates.
All right,
so,
well, there we go. Now we know there's some real skills.
And we've got a Cox as well, so...
It's loads of fun. It's a way to get the parents to get an idea as to what the children go through.
And how hard it is, because there's so much going on when you're in the boat. It really is. There's a lot to think about.
But it's good fun.
Okay, so I can see, and I'm going to have a bit of a giggle here, but I can see the Torrens just on the far left of crew is Callum Deckers. Now, you may have seen Callum getting around. He has got the worst haircut. It's this huge mullet. This long hair hanging down the back of his head that you can see when he's racing.
This is Adelaide in lane 4 of James Price and Tim Santon. Look to be in the centre of the screen.
I think they're going head-to-head with Torrens at the moment, actually.
Out in lane 6, just off the screen.
Yeah, I think Callum and the boy, they may... Sam Button and Callum may be taking it to ARC at the moment. Adelaide Uni just off the pace now, so they're sitting in third. So that crew in lane 5 is the Ross Hamilton and Nick Blackman crew. But it does look like it's lane 4, James Price, Oscar McGuinness, going at it with Sam Button and Callum Decker. And I think ARC have their nose ahead at the moment. It's going to be a tight finish.
It's a tight finish, this one, isn't it? We just, off the screen, Torrens will come in as we pull back. You'll see how tight it is.
So it is ARC. The Torrens boys really need to lift now if they're going to pick this one. ARC just hanging on.
I think they've just got it, haven't they?
Oh, no, ARC is still in front. Torrens, ARC. Oh, I think Adelaide are going to get there. Just great racing there. You can see Sam's Mullet. And
excellent.
Back to Adelaide Uni, Ross Hamilton and Nick in 3. Then we've got our Port Adelaide crew. coming across. And top of screen
Was that Port Adelaide?
is Port Adelaide. We've got 2 Port Adelaide crews in that race.
All right, Tash. So I think that will see us out of this shift. I think we're going to hand over to Andrew and
Lovely.
Phil. We'll be back again later this afternoon.
I'm going to be heading to the beach. Where is Phil? Where is Manx? He's gone for a wander, has he?
He was here earlier.
He was here earlier. Yeah, and I'm left here. I've got to get down the beach this afternoon. I've got some coaching down there happening, so I've got to go check on the girls, boys.
So what have we got coming up next?
We've just finished our Open Men's Double Scull. So that was taken out by Adelaide Rowing Club, James Price and Oscar McGuinness. And we will be moving on to under 19 men's quad scull, which we've got a 2-boat race. So we've got Pembroke in 4, Kurt Bryce, Cooper Peter, Hugo Barnaves, Ozan Ukul, and Simon Lane and Dylan Anderi as the coaches. And in lane 5 is PAC Josh Lascock, William Wheaton, Lincoln Kachez, Thomas Cook, and Matt Hembest is coaching that crew. So they'll be down at the 2K mark, just out of sight at the moment.
Still a long way.
We've got, I saw a whole flock of Loretto girls on, I call it the party boat. It's like that little rafty
Ah, yes, the
boat.
barge. The barge.
Yeah,
Mhm.
It looks like it needs some music and a bit of a party going on it. Put some lights on it. But there's a whole heap of little junior Learn to Row Loretto girls down there doing the boat holding. So
That's great. That's
hopefully they've got sunscreen on the back of their legs.
I hope so. And yeah, the UV rating today is extreme. Pretty much that's the situation for most of the summer. So if we look, we can see down at the pontoon, there's 2 crews there. You can see on the right in lane 4 is Pembroke, and to the left of them in lane 5 is PAC in the red. So we're still waiting for a start. But the great thing about this, looks like they've started now. The great thing here is thanks to Rowing SA, taking advantage of the restrictions that they're required to do under the pandemic, is that we do have this coverage every weekend, and it means that you can actually properly see the whole race. And for those of you who've followed rowing at the Olympics or at World Championships or even Henley and so on, you often do get pretty good TV coverage.
Yeah.
And at a course like Penrith, they actually have a really good bike path along the course. So often there'll be like 30 or 40 bikes following the race and able to see it in the different stages.
PAC just hugging that lane at the moment, aren't they? Right on the edge.
They are. It's so this is a coxless race. That might have some challenges for these school crews. So you can see, as Tash said, on the left-hand side, it looked like they were right up against the buoy. So that does provide a lot of difficulty if your oars, especially in a quad.
It's really off-putting, isn't it?
You might be now. They've moved back into the middle of that lane. We can see that Pembroke are in the middle of that lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, for all the crookedness we've got going on, I think PAC could be ahead at this stage, even though they've perhaps rowed a little further than
they have.
the other crew.
When they finish, they will have done more than 2,000 metres. So, but they're back in the middle of the lane.
Looking settled now.
They have. They've gone through their start. They're both rating similar race ratings. Still pretty close, I think.
It is. I'm just going to see if I can get a rate on them. So 37 on PAC. and 34. So Pembroke just slightly slower there. But I think they've got more time in the water. I think just looking at them, I think their blades, they're getting a little bit more length out of their stroke.
So this is the quad scull, but without a coxswain. So it's one of the fastest boats.
Yep. Without that weight of the cox, yeah.
And this is the race that that South Australia's James McRae competed in 3 times at the Olympics and won a silver medal at the Rio Olympics. They came up against a very strong German crew who were able to get out to a length in front of Australia, and they couldn't make it up. But James competed in the quad scull in 3 Olympics, and I think he won a bronze medal in London and a silver medal in Rio. The rat bags at St Peter's, who he was coaching, they would always sort of every time they were at dinner, they'd bring out the silverware and sort of remind him that he got a silver medal. It was kind of an in joke, and he took it pretty well, I think.
Well, it's not bad, is it, getting a silver?
Exactly. I think most people would be happy with that.
With a medal, yeah.
It might be PAC now, and it's difficult to tell at this distance, but
just hitting the 1K, just going past the 1K mark now. Be starting to feel it, the legs and the lungs.
Yeah, I think you could say, princes are probably now in a position where they're in sort of side by side lanes, so they'll have a very good feel of where each of them are. And I think PAC might just have a bit of a sense that they're in front. If they pull sort of further in front, they'll be able to get a view of Pembroke without looking out of the boat.
Which they're doing a really good job. It's almost irresistible at times to sneak a look over. But turning that head, causes you to change your hands and boat rocks and rolls.
Yeah,
so.
it just upsets the balance a little bit. So, now we can see PAC have probably out to about a 2-length lead over Pembroke. So that's the crew of Joshua Lascock, William Wheaton, Lincoln Churches, and Thomas Cook, and it's coached by Matt Hembest. I got to row against Matt a few times, and also got to row with him at times. So he's now a dad at PAC. So he
be happy with this row from the boys, I think.
He would be very happy. And this is a good race to win. So these would be boys that turn 18 this year, so they would be born 2003 or afterwards. But
look at the lead now! Wow.
So they've now actually, has Pembroke stopped?
They have.
Pembroke have stopped.
And
I'm not sure what's happened there.
Just
they've
raising,
one
of the boys is not doing too well.
So the bow seat, we can just see
Caught a crab.
That's a really tricky one because he's got his oar in the wrong place. So if we have a look at PAC, they're now going to comfortably win this race. That'll
be disappointing for them too.
Very disappointing because Pembroke were in it, and they were out to a couple of lengths lead. Looks like Pembroke have got underway again, but they're going to win the state championship under 19 men's quad scull. So congratulations to PAC, and commiserations to Pembroke, who've just had a sort of a bit of a mishap there, and they've managed. Look, the bow seat's not been able to get his oar back, so they're just coming back in with stroke and free.
I think he snapped the oar. So just those bottom two will finish off the race. Got the points. just going to do some coffee orders, guys. We will be back in 2 minutes.
Back on. Okay, so this is the under-19 women's coxless pair, and St. Peter's girls are the only crew here. So that's Claire Romaniak and Miller Beret, coached by Christine McLaren. I think they're both in the South Australian Talent Identification Program, both involved with SASI. They've already had a very successful weekend. Miller's mum is actually former Australian representative and former Olympian Tori Toogood, who's had a very successful rowing career. And Miller's just recently taken up the sport, only been rowing for about 14 months, and already has a number of state championships under her belt, and this will be another one, and they're the only crew in the race, so they're going to win this state championship.
They might have scared the opposition off there.
I think Mangs raises an excellent point. Are you on or? Mangs raises an excellent point. I mean, this is, while they've got no opposition at the moment, I think they probably have scared off their opposition, because they are two of the best under-19 rowers in South Australia right now.
I can expand on that a bit, Andrew. This is a 2-day regatta. We've got events events for all of the South Australian rowing population, but we don't have that big a population to fill every race with every lane. And when the crews and the coaches and the managers work out their weekend like this, they can afford to row in different boats, and you can't row in countless races. So if I was coaching and had a crew that might win another race that could row in this particular age group, I might look at the known opposition and choose to row in a different event. So that can happen, and that is why we do have these row overs, and in some fields, small fields, some of our races, because in this small family of South Australian rowing, we know the opposition from week to week. We have regular competition regattas, and with this big number of races we've got, especially as some of the younger ones can row in a variety of different age groups, that's why we do unfortunately have a row over. But these two are actually rowing quite firmly. They are having a decent workout and doing what's the honourable thing in a row over, of having a good hit out, Andrew.
Having a good hit out, and I think they're likely to be going to the Nationals in 4 weeks' time at Lake Barrington in Tasmania, and they'll be competing, I imagine, in a range of races. And I think they've also been selected for the South Australian youth team as well. And that's a really good display of coxless pair rowing. And under 19s means they're born they're turning 18 this year, so or younger, so that would mean 2003 or after that.
Don't do maths when you're on the mic.
No,
Andrew, that's the thing. And it's interesting. You filled me in on some information there. I hadn't picked up on that. That was Tori Toogood's daughter. I was around when Tori was racing, and she raced and rode in some state women's crews that I rode in for South Australia. And indeed, a talented oarswoman was Tori Toogood, and great to see her daughter having a splash in the sport that her mum did so well in. Well done.
And already looking pretty good, and as I said, only really picked it up 14 months ago. So and technically, looking good. So we're waiting for a start for the next race, which is the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull. We're expecting to have 8 crews in this race, and if you look down at the far end of the West Lakes course at the start, we can see that the crews are lining up, but still not underway. This will be a held start. So we've got from left to right. We've got in lane 8 Walford 4, in lane 7 Unley High 1. In lane 6, Loretto Marriotteville 1. In lane 5, Walford Anglican 2. In lane 4, Walford Anglican 1. In lane 3, Loretto Marriotteville 2. Lane 2, Unley High. And in lane 1, Walford number 3.
Just mentioning, go back to Tori Toogood. An interesting thing, I'm not sure, Andrew, what you know, but when we have big regattas like this, and usually with a crowd, we would have people like Tori Toogood presenting medals to the state champions. It's very appropriate to have an Olympic representative, an Australian representative, and a world champion medalist herself. And Tori is one of the best ones that we've ever had. She always turns up and helps with that sort of presentation. And what I was going to say is it's interesting that I can think of 2 or 3 of the women that she rode with who don't live in South Australia anymore. So Tori is not only a good representative, she's almost the only one. Kate Slatter, now called Kate Allen, she's in the UK as far as I know.
That's right.
Anna Oslands, I believe, who's married and lives in another state. And I know Carmen Klomp, who rode with this group. She's living, I'm pretty sure, in New South Wales. She's an Australian. She's on the board of Rowing Australia and involved in the sport, but unfortunately not helping us out in South Australia.
Yes, no, but Tori has remained local, and she's always down here at head of the river, and now she's likely to be round here a lot more as a rowing mum. Last year, she spoke at the state presentation dinner and gave a really good talk. It was 100 years of women in rowing, and she talked about her experiences rowing for Australia, and also gave a lot of tips to the aspiring people who were getting selected for Pathway and Youth and the other state teams. So we're still waiting for a start, and there has been a little bit of a, I see. So they left. There's been a little bit of. We're still a few minutes away from the start, so it's the starting time is 1:50. So we might be waiting 5 minutes before the start of this race. We're still not scheduled to start it.
If they're all there, they may start the race early, Andrew. That's
they can do that.
They can do that as long as the. What happens is the starters will actually ask the crews if they are happy to start early, if they are all there and in position. So we'll stand by and see what happens.
Yeah, stand by.
Race time is 1:50, and it's not quite that yet.
But we've got Walford have 4 crews in this race, Unley High have 2, and Loretto Marriotteville have 2. looks like someone's actually moving. We might have one of the crews moving into position there. So we're still a few minutes away from a start.
Andrew, I've just joined the commentary. I haven't spoken today, so I'll just mention that one of the reasons I was a bit late coming in now, I just presented the trophies for the men's double scull, the open double scull, and that was a bit of a tribute from me because the Adelaide guys won that, but what I was going a bit of nostalgia there that I won that race about 40 years ago when it was very early in our history that when I started racing, the double scull wasn't on the program, so I think I may have been in the first crew that won that double scull. I was rowing with Manham with Dean Mobbs, who was a famous Central Districts footballer and captain of Central Districts League football. He was also a very good rower from Manham, and we won the double scull here on this course. And we beat the crew that were the Australian lightweight double scull champions the previous year. So it was I'd like to say it was a top quality race, and there were more entries from Torrens, Riverside, a couple of other clubs. So it was a good race, and unfortunately, really, historically, that's the last open senior state championship that the Manham Club has won.
Well, I did see. We did see one of their Masters scullers out here yesterday, and racing at the age of 89, and he won his competition very easily.
Yeah, John Banks, and he. I was on the commentary at the time, and I heard the excellent discussion you had about John Banks. He actually did win the state champion senior sculls in his youth in the 1950s. So he's gone on to be still sculling at age 89. But he was actually a state champion single sculler. He was also a state champion in several other boats. And with the Manham crew in those days, he was in the 1958 South Australian state team that rode in the very first Penrith Cup for lightweight fours in 1958.
Saying you know your stuff, don't you?
That just means I'm old, Joe.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I've got Joe raised this question last week when we noticed in Schoolboy 8s, Brenton Terrell had won the President's Cup, and my research was that South Australia's won the President's Cup 5 times. There are 4 people who've won it. Two of them are coaching schoolboys at the moment. So that is James McRae and Brenton Terrell, and there's 2 others.
Yeah, Norm Talbot was the first to win it.
Yep. He won it in 1971.
And Alex Hill's busy at the moment.
Alex Hill has won it the last 2 years.
Yes,
so
he's the first one that's won it twice for South Australia and 2 years in a row, which is fantastic. He's also won the national title. So Alex won the national title twice and the interstate title twice. So a 4 times winner. And he's training in the national team for the Olympics right now.
So, but we've had some great scullers from South Australia. But Chris Morgan, for example, never won it. So, I think he came second a couple of times.
No, I think he came second 4 or 5 times. He said to me once when with his silver medal, I was taking his photo, and he said, "I've come second in this race more times than anyone else." I don't think it's quite right, but I can imagine how he felt to get so close so many times.
So we're still at the start for this race. It's due to start any second now. It looks like one crew's still looking over at lane 8. There's still one crew in lane 8. I think that's one of the Wolford crews. They're just tapping around now.
Yeah, we've got a full field here, so it's going to take a little while for all of those boats to come around and get attached.
So let's go on, Joe. Joe's coming back to the microphone, and I'm dying to ask her what happened. She was supposed to be in a race for the Coxless 4 a minute or 2 ago, and
we were so looking forward to it too. We put our boat on, everything was in order. Rowing up to the start line, feeling good, we've raced that combination before, And as we were pulling out to line up as we were, somebody noticed that our bow ball had fallen off. And it's a safety concern, and you're not actually allowed to race without a bow ball. And so we threw a little tantrum and then put our head between our legs and tail between our legs and had to row back in lane 9.
That's so sad. I'm so sorry to
I
hear
know.
that, Jo.
It is.
I'm racking my brain. I just gave you a bit of history. I can't remember anyone getting to the start in my time and finding out that sort of happened.
Well, it was on. I checked the boat, and it was on the boat when we put our boat on the water. I have no idea what happened, but I actually called. I said a naughty word when somebody turned around and said, "Oh, you don't have a bow ball." I was like, "Excuse me, I think I know that we've got a bow ball on our boat, but no." So, gremlins, sabotage. No, something happened. We noticed that it had been knocked off about a month ago at the training camp up at the Murray, and it was taped on, but it was taped on securely. I'm blaming gremlins.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing that people used to laugh at me as a coach. I used to go around and check every nut and bolt and the rudder especially before a race, a big race especially. And the bow ball was something you always sort of grabbed hold of and made sure it was tight. And so to the rudder and the fin, which are underneath the boat, people don't always look at them. And I can imagine that's very frustrating.
Yeah, well, I mean, for people who don't know what a bow ball actually is, it's a piece of galvanized rubber that sits on the end, on the bow of the boat, and it's a ball, obviously, that covers that tip of the bow, so that if you knock into anything, it's a flat surface that can absorb the shock. Because otherwise, underneath it, it's like racing with a spear on the end of your boat. So it's a huge safety concern, which is why we weren't allowed to race, because the judges kind of cautioned us, because technically you're not allowed to put the boat on the water without one. So
yeah, it's a rubberized sort of compound usually that acts as like a bumper bar on a car in a way.
Yeah, exactly.
And you need it to protect yourself and everyone, and it's in our rules of racing that you have to have it. That's part of the equipment, and you wouldn't be to any advantage not to have it. So it's not a racing advantage.
No.
But it's in the rules like that, and I can't remember anyone having that. Jo?
But we've got to start here in the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull final. We're really excited to see this one, and I do have to say we have had a couple of name changes before the heat of this one. I spoke to one of the coaches, and there was a cheeky name change. He said 3 minutes before the start of the race, which is a little bit cheeky, but let's just do a roll call now from right of screen. In lane 1, we have Walford Anglican 3. In lane 2, we've got Unley High 2. In lane 3, we've got Loretto Marriotteville 2. In lane 4, Walford Anglican 1. In lane 5, Walford Anglican 2. In lane 6, Loretto Marriotteville 1. And in lane 7, Unley High 1. Lane 8 with Walford Anglican 4. So I remember that there were two very different heats for this division. We had a heat where everyone went through and progressed, no worries, and a heat that was a bit of a race for the line. So I'm really interested to see what these two different divisions of heats will do when put in the final and racing for the medal, for the trophy in this one.
And it's a mix of crews in this race, because Walford, I can say we've got some girls from the first 8, some girls from the second 8, and some from the inters as well. So they've provided a mix of crews. Unley High have got 2 crews here, Loretto Marriotteville as well. So there's 3 girls crews that are in this race. 4 from Walford, 2 from Unley High, and 2 from Loretto Marriotteville.
So that name change, I think, is Loretto Marriotteville 1. I remember questioning how Victoria and Deanna got back up to the start line for the under-17 double and how they could be rowing it because they clashed. The under-17 double is the next race, obviously. But there was a name change, and I think it was Hallie and Felicity that came in the boat But you can check that on Rowing Manager. But looking really tight at the moment. I would say it's that Walford crew in lane 4, Walford Anglican 1, leading the group, and that is half of their first 8 of Miffy Young, Imogen Alford, Georgina Southcott, Isabella Worth, and Molly Olafson, coached by Pat I. You must be enjoying this over there.
Well, it's a very difficult race for me to watch. I'm intrigued, but I'm looking. Obviously, I'm a very biased observer here, but I'm looking at that Walford number 1 crew, and I think Patrick would be pleased by the way they're rowing at the moment. Like most of the schoolgirls here, they've had a big program all weekend. Not unusual for some of these girls to have had 6 races. And as we said, some of them they do go through pretty easy, but still they've been racing up and down this course all weekend.
A proud parent, I think, Andrew, and we thank all our parents that support the students and school boys and schoolgirls with their rowing, because they rely on the parents to get them here for training. A lot of time in this sport, and we need all you parents, and I'm always happy to encourage them to the parents to come and encourage their kids. Unfortunately, we can't have a full crowd at this regatta. I was talking to Roger Wilson this morning on the phone, and Victorian Championships are on this weekend, and Victoria, where they've had all the COVID trouble, they actually had about 5,000 spectators at Ngambie yesterday. And why would they not be able to do that in a big open space? But they did have to control the crowd, and it's something we can look at here perhaps in the future.
I think the difference between Ngambie and West Lakes here is that Ngambie is, I've been to the course, there's one road in and one road out. So you can track how many people are attending the course. It's really difficult here. It's public land. We can't stop residents walking their dogs, blah, blah, blah. There is a lot of red tape, but it is absolutely an option we're looking for in a couple of weeks' time. But like I said, down to the heads of rowing. But yeah, looking at these crews here, I do believe it is the Walford crew out in front in lane 5, about a length or 2 back to that Loretto crew. Walford looking really strong and confident there. I would say not pushing the rate at all. I would say that the Loretto crew is overrating them a fraction. So they're looking the goods there, Walford. I'd be surprised if any of the crews do catch them, but I also want to make mention that we do have 2 only crews in this race, which is a really good thing to see from the smaller program, the public school there, competing on terms and pushing up, definitely in contact with the rest of the crews here.
And just looking at that Walford crew number 1, in the bow seat is Miffy Young, and Miffy has already won a state championship this weekend. She won the under-21 lightweight women's single scull, and had a really good row. And her older sister was actually part of the Walford crew, which won schoolgirls national championships. I think 4 years ago. So
was it 4 years ago? Oh gosh.
Yeah, Walford. Look, and that's
2017. Yeah,
that's schoolgirls.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that. No, I think it was.
I feel like it was.
Well, Caitlin Nicholson was in that crew, so I think she's won 3 state titles in a row. She told me yesterday. So it's 4 years since she rode schoolgirls.
But look, and don't quote me on that. But I think in the 30 years that Walford have been rowing, they've won that Schoolgirl 8 title 3 times in 94, 97, and more recently in 2017. But having said that,
the Schoolgirl 8, like the first 8.
No, they've won national Schoolgirl 8 championship. So we probably should anyway.
Back to the race.
Back to the race.
Yeah, obviously really dominant there. What have you got on their rating, Mangs?
I think they're cruising pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely cruising there. I would say like 30, maybe. Just picking it up through the red boys there.
31.5. Pretty good call, Joe.
It's like I've been doing it for a little while.
Yeah. They've certainly spread eagled the field, really. They were well out in front and all absolutely looking
bit of a race
for
the minor placings here. If we can just zoom back and have a look in that last 100 metres there, really tight race between Loretto and Walford. I think the Loretto crew are just going to hang on, but I can't. Ooh. Yeah. So that's the Loretto Marriotteville 1 crew in lane 6 over the Walford Anglican 2 crew in lane 5. We'll see Walford Anglican 3 come through in lane 1 and Unley High 1 over the far side, being pushed by that Walford Anglican 4 crew for the minor placings, but rowing really neatly. And the Loretto Marriotteville 2 crew coming through in lane 3. Nice little push at the end there from those girls. They've absolutely spent it. Huge program for them. And yes, this is the other Unley crew, Unley Height 2. Nice.
And rowing quite well,
yeah. Very tidy. And just moving through the finish line now. Well done to all girls competing in the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull, but that title will go to the Walford Anglican crew. Happy, Dad?
Very happy, Dad. I might actually just leave the commentary for 5 or 10 minutes so I can just catch up with my daughter.
Most commendable. I agree you should do that. Give them a time to turn around and have a breather, and they should be fine.
And this is... Yep, go on.
I think they've got another race coming up. But I know that at Walford they do a lot of sculling, and a lot of their selection is sculling based as well. So
yeah, we see them when we come back from camp. Usually it's that week before Australia Day. They'll hold their seat racing in singles, and you just see this fleet of Walford singles. It's phenomenal how much equipment and amazing resources they have at their disposal. And they go out and they just pound down the course in singles. And I think I honestly really, really like that mode, because it keeps everyone accountable to their own speed. Keeps it, like in a single, you can't get away with anything. But this is the under-17 women's double scull here, the final that we were talking about earlier. We've got a lane draw here from right of screen in lane 4, Loretto Marriotteville 1, in lane 5, Seymour College 1, in lane 6, St Peter's Girls 1, in lane 7, Pembroke School 1, and in lane 8, St Peter's Girls 2. Although I can see a crew in lane 2, so I'm not sure who that is. Any ideas?
No, I haven't got a working sheet for this one.
This is a live draw, so it's up on... Oh.
It's the same. I've got the same screen you've got.
Yep. Well, this...
And I've got no paper sheet, so I'm not sure what's going on here.
Oh, and you can't work off paper, can you? Hang on, it could be... Is it these ones? Excuse us while we figure out what we're looking at over here. So that looks like... Oh, okay. All right. I can see what they've done. So I know that this Pembroke double we're racing through, and I remember making this comment at the start. We had enough crews had scratched that it could have been run as a straight final, but we had to go through the heats and finals. So this would be that double scull crew, and testing my memory here. I do believe... No, I'm not going to try and hazard a guess at the names. But looking at the race as it's progressing now, I do believe it's the Loretto crew of Deanna Macalino and Victoria Binns leading. We would expect them to be, I'd say, leading this race, considering the way that they've performed all weekend.
Well, Victoria, I think, won 5 titles yesterday.
She had 5 races, so it wouldn't surprise me. She
may not have won them all, but I know she rode a couple of heats. And Joe, in my career, I think 5 2,000 metres was my maximum for a day.
I
rode 7.
I think I've done 6 once, and that. Yeah, I mean,
she's 15.
I mean, I probably was the same age when I did that, rowing for both club and school. So doubling up at one of those, West Lakes regattas where you have both a school race and then a club race. But I honestly, you know, the big thing about these girls doing so many races and performing well in them is that I think Tom's been keeping score and I think they've just overtaken us in the premiership points. So it looks like Loreto might have just edged up over Adelaide Uni in the premiership table. Although I do know that Adelaide Rowing Club have had a lot of women wins over this weekend, and state championship points do count. I think you get double points perhaps for state championship.
Yeah, but these are also state championships, so they're going to get double points too. So
yeah.
It'll be interesting to see the scoreboard when the computer works it all out. But
yes.
this is impressive work again by the crew from Loreto. With
Bless you. Yes, so we're seeing Victoria and Deanna rowing really tidy here. Spent a lot of time in that double. I do know how fast they go because I've actually raced them before. We did manage to cross the line before them, but they did finish fast. And I want to call out the youth in that they are really fearless with their racing. So I don't think they know like their limits, and they don't put limits on themselves. And I think that's something that Tom's done really well in that program, is just allowing them to have a go.
Well, they're far enough in front in this race that they could back off, but I don't think, just looking at them, that they've backed off a lot. They might have the rating down a bit lower, but the power's still all on. You can see the draw through the water, nice and flat. Good power through the water. They've got the legs, the leg drive, and that good flat draw. If your hands have that straight flat draw, that's wonderful to see, especially for youngsters like this.
Yeah, I think one of the things that they're doing really well, which would add a lot to their boat speed, is that they've got a lot of length around the finish of the stroke. So they're holding that blade in really nice and long through that finish.
Just over 31 strokes a minute. So
yeah, so that
still going along.
We know that they can rate higher than that, so they're absolutely just cruising, happy to take the win in this division. So well done to Deanna and Victoria taking the win in the under-17 women's double scull. And looking back, I think that the minor placings have spread out a little bit in this race, and we'll see.
Another Loreto, I think.
Yes, Loreto 2. No, that's Seymour. Seymour in lane 5, Eliza Wink and Jemima Whitten also sculling really nicely. Got those catches in nice and crisp and cruising through the finish line there. St. Peter's girls racing through ahead of the crew on the fast side there, Comrades and St. Peter's girls. So Georgina Wakeham and Charlotte Parker crossing ahead of Lucy Sharippa and Georgie Owler. Just staying ahead of that Pembroke School of Sasha Brennan and Claire Rogers. Wait. That's Pembroke. I'm so confused. They were supposed to be in lane 7, not in lane 2. That's probably what I was confused about at the start.
Okay.
I don't. No. I look at the cameraman and he shrugs at me. He's like, I just do the IT stuff, guy. But good race, great final. Looking ahead, we've got the under-17 men's single scull, and this lane draw would have come through with the winners of each of their respective heats and the next 3 fastest times. So I can read that out for you now. Full race, 2,000 metre race. From right of screen, we've got lane 1, Port Adelaide 2, Charles Watkinson. In lane 2, Torrens 1, Hamish Bell. In lane 3, Prince Alfred College, Hunter Lang. In lane 4, St. Peter's College, Albert Howard. In lane 5, Port Adelaide, Beecher Ross. In lane 6, St. Peter's College, Eddie Hetherington. In lane 7, Christian Brothers, Sam Jackson. And in lane 8, Prince Alfred College, Seb Jordan. And to be honest, having watched those earlier heats, I am not surprised in the least that each of these people have made it through to the final. I do remember Sam being quite close in his heat, and I think it was Hamish Bell was probably in the fastest heat of the day, but I can check back on that. And
wonderful to see these young under-17s sculling. It's and the schools competing and letting their youngsters row in the scull title races, as well as some clubs. We've got Port Adelaide and Torrens, as well as school scullers.
So, yeah, it does look like Sam Jackson is in the lead at the moment. I would say, maybe a length back to the crew in lane 2, which is interesting. So that's Hamish Bell there in the Torrens colours in lane 2. And it's really interesting that we've got the race in the outside lanes, because they are going to have to look right across, unbalance the boat to understand where they are and how they're faring against one another. I know. Last year I had a similar race like this, and I think Sam Jackson's actually just pulled ahead now. I would say about a length back to Hamish Bell. It's really disconcerting racing someone over the other side of the course.
And usually our heat and lane system puts the fastest qualifiers in the centre lanes, but some of these scullers may have been able to row a heat without using too much energy. It's still pretty close though, I think, Joe.
Yeah, I can't pick it. And because they're so far apart, you can't tell the perspective either.
I'm trying to watch the red boys, because the 250 metre mark, all the boys are red, and that's the boating boy, the floating boys I'm talking about, not the boys rowing. And it looks like, they're both. I think Jackson's into the red boys first.
I was going to say Hamish.
On the far side.
Beg your pardon, Sam Jackson. So just on screen, Seb Jordan in lane 8. We're looking at lane 7 here. So if we can pan across. Pushing through that final 150 metres now. Yep, there we go. We've got him.
So that's the leader, I think, in the purple and white from Christian Brothers College.
If we can pull out and see lane 2 as well. We're just testing our cameraman's skills at the moment, just trying to get the full range of what's happening across the screen. And where is Hamish? He's not there yet, we've heard. All right, I reckon it's Sam then. Keep pulling out, keep pulling out. Yep, we've got this.
No, he's got away to a clear lead
there
there at
he
the
is.
end. So
I reckon
it's about 2 lengths only, but Jackson did get across and away from Bell.
So well done to Sam Jackson from Christian Brothers College, winning their first state championship of the weekend. They'd be pleased with that. Coming through in lane 3 here from Prince Alfred College, Hunter Lang, doing well. And over the far side, we see that other PAC sculler, Seb Jordan, coming through. We should see our St. Peter's scullers and Port Adelaide. Yep, so Port Adelaide, Charles Watkinson cruising through now, and St. Peter's and other Port Adelaide sculler coming through now. So huge props to all of these boys for making the final. Where it's an amazing effort, considering that this is the most subscribed race of the weekend, having 5 full heats. So well done, and big thanks to our camera girl Ali for capturing those final elements of the race. So
is that Ali that was a runner yesterday? Now she's camera.
She was camera yesterday.
She was doing camera yesterday too, was she? Okay.
So
well done, Ali.
So these are girls who are from Seymour College, who are helping out here with Livestream Australia this weekend. So big thanks to them. They're doing a great job, getting some great experience working the cameras this weekend.
And thanks, Joe, for that, explaining to me why that field was so spread out. Having 5 heats, a couple of those guys won heats that were probably a bit softer than the others, and that's why they didn't finish up in the centre lane.
Yeah,
so
correct.
They rode their race cleverly, saved a bit of energy, gave them a slower win and puts them back into the wider lanes.
I'm going to have to check that that earlier heat, but I think those two boys were in the same heat.
Yeah, and that's possible too. You could have been second in your heat, and because you had the fast time, you still get in the final.
Yeah.
And that's the luck of the draw.
So, yeah, Sam Jackson and Hamish Bell were in the same heat. So that's really interesting. They haven't actually seeded it on seeded those lanes on times. I think they've seeded the winners in the middle and the next fastest times on the outside. So that's interesting. It's just a way to do it. But we will have the under 16 women's single scull. This one is a sponsored race, I'm pretty sure. Is it?
We've got a sponsors list.
Somewhere on my laptop here. Under 16 women's single scull, sponsored by Stringy Bark Landscaping. So if you've got any landscaping that you need to do feel free to have a chat to Stringy Bark. We know we had Will up here earlier testifying that they redid his driveway recently and they had a really good job. But back to the race now. So from right of screen in the under 16 women's single scull final, from right of screen we've got Norwood Murray Alta High 2, Bianca Kohlberg. In lane 2, Loretto Marryatville 3, Eliza Hogg. In lane 3, Seymour College, Georgia Walters. In lane 4, Loretto Marryatville, Emily Lang. In lane 5, Seymour College, Daisy Holland. In lane 6, Loretto Marryatville, Felicity Taylor. We've had a scratching from lane 7, Norwood Murray Alta. And in lane 8, we've got Unley High, Mayett Charters. So I'm really excited. One of the girls that I'm coaching has made the final here. So that's Bianca in lane 1. So good on you, Bianca. Go out and give it a shot. But these girls are racing from the 1,000-metre mark. It will be a bit of a splash and dash to the finish line. And like Mang said, we would expect to see the centre lanes do well because that's how they've been seeded for this final. So from where I'm sitting, they're probably about 750 metres to go. And I would say lane 4, looking the goods, Emily Lang from Loretto. Doing well in front of her home crowd, but still very much in contact. Pushing her would be Georgina Walters from Seymour. And I do believe that's Greg's daughter, who was in the commentary with us yesterday. So I'm sure he's watching very keenly on the live stream at home and hopefully seeing his daughter do well.
Close race for this title, and they got off to a good start, and being a shorter distance race, they're well on the way.
So we've got some questions on the live stream. Somebody asked, possibly a silly question, but I'm noticing that some crews are not wearing the same clothing in boats. Is that allowed? And I think what they're referring to is the undershirts, which at a national level, everyone has to wear the same undershirt, short sleeve, long sleeve, or no sleeves. And it's just a regulation that's come down from FISA for when we're broadcasting, which is interesting. Somebody actually asked me about that yesterday. But for me, I like to wear a long sleeve because I like to take care of my skin. And so I just wear the long sleeve while a lot of the girls like to wear the shorts.
I believe the actual verdict is that we have to allow people to wear what clothing they need to protect themselves. But
Correct.
We do try and encourage them to have the same colour underclothing.
Okay, so it's Andrew Southcott. I'm back again, and so that's the sculler in lane 4, Emily Lang. She's sculling well, and several boat lengths in front of her competition. So she's got a good view of the competition. She's now just coming down to the finish line, and good boat run, and there. So she has won under 16 women's single scull.
Second would be Georgina Walters from... Oh, no, beg your pardon. Sorry, that's lane 5, Seymour College.
That's Daisy Holland. And then we've got closest to us, that was Nord Morialta, and then Eliza Hogg next.
Yep.
And now that was quite close between Maya Charters of Unley High and Felicity Taylor of Loretto Marriotteville. And this is our sculler from Nord Morialta High.
Yeah. Good on you, Bianca. This is her first weekend doing a single scull race. So having made the...
She's doing a great job.
Yeah.
She's...
well done, Bianca.
And there we go. Finished that race.
Another question here. Oh, no, we've got another race. We'll get to that in a sec.
So this is the Masters Men's Double Scull, Division 1. So we starting off from the left-hand side in lane 8, we've got Peter Clements and Frank Prow of Port Adelaide. Lane 7, Mark Mussered and Nicholas McDonald in lane 7. Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard from Port Adelaide in lane 6, and they look to be the leader at the moment. Next we have in lane 5 from Riverside, Mark Johnston and Graham Hunt. Then in lane 4, Port Adelaide, Anthony Lee, Dwayne Boone. Lane 3, Adelaide University, John Bentley and Bill Natt. And then lane 2 from Goolwa, Simon Burr and David England. So
the two boats battling for the field for the lead. You've got the two lightweights or ex-lightweights in Johnson and Hunt. And in the Port Adelaide crew, you've got one heavyweight, one lightweight. No, pretty much side by side ahead of the Adelaide Uni crew.
Well, interestingly, this morning we saw Kevin and Susie Ross, Kevin Tankard currently racing with Rob Ellis, upset the Rob Ellis and Simone Ellis combination in the mixed double. So I would expect this Port Adelaide crew to be quite quick, sculling really well. I think Rob Cheeseman will be walking around trying to get Kevin's number for the Masters state team this year.
Well, he's from Mildura. I'm not sure if he can.
Is that
row
right?
For us.
Well, then how's he rowing in Port
there
Adelaide
we go.
colours?
So, so we have Riverside second and Adelaide University third.
I believe it's easier and closer distance to come and row here at Port Adelaide than at Adelaide rather
Port
than
Adelaide fourth.
Go to Victorian regattas. So
right.
That's why he's joined Port Adelaide.
And Port Adelaide fifth.
There you go. Very good. Goolwa coming through in lane 2.
That's Simon Burr and David England. And then another Port Adelaide crew.
Looking at the Masters, I actually have a request from Goolwa to talk about their fundraiser coming up, which will happen at the same time as Nationals. So for those who are interested in doing a long row, the Goolwa Rowing Club long row will be 116 kilometres over 3 days. Renmark to Marook to fundraise for the future boat shed. Apparently they're very close to their target. Goolwa supplies the boats and supports the crews. We just need people. It's $300 per person, and inquiries can be made to the Goolwa Rowing Club Facebook page. Please try and support that if you're interested and you're keen to get a few Ks out while the kids are away playing at Nationals. It would be great to see that Goolwa Rowing Club boat shed develop down on the Fleurieu Peninsula. If you're interested, head to the Facebook page.
So Pembroke Masters are in lane 3 in the next race. Adelaide Uni in 4, Riverside in 5, Phoenix in 6, and Pembroke with Phoenix are in lane 7, composite crew.
Look, this is going to be quite an interesting race because what you have on the right-hand side, you've got two double sculls that are both H, so they're a little bit older, so they've headed off on go. And then on the left-hand, and that's the crew of Phil Gebhardt and Peter Hodson, and also the Adelaide Uni crew next, Henry Newland and Rick Armstrong. But then if you look on the far side, we've got the Pembroke Masters Phoenix crew, Chris Cowan and John Lister, and then the Phoenix crew of Peter Zilm and David Ellis, and they've given away a 10-second head start. So this actually looks like we might have some pretty good handicapping based on age, and it's hard to tell, because you've got to remember these crews on the left-hand side have given away a 10-second head start. So at the moment, I think it's the crew over in Lane 7, Chris Cowan and John Lister, who have already, you would have to say, they've made up quite a lot of that ground. And it'll just be interesting to see over the last 500 metres whether they can mow down their compatriots at Pembroke Masters Phoenix in Lane 3 and Adelaide Uni in Lane 4.
Yeah, really, really quick look around from Chris Cowan in the bow seat there, across to his mates and rivals in the Adelaide Uni boat. Great scullers in the Adelaide Uni boat, but I've got to talk about Chris for a second, because I've actually rowed with him a bit and I've trained against him a bit. Man is very quick in a scull, like his daughter Celia, who has represented the state and the Australia in a sculling boat. He is quite quick, quite adept. I think I would expect to see them push through here, but Phil and Pete Hodson giving them a run for their money.
Very long in the water, that crew. They're keeping it steady and long. They're holding off Uni.
Yeah, I think they've just pushed past Uni there.
But your crew with Chris in it, they're certainly mowing them down on the far side, Joe, so call them in.
Oh, I can't see it, but I reckon Phil and Pete are just striking at perhaps a fraction higher rating and pushing through here now. Oh, great finish from Phil and Pete here.
It's very close, isn't it?
I would say the Pembroke Masters Phoenix combination of Phil Gebhardt and Pete Hodson doing really well to push through there, ahead of Adelaide Uni in Henry Newland and Rick Armstrong. Chris Cowan and John Lister in third on the far side. And we're seeing that full Phoenix boat of Peter Zilm and David Ellis cruising through, rowing really nicely there. Long in the water, as you said, will come in fourth. We had a scratching from Riverside.
The next race has already started, and that's the Masters Women's Coxed 4. I've got the paper program here. It looks like we've got a scratching if I look at the update.
Looks all clear here. Yeah. So from right of screen,
okay.
In lane 2 we've got Riverside. In lane 3 we've got Phoenix off 9 seconds. In lane 4 we've got Goolwa off 19 seconds. In lane 5 we've got Riverside off go.
Yeah,
in lane 6 Phoenix off 15 seconds. In lane 7 Torrens off 11 seconds. And what's your bets?
Well, they're all there. Sorry, I misled you at the start. They're quite a variety of times here, Andrew, so you can try and work it out. You're good at the maths, we decided.
Not on my feet, I think. So so we would have had, like, lane 2 and lane 5 have gone off at go. And just try and work out who's...
Yeah, well, lane 2 is still going quite well, for sure.
I would be looking at the names and who I know out here. I would say we've got Caroline Muzzarad, Annie Ellis, Lil Mader and Katie Kavanagh in that Phoenix boat in lane 3. We would expect Caroline and Annie, they have rowed a pair before. And like you said yesterday, Caroline is a world champion in her age category. So
with Anne Ellis.
With Annie, yes, correct. And we've also got a couple of spicy crews over the other side as well. The Torrens crew, I would expect to see go quite well. That's one of the youngest crews in the race. So on the far side in lane 7, the Torrens colours, red and white hoops.
Yeah, they were the back markers.
Yeah, they were the back markers going off. No, beg your pardon. That's interesting. It's a typo in the... that's not right, because I think they're rowing a coxless boat. Goolwa are rowing a coxless boat, I think. That's why they've got more...
All right.
Phoenix are rowing a coxless boat as well there.
So at the moment we're looking at Phoenix in lane 6 and Riverside in lane 5. If we can see the Torrens crew, they'll be a little bit more to the left. So the Torrens crew's in lane 7.
They've got a coxswain.
Yes. So
Phoenix have it, yeah.
Yes.
So if we just have a look a little bit further, there's if we have a look at the Torrens crew in lane 7, they've given up. They came off a 11-second marker, so they've already, and that's a Coxed 4, and they're already they've already passed the field, but they've still got some competition from Phoenix, who are coming off a 15-second marker as well, and that's a Cox's 4. So the Cox's 4 should go faster than the Coxed 4. They're not carrying as much weight, and it does look to be a pretty close race between.
Yeah, it's a handicapper's dream. The 3 or 4 or 5 boats almost within a couple of lengths, so they've worked to their race to their handicap performance.
We actually had a phone call earlier this week talking about the handicapping systems between coxed and coxless boats, and we got that worked out well. But this Torrens crew of Jeanette Caldwell, Anna Crowley, Denise Abood and Gina Bell with Cox Kate Crowley, all of them have been state reps either currently or within the last year. So Kate has just been named as the coxswain of the Youth 8. So congratulations to Kate. And fast finish between Phoenix and Phoenix.
4 boats within
that's good.
That's great handicapping there.
Yeah. And that Torrens crew, a mother-daughter combination. So
Very
cute. So that's a really nice touch as well.
We love that.
Because for the Coxes, the Masters rules don't apply.
No, of course not. Well, you can't always have, a whole heap of people ready to jump in, but if you've got the young ones there, they love to be used.
Yeah.
So this is Riverside just rowing through here now. The crew of Diane, Sue, Melanie and Laurel with Cox Naomi Ree.
Well done, Joe. Now we've got a sponsor sponsoring the next race, 120.
120.
Race number 120.
Yes, correct. The under 21 women's Coxed 4 will be up next. Thanks to Marzi.
And Loretto Rowing.
Loretto Rowing.
They're our main volunteers for this regatta. Thanks to Loretto Rowing Club for supplying the volunteers and for the lunch today. Thank you very much.
What year did Loretto start rowing?
It would be within the last decade.
I think it might be just a bit more than 10 years, but yeah, certainly they're certainly one of our newest schools.
11 years?
Yeah.
So
11.
apparently, yes, this is the 11th year.
There you go. Thanks very much.
Yes, we've got special comments from Nick Anderson over there.
Thank you, Nick.
But one of the questions that we've got on the live stream at the moment is school programs seem to differ greatly. Would be good to hear a little bit about typical top school programs, girls and boys. And also, are high school training loads a good thing, or higher training loads a good thing early on?
I think it would be a good idea to perhaps get some people on from those programs. But my kids have gone through the St. Peter's and Wolford program, and I think people might not agree, but I think their attitude is not to push them too hard in the early years. In fact, Saints only recently started rowing at Year 7 level. They previously didn't start until a little bit later. So I know that is like it is a topic of discussion, and what you ideally want is people who will want to continue with the sport. Swimming used to have this problem of producing awesome swimmers at the age of 14 and 15, and then just burning out and giving up the sport. So we don't want that. Kids develop at different ages. But look, the programs both at Saints and Wolford, they are demanding, but I think they become more demanding as you get higher up in the senior levels.
Yeah, extremely rigorous. I think one of the things that I like to think about is keeping kids staying kids for as long as we can. So not getting too serious and not getting too competitive. And that's the kind of program that I came through. So the two programs that you spoke of, the Wolford and the St. Peter's, probably some of the more rigorous programs that we'll see here in SA. And they have produced some phenomenal results, as you said earlier. And we're seeing that today. But one of the things that is frustrating from a development point of view when we work here in the office is seeing these crews go faster than perhaps the King's Cup or whatever at a schoolboy level, and then them not continue on into the clubs. So there is that balance of, you know, creating, trying to manage the burnout. And one of the things that I really enjoyed when I was in my program, I came from a smaller program. Pulteney has traditionally been a smaller program, was that we came through to develop a love of the sport rather than a love of winning. So it was really about doing it for the sake of doing it rather than doing it for the reward and the kind of ego that you get at the end. So I don't know. There's a whole heap of different ways to look at it. That's what because it's what I experienced. It's what I try and instill in my programs. And if you get the energy from the athletes themselves to do more, then they are. If you can provide the tools for them to do it themselves, so perhaps introduce a club program alongside a school program. I know that a lot of these schools do work in tandem with some of the clubs here. Then they have the opportunity to row up and do some really exciting things.
Can I ask, when you were starting out, what was the competing sport for you?
Swimming. So
you
I
just didn't like the chlorine in your hair. Was that the difference?
I got really bored of looking at the black line. So
instead you look at boys. So
I mistook what you meant by boys there, but that was actually the reason that I got into the sport, because I thought the boys were really cute.
I was talking about the Boyd cause.
When I asked that question, I wasn't expecting that answer, so that was quite a leap. We'll come back to that. So
moving aside from that, we have a start in race 120, the under 21 women's Cox 4. The final here, a 2, 4, 6, 7 boat race. From the right of screen, we've got Torrens in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Adelaide. In lane 4, we've got Adelaide Uni. In lane 5, we've got Wolford Anglican. In lane 6, we've got Loreto. In lane 7, Loreto 2. In lane 8, Pulteney Grammar.
If I can just get back to that earlier conversation, as a non-rower, but a parent of a rower, it's I think it's really important that they just get the enjoyment out of it. I was given some great advice from a coach who said for the younger kids, the 7s, 8s, 9s, is it's not about winning. It's about, are they getting good feedback from their coach? So
right.
Are they learning? Are they getting their technique better every time? Because once they get the technique right, if they're good and they enjoy it, the winning will come. But it's not about just winning. It's about being part of something that gets better. The other thing I take away from it is it's a sport that provides instantaneous feedback.
Right.
Good and bad. So you can get lost on a footy field. You can get lost on a hockey pitch. It's a bit harder to get lost in a swimming pool, but it does happen to some people. Whereas in rowing as a crew of 4, 8, 2, 1, if something goes well, it goes really well. If it goes bad, you know about it straight away.
I think in this sport you have a lot of data, a lot of hard, like you said, instantaneous feedback. So a lot of the time we're spent, racing is very different to playing a game. So you've got this, you know, you can get stronger, you can get fitter, and you can measure that. It's all very measurable. Whereas when you're developing skills such as, catching, kicking, hitting, whatever, it's kind of hard to measure it. And this sport, I love to talk about it. It's all about the feel, and it's all about the timing and moving and working with one another, which is why people like to call it the ultimate team sport.
Okay, so let's look at this is the under 21 women's Coxed 4, and right now they're probably about 500 metres into the race, and it looks like the crew in lane 4, which is Adelaide University, is in the lead, and there's probably next would be
The Pulteney crew?
It looks like Wolford Anglican are in lane 5 are also looking good there. But at the moment, it looks to me like it is the university crew. They look to be ahead of their club rivals. So we've got, if you look at that white crew in the middle, that's the Adelaide University crew. And then to the right of them is Adelaide Rowing Club and Torrens Rowing Club as well. And it looks like they've got their opposition covered on the right-hand side. And then if you look at the far side of the lake, next to that white crew, they've got Wolford, and then you've got
giving it a real crack.
There's Loretto Marriotteville. It looks like one of the Loretto Marriotteville crews hasn't made the start.
Like Lane 7 is scratched.
Lane 7, and then we've got Lane 8, Pulteney Grammar. I agree. Like Pulteney Grammar are looking. They're looking good, but I think it's the Adelaide University crew in lane 4, which looks, it looks like they've got their competition covered at this point, I would say.
Yeah, I think they're only cruising at rate 26.
Wow.
And they're getting a bit of a challenge from lane 2 as well. The Torrens crew of Kiana Baines, Grace Dodson, Ella Deramore Denver, and Imogen Graham, Cox by Madison Newland. But, and they've, Brindley's put them in one of the new Saints boats. So, yeah, like I was talking about before, a bit of club and school interaction there. So a lot of the St. Peter's girls are feeding into the Adelaide Uni Boat Club with that relationship with the coach there. But, yeah, you can see these girls really comfortable, really quite dominant. They're just cruising.
They're cruising, and that's Adelaide Uni crew of Sophie Tickner, Isabel Watson, Jemima Richter, Cleo Wilson, coxed by Amy Carotis and coached by Brinley Millwood. So that's the white crew with the V on the back. Let's have a look at that Pulteney crew.
So really the first lanes 2, 3 and 4 are uni and or all school leavers, whereas the others are all probably year 10s and 11s.
That's right. The Wolford crew, I think that's part of. That's the first 4 second 8. That's some of their rowers.
And they'd be year 11 and 12 girls.
I think so. Yes, they would be. They're year 11s, I think.
So, Joe, is there a difference in the stamina or the strength of girls once you get out of the school program into the uni program? I
like to say when you're looking at the development physically of the girls, I think once they reach that 18, 19, 20, you tend to get quite stronger. I know that I filled out once I left school and went to uni. But these girls who are rowing together they're all very strong. They train this 4 and they train it as a quad as well. Considerably. We've got a couple of big ergs in that boat. They were in our boat yesterday.
What's a big erg for the non-rowing parents at home?
Do you want me to explain the entire concept behind?
No, just a big erg.
What sort of 2K score would they?
I think. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say
all
their
right,
time
all right.
zones.
That's
but
can we have a range? Can we have a 20-second range?
So these girls are sitting in the teens and 20s, 17s and 20s.
Okay.
And I know one of the girls in that crew, her younger sister is sitting at a similar level in year 11.
Amazing. No, that's huge. I think my best erg was probably around the 19, 20 mark. So
look at that.
When you're at school.
No.
After
school.
So Brinley would be very happy with that.
Yeah,
they're rating low, long strokes, great boat run. If you have a look, when they come up to the catch, the boat is barely stopping. So that's a great win for Adelaide Uni, winning the under 21 women's Cox 4.
Bit of a race for the minor placings. Got that Torrens crew edging
Torrens
up.
has come up, and
well done to Pulteney coming through in third. That was a great race from the girls.
Great row.
And
this
that
is Wolford 1
crew
coming fourth.
Yeah, so that's Annabelle, Allegra, Erin, Olivia, and Lily coming through here, and a great row from Adelaide Rowing Club. Luella, Sophie, Amelia, Lucy, and Erin cruising through, looking good. And the Loretto crew with a tandem rig in a Cox boat. For those playing at home, that means that they've put 2 rowers on the same side in front of one another.
So can we, again, for those of us uninitiated, why would you do that? What's the merit for it?
Makes the boat go straighter.
Okay.
So each person that's sitting closer to the bow has more leverage over how the boat is directioned in the water. So if you've got somebody pulling a really, really strong stroke in the bow seat, that will push the boat, like that will direction the boat one way. Right. And so the idea is that you don't need to steer as much if you've got
2 people to outweigh them on the other side, and then put the stroke into the other side as the bat.
So I can go into the physics of it if you like. While we've got this, I think it's a row over.
This is a row. So this is Torrens Rowing Club. Bradley Robberin, Sam Button, Will Smart, Callum Deckers, coached by Ashley Fitch. So Ashley's got PAC and Torrens coaching responsibilities.
Correct.
And you do see that with some of the clubs. It seems that a lot of the PAC boys do go to Torrens, and they have a real association there.
Yeah, I think that's come through with Will Mailing having some responsibilities at Torrens. He's helped out a little bit there as well. So it's really good to see them feeding into that club, and yeah. Looking really good here, boys, in the under-21 men's quad scull. They will just cruise this. I don't see Callum letting up on this race. He's a bit of a gutsy rower, Callum Deckers, sitting in the stroke seat there. Got the captain sitting behind him, Will Smart, in the cap there. So very, very tidy rowers. Sam Button and Bradley Robberin raced the single scull earlier today and did really well. I think he came in second.
In that, but yesterday we had a great race in the open men's scull, and you had Oscar McGuinness win, but narrowly to Nick Blackman and then Callum Deckers third, and
yes.
All 3 of them were at around the same mark.
Sorry, that was Sammy Button in third, not Callum. So Sam Button, he's sitting in the 2 seat there. He's an absolutely gutsy rower. He's had a bit of a incident close to this time last year, maybe 8 to 10 months ago, where he came off his bike and he broke a whole heap of bones. He was helping out the boys from Adelaide Uni Boat Club do their Everesting challenge, and he just came down Norton Summit a little bit too quick and ended up in hospital. So it's really great to see him back out here and going really fast as well. So we talk about those clubs embodying resilience. Here's a prime example. These boys really going for the line here. I think they can hear us talking about them and wanting to pick it up.
Do you think
they
want a good time to go to the Nationals, or?
I wouldn't see why this group wouldn't go to the Nationals. So we've got Sammy Button and Callum Deckers both in the Noel F. Wilkinson Trophy Men's Youth 8. So I would suggest that they would be racing this combination at the Nationals.
Good.
And Will Smart, interesting. I did not realise how young he was. I did not realise he was still under 21. He's the captain.
He's quite a recent school leaver, I think. So
he's the captain of the club at the moment. So,
wow, that's a significant achievement for such a young man.
It's a great way to encourage more school leavers to join, to have someone who they connect with better,
absolutely,
more easily as the captain.
And yeah, I think he gets a lot of support from the committee there. I know that Gina's done a lot of work as I think either vice captain or secretary of the club. She's one of those Energizer bunnies that just keeps going and keeps saying yes to things like Tash. I think it's a if
you want something done, give it to a busy person.
Yeah, these are the kinds of women that just
ask a busy person.
Yeah, just that just get things done. So doing a great job with the Torrens program. We can see them coming through, and we've got a fair few more crews that they have previously. So great to see the 3 kind of main youth clubs coming through and doing well here today.
So just as we wait for this race 122 to start, I just want to again thank the sponsors from Loretto, Mazzy Wines, wonderful local group of producers, the Robin Hood Hotel, Stringy Bark Landscaping, and Bigford's 4 wonderful local organisations that are doing big things for the Loretto Rowing Club.
So where's Mazzy Wines located? Do you know?
In McLaren Vale,
Ooh.
they produce their rosé is, some would say, to die for.
Oh, stop
I'm
it.
not sure we can be promoting that with school children, but amongst the Masters and the Opens.
Mate, promote away. I'm very keen to. Okay, next time in McLaren Vale, do they have a cellar door?
I don't think they do. It's more direct, but they do. They do offer it at the Greek restaurant in Pulteney Street. They've got a fantastic website, mazzywines.com.au.
On the Greek on Halifax or something?
No, the Greek on Pulteney Street, Diaspora Kachina, just next door to Lucas.
Gesundheit.
Right. Not a sponsor though, so better be careful on that.
Careful. No, we're promoting the Robin Hood. The Binns family.
Mazzy Wines, MAZIWINES.com.au.
All right.
The 2021 vintage, not too far away. You can, as you say, taste it at the Robin Hood Hotel.
Oh.
And if you did it on a Tuesday night, it's a curry night, or Thursday night, it's T-bone night.
And you know, rosé and curry, great partnership there.
So next Tuesday.
Well done. You've covered 2 of your sponsors in one sentence. So
I love a good fresh rosé. It's good. It's vintage year, ready to drink.
That's it. Don't let it rest for too long.
No.
So what are we now to? 122.
Race 122. This is the open lightweight men's double scull. So going from right to left, we have in lane 4, we have Scotch College, lane 5, Pembroke, and lane 6, Adelaide University. So you can just see, firstly on the right, that's the yellow of Scotch, and then the yellow and green of Pembroke in the middle, and then Adelaide University with the white singlet and the V, which you can't quite see at this stage.
My money's on the uni crew.
Yeah, the uni crew of Harrison Francis and Charlie Moore, coached by Sam Morton.
So these boys, they weighed in earlier today. They raced the single scull this morning with each other's bow numbers on their boats. So that was cute. But they just got it messed up when they put it out there. But Harrison said that they raced to the 500 metre mark and then just cruised and had a gentleman agreement that whoever went to the 500 metre mark won. Because it was just the 2 of them in that open lightweight men's single scull. So in the double scull, I think both of them very competent, very experienced scullers here. And yeah, I think they've already put a couple of boat lengths on those other 2 crews.
For people watching at home, what would be the weights to be? What you said that they've weighed in earlier, so
yes.
they need to be under a certain weight. What weight do they need to be under, and what does the crew average need to be? Okay,
so normally for any kind of lightweight division, it's 72.5 max crew average, 70 kilos for the men's division. However, at this state championship event, since it's so close to nationals, as a state, we decided not to make them go down to the average, so they're allowed to weigh in at the maximum of 72.5 kilos. Because cycling down to weight before an event is very detrimental to your boat speed. So you only really want to have to do it when you're competing.
So they only weigh in once a season?
No, there's lightweight schedules. They like to weigh them in for the time trials, but they sit at plus 6% or plus 4% or plus 5%. So there is a schedule that they have to keep to, and it's important for these athletes to train above weight and then be able to drop weight close to time. I don't know. We've got an ex-lightweight in the room that we could ask about this, but I think he's determinedly ignoring me. No.
I think we all know that she's not talking about Andrew or me in the room.
But yes, no. Our current CEO is an ex-lightweight who rode quite well and took out. I don't know. What's your best achievement, Swifty? Yeah, we don't like to talk about that. Okay, but I do remember Swifty being quite adept at he was at the club I am at now, Adelaide Uni Boat Club, racing in the Black V. did you race a Penrith Club? Many times, he says. So yes, very, very experienced lightweight. He says well over the weigh-in currently, which is great. I love it.
We should say, for those of you playing at home, it's worthwhile using the live chat function on YouTube. If you do want to ask any questions of the encyclopedic knowledge that exists in this room for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, I mean, I've got a cruise in a sec because I've got a race coming up later.
So get your questions in quickly. I think that's what that means.
Anyone's got a question, you got 3 minutes. I've got to go rig a boat and go for a row. Hopefully have a bow ball on it this time. Gosh.
So at the moment we're looking at the Scotch crew of Jaden Pereira and Daniel Wurzima, and in the background is the Pembroke crew of Thomas Andery and William Kyle, coached by Simon Lane and Dylan Andery. But I think that's sort of only part of the story, because the Adelaide Uni crew are out to a good lead, and what's their rating, Joe?
Sitting at about 28 there.
Okay. And
not pushing it at all.
I think they'll both be racing later this afternoon in Open Men's 8, so they won't be wanting to burn themselves.
No, they want to just go ahead, and I think they're just keeping that Scotch crew. And I watched Daniel Rowe earlier and noticed that he was sculling quite well. So it's great to see him in this open event. These schoolboys competing in the open event, giving themselves a chance to push up against, the competition.
So this is the only Scotch crew in all weekend? Because I think they're away on a training weekend.
Are they? No, I think I've seen.
Have there been others?
I don't know. We can check that.
I haven't seen anywhere near as much yellow around the place as you would normally see there.
So they're training on a state championship weekend.
That's my understanding.
That's a bit rude. Jared, sort it out.
Hugely well-supported organisation.
Yes, correct. Let's have a look. Bring it up here. Who are they? Scotch College. Adelaide. Let's click the right one. That would help. No, so yes. So Adam Holland has been here. Daniel Wurzima and Jaden Pereira. And you're right, the Schoolgirl 8 and the Open Men's 8 did scratch.
Are they at a training weekend? Or?
Apparently.
Yeah. Where does Scotch go for their training weekends?
Port, Murray Bridge.
Port Adelaide, Murray Bridge.
Looking good, boys.
They've
Adelaide
got it
Uni.
quite comfortably, haven't they?
I'd suggest they've probably been sitting on that lead for most of the race, and they're not seeking to extend the lead. They're really
conserving for this afternoon.
They know they've got a bigger race coming. Well, this is a state championship, so they've just won an open lightweight men's double scull state championship, but they'll also be wanting to conserve a bit of energy for the Open Men's 8 later this afternoon.
Thanks for keeping me company here, boys. I'm going to have to duck off now. But good luck for the rest of the day calling. I only want nice things said about the Open Women's Quad later. Great finish here from the Scotch crew.
That's right.
And we'll see that Pembroke crew come through a little ways off the pace. I think they're just cruising as well, getting the race experience. But yes, good luck for the rest of the day.
All right, and good luck for your race as well.
Thanks, mate.
So we're just watching the Pembroke crew finish off this race. And this is a good opportunity for them to race against some of the club crews. So our next race will be the under-19 women's double scull. But we've still got about 5 minutes before that starts.
So this is a final coming up, is it?
It's a final. So this is another state championship. Looks like we'll have 7 crews in this race. The Adelaide crew has scratched, but they've still got a few minutes to get to the start.
Does that mean everyone's been rowing faster, or the whole thing's been going ahead of schedule, do you think?
I think it's just we're now at the sort of point in the program where they're allowing. It might be because a number of people have got a number of races. They're allowing 10 minutes between the different race to allow people to compete. To try and avoid clashes if possible. Given that it takes a good crew 8 or 9 minutes to get through. Again, a smaller boat to get through one of these races, you do have to allow 15 to 20 minutes to get up to the start for the 2K. We see a number of the 8s that are heading down for some of the races. So we'll be seeing some of the 8s races shortly at 3:15, the under 19 men's 8s, which will have a number of the schoolboy crews in. But right now we're waiting for a start on the under 19 women's double scull. So Nick, you're involved with the program at Loretto?
Oh, only as a parent.
Yes.
I knew, as I said, I was never a rower at school. I always thought I was going to play cricket for Australia, but many people that know me know that was an impossible dream.
Well, it was a good aspiration.
Well, I had to have something. And but my children have taken to rowing at Loretto and Saints, and really enjoying both programs and experiencing, as you were talking about before, the differences in just their level of resources available to both. And I think it's a fantastic sport. So if they keep enjoying it, we'll keep doing this. And given some of these masters that are running around here, it's a sport that once you're in it, it's unlikely you ever get out of it.
That's true. You can keep doing it for a long time, and you do see. We saw yesterday a sculler from Mannum, 89 years old, and sculling beautifully at 89. Who has driving responsibilities in your family? Who does the early morning?
Early morning start.
You do the drop-offs?
Yeah, I do the 4:30, 5 o'clock drop-offs. I'm trying to be an open water swimmer, so to keep fit. So I don't mind dropping off at 5 and then going for a swim at that point in time. But it is a change in your routine. Everything else sort of seems insignificant once you're awake at 4:30 in the morning. It's amazing what you can get done. And your family name's all over these honour boards. Are you?
Yeah. Look, my family were involved in rowing, so I've been around the sport for a long time. As an observer, and then a participant, and now more recently as a parent. So, but this is I can remember seeing this course when it opened in 1977, and this is a bit unusual. West Lakes is a little bit unusual. It was probably at that time one of the newer courses around Australia. Generally, there was a requirement to have a 2,000 metre course, and often people used dams or rivers. Previously, we used to hold national championships at Murray Bridge on that course here, but we've had a 2,000 metre course here since 1977. A little bit unusual in that you do have the combination with the residential development as well, which you don't see in some of the other courses. Obviously, since then we've had newer courses like Lake Barrington in Tasmania, which is a fantastic course and hosted the Worlds in 1990, and also the Olympic course in Penrith, which has really been hosting the Nationals for most of the last decade, and obviously being an Olympic course, that is an amazing course, purpose built, and I know a lot of the schools and clubs, have enjoyed the opportunity to race on that Olympic course.
We went last year. It was fantastic. Other than we had 110 mils of rain on the Sunday, and actually cancelled the majority of the program. But it was great for the girls to be involved in that national competition. And as you say, it doesn't have the residential component. So it also had that fantastic timing component where you could see live times at 500, 1,000, 1,500. So whereas here we are sort of limited to the screen to a certain extent.
Yeah, but we're hoping for a treat with Head of the River. That there's a possibility we might have some extra cameras for Head of the River. And Chief Executive is looking at me. I'm not sure if that's if that's happening yet. We'll wait and see. But
I think you and I might be drafting the capital expenditure agenda section of the Rowing SA agenda meeting.
All right, but having said that, this is a great opportunity and hosted by Rowing SA with their tech support, so that we can actually get a better view of the races and really. I know most people for when they come and view, it's really just a matter of, often you just see the last 300 metres of the race, but this does give us the opportunity to watch the battles that are going on between different crews and where they're making a push.
So have you been to Lake Barrington? I mean, what can the people that are going for the first time, how is that different from West Lakes?
Well, look, Lake Barrington, it's a more sheltered course. It still can be wind affected, but it's a more sheltered course. It is actually quite remote, I would say. There's not a lot of facilities at the course, but it's quite a beautiful course, and so and I know logistically it's going to be a little bit difficult. Okay, so we're already I'll just go back to Lake Barrington. So logistically, it's going to be a little bit difficult to get to Tasmania, but it's a beautiful course. Generally, not too wind affected. It's a bit sheltered in that respect, and yeah, quite picturesque, really. So, all right, so we're underway.
Race 123, the final of the under-19 women's double scull. So it looks like there's a scratching in lane 1.
No, I think they are a scratching. So if we just go from left to right, in lane 8 we have St Ignatius. In lane 7, Murray Bridge. In lane 6, Loretto Marriotteville. In lane 5, Seymour College. In lane 4, Saints Girls. And in lane 3, Torrens 2, and lane 2, Torrens 1. So you can see we're just looking at the Torrens crews there. You could very distinctive in their red hoops. And as we come out, next to them, to the left of them is Saints Girls, and then Seymour College, Loretto Marriotteville, and
that's lane 4 and 5, isn't it? At this stage,
lane 4 and 5. It's quite hard to see Murray Bridge in lane 7 because they've got a light blue. Yeah, you can see there they've got a light blue top which does blend in, and it's great to see them competing in this double scull race. Murray Bridge famously has most recently it's produced James McRae, who went to 3 Olympics. But was also famous for being the home of the Murray Cods, who were the Australian Olympic crew in 1924. So,
is that right?
as James McRae says, like he's the 10th Olympian from his club because there was 9 in 1924, and then there was James. And look, it's as I said, it's good to see this crew of Amelia Duval and Daisy Matterford from Murray Bridge, of course. Just recently, the Murray Bridge Rowing Club has now been redeveloped, so it will now be a regional centre of excellence, and it does look really impressive. And I'm looking forward to going on my next trip to Murray Bridge, going to have a look at the facilities up there. So if we have a look at the rest of the field, okay, so it looks like the crews in the middle. So that would be on the left. We've got Seymour College there. That's the crew of Molly Duggan and Alice Montgomery. And on the right, Saints Girls. That's Claire Romaniak and Sophie Barr, coached by Brinley Millwood.
And Loretto on the far left, I think it is, isn't it? In lane
Loretto's on the left. So I know that last year, Molly and Alice from Seymour, they won this race. They're only in year 10. I think they're in year 11 now. but it looks like they've got their work cut out for them because the Saints Girls crew in lane 4 on the right of Claire and Sophie, they look like they've come out to a bit of a lead. So the umpires are following them closely. Sometimes that happens if a crew is going too close to one of the boys. So this is a race without a cox. So the steering mechanism will be in the foot of one of the rowers, but they can't see where they're going. So they judge it by looking back and probably fixing on a point. And looks like they're both steering. They're both steering pretty well, and it's a pretty close race here between Saints and Seymour.
So they're both year 11 or year 12 girls, do you think, in these Saints and Seymour crews?
They, I think so, and both rowing in their schools' first eights, and
they look to have a comfortable lead.
That's right. It does, and I think this Saints girls crew, a number of them are scholarship holders with the South Australian Sports Institute, and also rowing in the State Youth 8. So, but Seymour also sculling very well. But if we just look at that Saints girls crew, they're sitting up, very stable platform. You can see that. I think we've got a southeasterly at the moment, so it's pretty quick conditions. But they're a couple of lengths ahead of the Seymour crew,
and rating about 29 or 30, so rather controlled, consistent, smooth rhythm.
Now we can see the rest of the field. So you can see on the far left-hand side that's St Ignatius in lane 8, and then we've got the Murray Bridge crew in lane 7. Just out of view is the Loretto Marriotteville crew, and then we've got the Seymour College crew in lane 5, and Saints Girls crew in lane 4.
And just pulling out onto the right, just off the screen to the right, are the two Torrens crews in 3 and 2.
Yeah, so that's they look to be having a little. One of them, I think,
lane
3 is having a few steering issues. So it looks like they're going to run onto the boys, and that's you can see that oar is about to hit the boy.
Do you think they're trying to run a 2.2 kilometre race? Is that there?
Well, that wouldn't be their intent. And yeah, you just see they've just hit that boy, so they're just having a few steering issues. But let's have a look at this Saints Girls crew. So they're coming down to a comfortable lead over Seymour. Seymour also looking good, but Saints Girls have got this race in control. They can now see all of their competition, so they know, and that's a great position to be in, because you can see if your opponents are making a push, if they're gaining up any ground, and you can respond. So that does put you in a lot of control of the race. But they're now coming down to a very comfortable victory, and that is, I think, another championship for these two rowers from Saints Girls. They've had a very successful weekend. And second is the Seymour College crew of Molly and Alice. Also looking good. You can see the cross on the blades of Seymour College. And
we have a tight race for third, or?
It does look. No, it's Torrens. So Torrens looked like they were languishing a bit, but that's I think that's Torrens 1.
In lane 2, Ella Delamore, Denver, and Imogen Graham, I think.
Yep. They're going to finish third, and then what we see. Okay, so Loretto Marriotteville, that's Francesca and Charlotte, coached by Tom Dornbos, and they're having a good tussle over there with Murray Bridge, the crew of Amelia and Daisy. And then that's St Ignatius.
Coming through again, a bit like Nora Moriarty, possibly a relatively new program, but trying to get as much experience as they can.
That's right. And look, the the goal is to have increased participation, and so it is great that that there are a number of schools competing, and this is a high level for them to be competing as well. This is the under-19 women's double scull, so so the girls who came first and second, they would be some of the best girls in their schoolgirl first 8, and like. So they row sweep in the 8, but they've also come up through the junior ranks and learnt to scull. So they're very competent scullers, and often on a weekend like this, they will be switching from race to race between scull and sweep. But they have, because they've learnt to row as scullers, they do have that versatility that they can just do it very easily.
I must imagine. I imagine the juniors, the more you can get them into scull, single sculls and double sculls, faster they get a feel for their own technique and their own development, rather than sort of always sitting in a 4 and doing the same thing all the time.
That is absolutely spot on. It's that is 100% right. We'll get to this race, but previously people used to just start off learning to sweep, in a big wide 4, like a tub 4, and then a shell, and then eventually go into an 8. And a lot of people couldn't row in small boats and couldn't row in sculls. Really, their technique wasn't good enough, and so the philosophy has changed. Everyone starts off sculling, and they start off in quad sculls, so they get that symmetric development. And if you're a good sculler, you can become a good sweep rower, but it doesn't always go the other way.
Right,
So it's philosophically, it's better to start off sculling, and you do get that real feel of like what your oar does to your balance. So this is
this is race 124, the under-19 men's 8. So this is probably parts of school first 8s, but not the whole first 8. So left of screen, is that PAC 2 in lane
That's right.
7? Looks
Yes.
like St Ignatius is a scratching.
Yep.
And PAC 1 in lane 5, so you can see that they're leading out of their 2 teams. Crews. St Peter's College in 4, just in front of the referee's boat. Norwood in lane 3, they're putting on a good show once again. And St Peter's College in lane 2. So maybe it's a race between lane 2 and lane 5.
Yeah, let's have a look and try and get a sense. I think at this stage, I think that I think PAC may have it. Let's just.
Andrew's got an amazingly technical system here of working out who's in front by looking at the screen. I won't try and describe.
I need a spirit level, I think, at this distance.
No, I think we need that timing that Rowing SA is putting for the head of the river, don't we? That will tell us.
So if we just zoom out, and we'll just, so this is a race, and okay, so it's close, but it's actually pretty close between the Saints crew in lane 2 and the PAC crew in lane 5. I think the PAC crew might have it, and this is the Prince Alfred College first 8, and it's the St Peter's College. Yeah, no, looking at that now, I think that PAC have stamped on this race.
Lane 2.
Yeah, it looks that way. So you can see both the. So we've got 2 crews from Saints, 2 from Princes, and Norwood Morialta in lane 3 in the white. And if you have a look, you can see the red crews on the left-hand side. They're both rowing in the yellow boats, which is an Impacker boat. It's a boat from Germany. They tend to be pretty pricey. And then if we have a look at the Saints boats, I think one of them is rowing in an Impacker, so you can see very clearly, just see the yellow. So that's the Arthur Blackburn, which used to be the first 8's boat, and then the first 8 row in the Wiley, and so both those schools I've got two Impackers 8s, which set them back a bit. So let's have a look. Oh yeah, no, look, that's very clear. So PAC will be very happy to be taking out this state championship under 19 men's 8. And it's a real tussle. This is the interesting thing. This is a real tussle between Prince's second 8 and Saints' second 8. And it, I'd say Saints' second 8 have got it. But let's just watch. We're just watching Prince's first 8 going over the line. They've got about 100 metres left to go. This is the Prince's first 8 of Samar Desange, Oliver Deere, Tom Saunders, Mason Sargent, Joshua Felderhoff, Oscar Chappell, Angus Shute, and Ed Henbest. Coxed by Mitch Parker and coached by Andrew Stunnell. And then we see, that's the Saints crew over the line. They're second. And then we've got the PAC crew. That's PAC number 2 coming third. And then Norwood Morialta fourth. And then we've got Saints number 2.
I think that's Saints number 3 because the Saints 1 crew is racing in the open.
Yeah,
8, it looks like.
Yeah. So the Saints first 8 will be racing the Adelaide and Adelaide Uni in the open men's 8 later in the day.
And I wonder why PAC don't put their 8 in that race.
Look, I guess it's horses for courses, and on sort of current form, Saints have been beating Princes in their races. This is one that I think. Obviously, Prince's made the right decision. They've won the race, so they'd be happy. Those boys will get a state championship under 19 men's 8, and so their coach Andrew Stunnell will be happy with that. Now we come. So this is Masters men's 8.
So we're back to the kilometre mark, not the 2K.
Yes. So we've got 4 crews here. They're not underway yet, but they're all lined up, so they should be starting shortly. And this is a little bit, this can be a harder job for the starters because you can see the boats are all just drifting a little bit. So
lane 5 and 6 will go with that on the starters' orders, and then lane 4 7 seconds later, and then lane 3 a further 8 seconds later.
That's right.
And when you look at that,
actually, this will be quite interesting to watch. So, I wonder why.
It's quite a big handicap.
Okay.
No, we're all going.
So, but we can see the lane closest to us. They're on 15 seconds. So they're underway now. But you can see. The crews on the far side, they're a little bit older, so they were able to start on go.
So in the 16 of the 2 crews in 5 and 6, there's a 47-year-old who's the youngest by about 15 years.
Well, it's all related to the average age. So sometimes. There we go. So that's uni on the. You can see the white shirt with the big V on the left-hand side. And next we've got Phoenix and Pembroke Masters. So that's a composite crew. So you can see the Phoenix colours of white with a red hoop, and then the Pembroke colours of yellow and green. Pembroke Masters rather. And then we come across, and that's Riverside. Very distinctive in their red. They were historically the Railways club and had their club rooms where the festival centre is now, but and used to get their membership from a lot of the people who worked on the South Australian Railways. But now Riverside, and for a long time their club rooms has been more down towards the Morphett Street Bridge, just past the Morphett Street Bridge, and that's Port Adelaide now. And they've come off they're the back marker for this race, and
their average age is about 20 years younger than the Adelaide Uni crew out in lane 6, who've got a couple of 80-year-olds in the boat. So there's a fair bit of bragging rights up for grabs here, I would think.
That's right. And right now, it looks like at the moment of the F crews, it's the crew in lane 5, which is the Phoenix Pembroke Masters crew. They're out to a good lead, and I don't think Port Adelaide have any chance of catching them. There's really we're now into the last 250 metres of the race, and I think I don't think Port Adelaide are even really trying to catch them. They're a lot younger, but they're quite happy to sit where they are. There's a pretty good race going on between Adelaide Uni and the Phoenix Pembroke Masters, but it looks like Phoenix Pembroke Masters are doing just enough to stay in front, being challenged by Adelaide Uni, and so the margin there will be about a length, and then we'll have third will be Riverside and fourth Port Adelaide. So that's a win for the Phoenix Pembroke Masters. Second is Adelaide University, third is Riverside, and fourth is the young ones in this race and the back marker, Port Adelaide. So,
another great example of rowing being something that once you're in it, you never give it up.
You've got let's have a look. Oh, there were G crews in there. So there were 70-year-olds and even Adelaide Uni might have had an 83-year-old in that race as well. Yeah. So that's good. Doc Wilson racing out there. So that's great.
The next race is again 1,000 metres, Masters Women's Quad Skull, race 126. So we have lanes 3 and 4 who'll start, and then with a 6-second handicap, to lane 2, 5, 6 and 7. So from right to left, we have Riverside, and then again in lane 3, another Riverside crew, and then 2 Phoenix crews in 4 and 5, and Gore in lane 6, which is the blue with the red hats, I think, and then 7 was a Torrens crew. So we're just waiting for a start, it looks like. Over 1,000 metres. Looks like referee's just lining them up.
So 3 and 4 are off. And now the other crews we've still and it looks like the crew in lane 2, Riverside, have just got underway. So the interesting thing with handicapping, it's all based on age, and so, but if
not on who you know,
not on who you know, no, it's not like stall gift handicapping, but it's based on age, but it really is a way to encourage participation by the older rowers as well, that they do get a head start. And if the handicapping works, then you should see a good race at the end. But it's often hard to tell who's really got the edge, because we know that let's see, lane 3 and 4 set off first, and then all of the rest of the field are trying to catch them. So at the moment, it looks like the crew actually looks like one of the Phoenix crews. So that's the Phoenix crew in lane 4. That's Tony Milne, Leanne Sando, Carolyn Massered, and Lisanne Edgar. It looks like they're out to an early lead, and it's just whether these other crews who've given them a 6-second head start can make up much ground. But at the moment, it looks like they're travelling pretty well. Maybe they're getting challenged by the crew on the far side, which is the Torrens crew of Denise Abood, Amanda Sparks, Jeanette Cordwell, and Angie Francu. So if we just it looks like that Torrens crew. If we if we just zoom out a little bit and we can just see, so you've got Torrens on the left-hand side and then Goolwa and then the two Phoenix crews in the middle. But you can see there's a pretty good race going on at the moment between the Torrens crew and that Phoenix crew as well. But bear in mind, the Torrens crew has given up a 6-second head start. So I think at the moment we're going to see that Torrens crew just cruise into the lead.
They look to be rating above that Phoenix crew as well, so we think they'll just slide past in this sort of last 250 odd metres.
Yeah.
I'm quite excited about the next race, which is the final of the under 16 men's, maybe under 16 boys double scull, with the two PAC crews, with that crew of Dawson and Chappell and versus Underwood and Stunnell. I think, with the greatest respect to the rest of the field, it might be a race for third.
All right, that'll be interesting to
up,
watch.
and it's only 1,000 metres, so it'll be over before we know it.
So now we're just watching the concluding 300 metres of the Masters Women's Quad Scull, and this is the crew of Denise, Amanda, Jeanette, and Angie, and they're coming to a comfortable lead. They're keeping their rating under control, and just finishing off their strokes. Just about 100 metres left to go of what's been a 1,000-metre race, and the field is definitely quite scattered now, and they're just coming over the line. So they'll come first, and then it's Goolwa. Goolwa are going to come second. So great row from Goolwa. Well, and then third is one of the Phoenix crews. And then it's back to it's back to the Phoenix crew of Renata Zilm, Katie Kavanagh, Lil Mader, and Henrietta Shepherd. And then it's back to the two Riverside crews, coached by Thomas Fraser.
So we probably should, whilst we wait for this sprint to start, just thank our colleagues at Livestreaming South Australia who have brought this available to us in these COVID times, so we can actually see what's going on and provide for a platform for people like Andrew to be able to commentate their expert experience. So hopefully everyone at home is enjoying it from the comfort of their living rooms or their decks or their boats, wherever it may be. Looks like we've got to start, have we? Or
yeah, you're able to watch this in the comfort of your air-conditioned room while the rowers are sweltering down here on a sort of typical hot West Lakes day.
So it looks like from right to left, we've got Luca Papa and Ryan Whitford from Norwood Murray-Outer, and lane 2, Christian. Well, they got
so the umpires have come over there, and we've got. That's unfortunately, Norwood Murray-Outer have crossed over into the lane of Christian Brothers, and so they'll be getting told, get back into your lane. So, okay, that's...
They're back. So we've got Christian Brothers then in lane 2, Wilson and Baines. Norwood Murray-Outer, Christian Brothers combination in 3 with Hoskin and Flower. And then we're the two PAC crews of Dawson and Chappell in lane 4, and then Underwood and Stunnell in 5. Lane 6 is Brits and Evans Wood from Norwood. In 7, we've got Giardini and Robran from Saints, and in 8, King and Watkinson from Port Adelaide. So even at this, as we approach sort of a third down, the PAC crews have a clear lead over the rest of the crews.
That's right, and so the Prince's crew closest to us, which is Lewis Dawson and Edward Chappell, they look to be having a few steering problems. I would have said they were in the lead, but they're actually having some steering problems, and they're just coming across onto the side of their lane, and you can just see they're just going to hit those boys. I would suggest. No, it looks like they've corrected. And they're still maintaining their lead, but it's close back to the other PAC crew, and that's PAC 2 of Archie Underwood and Sam Stunnell, both coached by Amanda Tidswell and also Richard Hamoud. So
I wonder if she's got a favourite.
Oh, we'd have to ask her. But let's look at that. So that's a high rating in a double scull. They're just finishing off those strokes really nicely, and great leg drive. And just watch the way that their legs are going down together. That's. So as you predicted, Nick, the two PAC crews way out in front, and this will be a championship for PAC 1, Lewis Dawson and Edward Chappell, coming over the line in first, back to PAC 2 in second, and then we have the CBC Christian Brothers 2 in third. Looks like they've had. Oh, are they just going to finish off the race? And
is that Noah Morialta?
Look at that! They did it. They did it. So that was Nord Morialta too. They looked to have come into a bit of trouble, but they just got over the line just in front of their friends from Nord Morialta Christian Brothers Composite, and then it was Saints. And then Port Adelaide, and then Nord Morialta, who had that steering issue earlier on.
That's a great race, so that shows everyone else who's racing under 16s.
They weren't quite sure what to do, but they finished the race and they finished ahead of. So for the next week they'll have bragging rights at Nord Morialta.
So now we go to race 128, which is back out to 1,500 metres, which is the final of the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. Looks like we've got a full complement.
That's right.
As they come into vision. In lane 1, PAC 2. In lane 2, St Peter's 1. In lane 3, Pulteney Grammar. In lane 4, St Peter's College. In lane 5, PAC 1. In lane 6, Saints 3. St Peter's College 3, sorry. In lane 7, Pulteney Grammar 2. And lane 8, St Peter's College 6. So,
all right, and so we've got 4 quads from Saints, 2 from Pulteney, 2 from Princes. Now, in terms of the way that the seating goes, you would normally expect, that lanes 4 and 5 have qualified fastest, but given that in the heats, often crews might just cruise through. Okay, given that crews might just cruise through in the heats, that's not always a great judge.
So does that mean we're not sure? We think lane 4 and 5 might not necessarily be the fastest.
They may not be. On Head of the River Day, I'd suggest they probably will be because that's the result of their qualifying over the 3 school premiership regattas. But having said that, at the moment it looks like a race. It does look like a race between St Peter's 2 and PAC 1, and so that's the crews in the middle of the field, and then probably next would be the crew from Pulteney Grammar. They look to be right up
in lane 3, yeah.
But right now it does look like the PAC crew are they look to be in the early leaders of this race. It's a 1,500 metre race,
and I gather this is probably one of the first times these guys have been racing back to back 2 days in a row. They'd probably normally have their Saturday races and then have a sort of a day of training or a day off, and they've had to back it up again today for 3 or 4 races after 3 or 4 yesterday. So. They might be coming to the end of their reserves.
But just looking at that PAC crew, that's in lane 5, crew of Christian Commons, Jake Hodby, Sebastian Jordan, Jonathan Mackay. Cox is Thomas Hayden, and coached by Ashley Fitch. They look very smooth. They're rating quite high, but they've really stepped out to a very good lead, so they would be able to see that they've got the coxswain urging them on, but they would be able to see that all of the field quite easily. You just see the stroke just having a look over to his left-hand side.
35 they're rating.
So that's pretty good for a coxed quad. That's a really high stroke rate, and they're getting great run on the bow. You can see that the wind is, it's starting to pick up, so it's a reasonable southerly at the moment. So that'll make for quick conditions, but they've got this race. That's they've not shortened up. They're just long strokes. They can see their opposition from St. Peter's in the lane to the right of them, but they know they've got their measure, and so they've now got about 200 metres left of this race, but they will go down to win. PAC will go to win the Schoolboy U16 Quad Skull.
And a relatively easy win too in the scheme of where they've landed up, but they're much smoother than the other crews in the race.
And that just because the wind is picking up, so it is challenging. So we see St. Peter's 2, so St. Peter's second, and then Pulteney, and then St. Peter's 1.
So a bit of breathy bragging rights there.
Come fourth, and then we have another that's Pulteney 2
over St. Peter's 3. It looks like
over Saints 3. And that was sort of PAC 2 finishing, and now this is St. Peter's 6. 6 quads.
So PAC look to have a pretty fast set of year 9s and 10s.
They sure do.
Running around the place.
They sure do.
But again, great results for Norwood and CBC in those previous races, showing some depth coming through. So we are just waiting for the final of the under 17 women's Cox Quad Skull race 129. So we're back out to the 2 kilometre race mark for this and the remaining 4 following races. So we're probably getting, after this we have the Open Women's Quad Skull, the Schoolboy Cox 4, the Schoolgirl 8 and the Open Men's 8. So coming to the end of the program after another, you'd say, successful state championship weekend in South Australia.
That's right. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more races to go.
So we should just say a big thank you to Rowing SA sponsors, Olga's Fine Foods, Tap Electrical, Fulham Funerals, Gentle Touch Orthodontics, and Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres. Wonderful to have their generous support for Rowing SA, and also Livestream SA making it possible for everyone at home. And then with a Loretto hat on, Mazzy Wines, the Robin Hood Hotel, Bigford's, and Stringy Bark Landscaping, and a wonderful support from a wonderful group of people providing support to a young and vigorous program that's only going from strength to strength.
Yeah, I can say as a parent who's used Gentle Touch Orthodontics, I think their demographic would fit very much with the rowing demographic, and a great practice there on Kensington Road, and yeah, it's great that they've made the decision to sponsor rowing in South Australia. So we should be underway shortly, and with the under 17 women's coxed quad skull. This is for girls who are born 1st of January 2005 and after. So for those who are turning 16 this year or under that age, and we can see that the cruise it's up at the pontoon, and it's a held start. So the crews are still getting into line, so we're not quite ready to start yet.
So we've got a crew from Unley and Warford, 2 from and Saints Girls, and then 2 from Seymour, and 3 from Loretto, it looks. So looks like Coach Tom is running everyone against each other.
Yeah, no, and look, Loretto, Marriotteville have had some great results this weekend, and showing a lot of strength of that program.
We'll need to raise the money for a second 8 and race that next year with all these girls coming through in this program.
Well, that would be fantastic. That would be really brilliant, because I noticed Pembroke had a second 8. Pembroke were rowing a second 8 yesterday.
Surely it's got to help the whole program with people pushing and knowing that there's pressure for spots, that just pushes everyone that little bit further, knowing that it's not just about 4 or 8, but there are other crews coming through.
Yeah, no, it's good to know that, especially for those girls after year 10, that there's opportunities for them to row first 8, second 8, first 4.
We're still just waiting on a start here.
So as usual this afternoon, the wind is picking up. So you expect that we'll be seeing pretty fast times. That all the crews will have the advantage of a tailwind. It's the water is not as flat as it normally is in the morning. That's why I think the crews often prefer to train in the morning, because you can take advantage of the. Yeah, you can just see there as you look down West Lakes. It's just starting to. It just means that the wind is just creating a bit of roughness in the water. Looks like they're pretty close to starting, I'd say.
Just a few minutes behind schedule. I think lane 1 will be obscured by that tree on the right-hand side of the screen. Maybe we just need to send a friendly note to the council. Looks like we've got a start away. So from right of screen in lane 1, with Loretto Marriotteville 2. In lane 2, Warford Anglican 2. In lane 3, Unley High. In lane 4, Seymour College 1. In lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville 1. In lane 6, Loretto Marriotteville 3. In lane 7, Seymour College 2. And in lane 8, with the white blades, St Peter's Girls 1. So a full race here coming up from the 2K start. Must seem, at this time of day, that must seem an awfully long way away.
It's probably the crew in lane 5, which is Loretto Marriotteville 1. That's the crew of Charlotte Illman, Deanna Macalino, Hallie Anderson and Victoria Binns, coxed by India Lang, coached by Tom. They look to have started pretty well, but challenged by the crew in lane 4, which is Seymour College. So they're right in the centre of your vision at the moment. But I think that Loretto crew, they've already had a pretty successful weekend.
They have, yeah.
And won a number of state championships in various boats.
We'll be pretty excited heading off to the Nationals, not unlike, I presume that, I don't know, but I imagine the Seymour and Warford crews and Saints Girls have got people heading off as well. So I think the more South Australians we can get at the national competitions, the better.
Okay, so if we just zoom out a little bit so we can just see the whole field. So right now it does look to be very much a race between that Loretto Marriotteville crew number 1 and Seymour College number 1 as well, which is the crew of Zali Grudenoff, Carolyn McNally, Missy Shearer, Gabby Manifold, and Cox by Erin Webster. And still pretty close.
Yeah, it is tight, isn't it? I think most of these crews have been pretty tight this season. I think everyone sort of had a bit of a hiccup last year when Head of the River was cancelled and only rode for the senior guys. But I think in the school premiership series, it's been relatively even. Not a lot in between the crews. So it's always great that these girls have competition rather than one crew simply dominating the entire race.
So at the moment, I'd say it's Loretto Marriotteville 1, and then it's Seymour College 1 coming second, and then I'd say it's Loretto Marriotteville 3, third, and then possibly Unley High in fourth. They would seem to be the early leaders at this stage, but I think it's now looking at it, it looks like Loretto Marriotteville have come out to probably about approaching the halfway point of the race, and it's close, but it does look like Loretto Marriotteville might be out to about a length's lead over Seymour College.
It's the umpires just having a jump behind the Saints girls crew at the top of the screen, it looks like, just making sure everything's working well. Sorry, no, not Saints girls. Seymour, sorry.
Seymour. So I'm not sure what the issue was there, but the umpires had picked up on something, and it's part of their job to make sure that crews don't. It's much easier with a buoyed course, which Westlakes has had for a decade now, but part of their job is to make sure that that they don't look like they're going to collide with another crew.
So they're still rating about 31, 32 at this stage of the race. I think they'd like to be a bit higher than that, close to the finish, but they might just be trying to keep a bit in reserve.
Yeah.
That's probably a boat length, isn't it, now, from that Loretto crew in lane 5?
I think they're out to, 1 to 2 lengths lead at the moment. So Loretto Marriotteville 1. And then on either side of them, they've got the Seymour College crew, and also Loretto Marriotteville number 3. But it does look like they've now got about 600 metres left to go. I think you can see the coxswain there sitting in the bow. So everyone does the two crews in the background. They have a cox in the stern at the back of the boat, but the leading crew, the Loretto Marriotteville crew, they've got a cox sort of sitting down there in the bow.
Looking more like a Formula One driver than a...
That's right.
A cox.
I think she's even got, the snazzy sunglasses too. So I think at the moment it's all Loretto Marriotteville. They're barring sort of mishap, they look like they're gonna win this race.
I might let you call the end of this one, Andrew, just so I don't let nepotism get in the way.
Well, there's 3 Loretto crews in this race, but let's have a look. So they're coming out. They're about sort of 3 or 4 lengths ahead of the rest of the crew. But there's a real battle going on between Seymour College 1, who are probably second, and then Wolford Anglican over on the near side in lane 2. They're not out of it. And then Loretto Marriotteville 3 as well. But it's very clearly going to be the Loretto Marriotteville crew of... there's still like 250 metres left to row. They're looking very comfortable and just nicely in time. you can see the water is a little bit choppier, but they're getting great boat run. If you just look at the bow ball where the K5 is, it's just running really smoothly, not stopping at all at the catch. The stroke is now really just it's just got the girls at a comfortable rating. But there's quite a battle going on now. I mean, Seymour College are now, so they're gonna win this state championship. Just 100 metres left to go, but a great race. Let's just watch them just finish this race. So they're going to win this. But if we have a look now, there's a great race going on, and this is the Seymour College crew in second. And then we have like the Wolford crew in lane 2 are really pushing up, and they're going to come third. And then it's the Loretto Marriotteville 3 crew coming fourth. So great racing by these schoolgirls. That's Saints Girls over in lane 8. They'll come 5th, and then Unley High in 6th.
Great race for the next generation of first eighters, if we can call them that.
And now this is Seymour College 2. That's right. This is under 17 women's coxed quad. So
there we go. The white flag's up. Great race.
All right. Oh, Joe Malcolm's in this race, racing for Adelaide Uni. So
we're about halfway through this race. Number 130, the Open Women's Quad Scull. I apologise.
And what do you know? Like that's, I think. So looking at it from nearest to us, closest to us, in lane 3, Adelaide Uni 2, and they look to be the race leaders at the moment. Next we have Adelaide Rowing Club. Next to them, Adelaide Uni 1, and next to them, Adelaide. That's Adelaide Rowing Club as well. So 2 Adelaide crews, 2 Uni crews. But if we have a look at the moment, it looks like the Adelaide Uni 2 crew. That is the crew of Joe Malcolm, Sophie Radford, Talayla McCarthy, and Caris Jones, coached by Brinley Millward. They look to be out to a pretty comfortable lead over the rest of the field. It's 2,000 metres. They've got about 750 metres left to go.
So lane 6 on the left-hand side of your screen look to be coming second. So the crew of Sophia Neary, Erica Webb, Micah Webb, and Christy Shanahan, coached by Ron Mobbs. Looks like it's going to be a close run race to the last 600 metres.
Wow. And look, this other Adelaide Uni crew, Isabel Watson, Cleo Wilson, Jemima Richter, Sophie Tickner, and Brinley Millward, coached by Brinley Millward. We just saw them only recently just race. So they've gone back to the start, and they've got another race. But at the moment, it looks like Adelaide Uni in lane 3, closest to us. It's their race to lose. And they're looking very good. You can just see like the water is just a bit more difficult, but they're in the middle of their lane, and just looking in the background, you can see that Adelaide Rowing Club. Yeah, they're over the boys now, so they're now.
That's got to be slowing them down, doesn't it?
Not that it's going to cause any problems with any of the other crews, but as they sort of move back into their lane, you watch their blades. They're being very cautious, but they're just conscious. Oh, they've done that really well. They've missed hitting a buoy, and that can be really upsetting for a sculler. It can really knock you off your balance. Oh, look! Let's look at this. Adelaide Rowing Club have pushed past Adelaide Uni. And that's happened very quickly during this race. So Adelaide Rowing Club have now pushed past, and they're probably about a length. They're probably about 1 to 2 lengths up, and so let's. Oh, it's close. It's very close. It's hard to tell from our angle who's actually got the edge. But this is a very exciting race now between Adelaide Rowing Club and Adelaide Uni. Adelaide Uni 2. Oh no, Adelaide Uni have come back. They've actually responded, and Adelaide Uni are going to win out. Are going to come over the line
by half a boat. Oh no, boat length.
Yeah, they're like 3/4 of a length, 1 length. So they've responded really well. It seems they weren't aware of the challenge on the far side of the course. So that was Adelaide Uni 2, Joe Malcolm, Sophie Radford, Talila McCarthy and Carice Jones. Hopefully when Jo's finished her celebrations, she'll be joining us shortly for some of the later races, but there's not much left in the program.
I was going to say there'd be fairly short-lived celebrations if she made it back up in time. I think we're bringing it home for everyone.
Well done to that Adelaide Uni crew.
That was a great race.
That was fantastic. It looked like Uni, and then Adelaide went past them, and then Uni responded.
I think that's what we're going to see in these next 3 races.
So great racing, and what that shows you, like with a quad scull, they move. They actually can change speed very quickly, and so that was really exciting.
So we're just waiting now for race 131, the final of the Schoolboy Coxed 4. In over 2,000 metres, and then we have the Schoolgirl 8, and then we have the Open Men's 8. So we expect to see a serious amount of carbon fibre being shifted through the water in those races with this southerly that's picking up. So we're just waiting for a start in the Schoolboy Coxed 4. Again, a held start from those wonderful volunteers who are lying face down on the pontoons down the end there.
Are they from the
They
Loretto rowing?
are.
Yes.
Yep. There'll be a few people who have sore shoulders, I think.
She was. Do you want to call the last few races, Mangs? I'm just going to hand over to Phil Mangelsdorf, who's just come and joined us.
Thanks, Andrew. So we look to have two scratchings in this race. In lane 4, St Ignatius have scratched, and lane 6, Unley High have scratched, it appears, from our online program. So in lane 2 we have Pulteney Grammar. In lane 3, Pembroke 2. In lane 5, St Peter's College. In lane 7, PAC, Prince Alfred College, sorry. And in lane 8, Pembroke School 1. As we just wait for a start in the Schoolboy Coxed 4, race 131 of 133 in this state championship weekend.
Looking forward to watching this race. It's one of the races I didn't win in my career. I rode schoolboys in my days. The schoolboys, we had under 15s and under 16s. They were the only 2 age groups in Schoolboy 4s. And I won both those state titles for the Mannum Rowing Club, or Mannum School. And on Open 4s, we were talking yesterday about some of the new schools. I rode twice in the state championship Open Schoolboy 4s. Was beaten by, would you believe, Erbray in one of them. They won the title. We came second. They had a big rowing program there for back in the 50s, early 60s. And in the other one, I came second to Goodwood Tech Rowing Club from the Goodwood Tech School. Goodwood Tech rowing club and school don't exist anymore. It's a old folks' home. The big red brick buildings are still there in the middle of Goodwood suburb, but there's another school and rowing club that's disappeared.
Yep.
This race has started.
The only thing that stands is that wonderful park to play in with and walk the dog, unfortunately, out of Goodwood Tech. But it was a wonderful spot. So it looks like we have a start, as we said. So lane 2 is Pulteney, lane 3 is Pembroke, lane 4 is a scratching, lane 5 St Peter's College, lane 6 is a scratching, lane 7 Prince Alfred College, and lane 8 is Pembroke School number 1.
So early stages, there's no clear leader, but these crews are whipping along. The waves are whipping up a little bit. It's getting a little bit choppy. The breeze is getting a bit. This sea breeze has come in. It's typical West Lakes late afternoon this time of the year. You can hear the flags flapping on our commentary building here, and the crews are enjoying the best possible racing conditions. It's not rough water. It's just very fast racing conditions.
So how would the crew in lane 5 be going, Phil, without anyone next to them? Would that make it easier or harder?
Oh, they can, if they can get out in the front, they'll see the crews in the other lanes. So, I don't think they'd be worried about that. I think I'd be very happy to be in the middle lane today. And they look like they are setting the pace too. That's a Saints crew, is it?
Yes, it looks like Saints and PAC out in lane 7 appear to have, from what we can see on the screen.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, the Prince Alfred have had a good afternoon, haven't they? They've won a few races in these 4s and quads, so they've got a good program, the Prince Alfred College rowing program.
And so these are the guys who would be sort of the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th rowers in their various school programs. Is that how they would be classified?
I think these are usually genuine 4, that as you described it. Yeah, they tend to have a first and a second 8, so these guys will be after those sort of pecking order, I would think. But they're proud first 4s are a famous famous race. We had first 4s in the head of the rivers. The girls and the boys, I think, actually started off their head of the river races as 4s and then moved to the 8s. So,
is that right?
First 4s are quite famous, certainly with the girls rowing. That's the way it's happened pretty much around Australia.
Well, in the Pembroke crew out in lane 8 appears to be have crept up on the PAC crew. They look to be quite wide as well in that lane 8. I hope they don't get caught up in the washing machine as they come up to the gap in the West Lakes lake.
Yeah, that Pembroke crew, they could well be one of their, could be 4 out of their first 8, I'm not sure, but they're certainly going quite well.
So those. And then the second Pembroke crew in lane, that's the Pulteney crew in lane 2 appear to be coming in 4th, with the other Pembroke crew in 5th. At this stage, as we've probably just gone past halfway.
Yes, they through the 1,000-metre mark, through the halfway mark. That Pembroke crew at the back, they're getting a bit crooked with their steering too. You can see that on the screen. Good picture there of Pembroke changing lanes. I don't think it's going to be any faster in that lane, guys, but it could be a tactic. More likely they've had trouble with their rudder. It can happen, have a malfunction, and certainly on the boys, off the boys, not a good
end of a long day, no doubt. But the race between Pembroke, PAC and Saints, I think Saints have moved up with Pembroke now in this race for the Schoolboy Cox 4.
Is the State Championship of South Australia for 2021 for Schoolboy Cox 4s, and I think the race is on between Pembroke right over on the far side on the left of your screen, and in the blue there, in the middle of the screen, the Saints. Those 2 boats definitely ahead of the red of Prince Alfred College. See the umpire's boat following the race, making sure that everything stays clean and fair. That's our umpires in South Australian rowing, all rowing. Have an umpire's boat, follow the race. They've also got an emergency kit there in case of any medical problems. So getting towards the business end, it's I think St. Peter's in the middle lane there have got a slight lead over the Pembroke crew over on the far side on the left with the in the yellow, or gold colours we'd call them, I think. St. Peter's had a good regatta. They've won quite a few of the events this year, and this crew of Alistair Sarah, Max Henry, Kyle Miller, Fraser Bowenaves with their cocks, Jamie Graves, in lane 5, certainly keeping up the reputation of the St. Peter's rowing.
And they look to be rating about 34.5, a bit higher than the Pembroke crew.
And they need the higher rating for these conditions too, I think, so they've probably got exactly the right tactics at the moment. Those two have certainly pulled away from the rest of the field, and barring accidents, I'd expect the Saints crew to hold on and win this. Both crews rowing very well, Saints and
it's within a boat length, I think we'd say, isn't it? We have a sort of a view from our commentary position. Oh no, they have opened up now.
Pembroke just starting to look a bit tired. The Saints crew still sitting up, although they're splashing a little bit, but it's nearly the end of the race. They're allowed to be tired. They should be, and they've raced very well. Good work by the Saints boys in the blue there. Going to take out this sparring accidents. There's the flagpole there, is right on the finish line. So just a bit of clear water, and say 2-length lead to the, or 2-length victory to St. Peter's over Pembroke. Gallant Pembroke. Here come Prince's not far behind and still rowing quite well, but
bit of an issue on the end there.
Just in the end, that's what I say. When they get tired, right at the end, that's when things happen. They just about had enough, and so be it. And Pulteney will be 4th.
And the Pembroke second crew is just having a few technical difficulties, I think. Make sure they finish strong. Bit of a size differential between those guys and some of the other guys, but
so 2 more races on the program, and the Schoolgirl 8 is a much anticipated event, and I predict a very close race. We've had 5 different winners according to my statistics for the season so far from the schools in the Schoolgirl 8s. Complete opposite to the boys, where the Saints crew have been undefeated. So any one of these crews could win this race today, the Schoolgirl 8s. And then follows the Open Men's 8. And I'll just put in an early mention here that if my favourites to win that race would be St. Peter's College. That will be the first time they'd ever win it. I reckon they could not easily, but I think they could possibly beat the 2 senior clubs, Adelaide and Adelaide University. They beat them 2 weeks ago in the last club regatta. They've been rowing outstanding efforts and times in this regatta and last week in the previous regatta. So that's just a prediction for the last
exciting,
race.
Isn't it?
It is. It is exciting to see a school crew that can challenge the senior rowers. The Adelaide crew's got half the South Australian Kings Cup crew in it, so they're not duels.
It's worth waiting for. So the next race is the Schoolgirl 8 race, and we've got 2 crews from Seymour, Warford and Wilderness, with a crew from Unley High and Saints Girls to bring up the field of 8. And this is the Loretto Rowing Classic Schoolgirl 8. So the girls have started. So in lane 1, we have Seymour number 2. In lane 2, Warford 2. Oh, I do apologise. Wilderness and Saints Girls and Unley High have scratched. So in lane 1, Seymour 2. In lane 2, Warford 2. In lane 5, Seymour 1. And in lane 7, Warford 1. So it's probably a race between lanes 1 and 2 and lanes 5 and 7, if the numbering is correct. I know they've put them all together. So unfortunately for those of you playing at home, we're as much in the dark as you are at this stage. Other than it looks to be Seymour in 3 and 4. Is that right? And no, I'm sorry.
Looks like there's only 5 boats to me.
4 boats. Is that Seymour with their white blades?
No, I don't think it is.
That's Warford in lane 3.
Definitely Walford. I can see the light blue and gold of their outfit.
That must be Seymour and then Warford. So Seymour, Warford, Seymour, Warford. We just don't know which is the ones and which is the twos. So we can't call any names of crew members, but perhaps lanes 4 and 5 are the ones, and 2 and 3 are the twos. That would given their performance to date, we think they've just condensed the 4 boats together. So looks.
Yep, we're right. We've got Seymour 2, Walford 2, then Seymour 1 and Walford 1. So we've got it as you called it. Joe has just come back here, Joe Malcolm, with a medal. Congratulations, Joe. At last, she says. It's taken all weekend. It's not taking all weekend for these two leading boats to get down the course. They've gotten away from the rest of the field.
So it's no clear leader between Seymour and Warford.
I think I'd call Seymour to be slightly in front of Walford in this Schoolgirl 8 State Championship. Seymour did win the Head of the River last year, and they have won a couple of races this regatta season. So they're showing good form here today and leading Walford at the moment.
And the Seymour 2s are actually lifting their rate just off to the right of screen at the moment. Still probably coming clearly third, but good race nonetheless. But Seymour 1s, at middle of the screen now, are lifting their rate.
Look, stroke for stroke with the Walford girls. Both crews rowing really nicely in they're really tough conditions out there. Need to be quite technically on top of it to ensure clean blade work. I reckon the Seymour just have their nose in front. But Walford going for a push now through that final 250. You can see them lift their rate.
Are you saying that just because you won out there in the middle? That's why the conditions are so hard?
It's not about me here, mate. It is about these girls doing
really
well. A late push from Walford. I don't know. They've got the boat run with them.
No, I think Seymour have got this just by the...
Or it's still 10 strokes to the line.
There's the old classic stroke for stroke to the finish line here.
Great race from both these crews. Both would be proud of their efforts here today, but I do think you're right. I think Seymour are just going to hold on a canvas ahead of Walford. Well done, both crews. Great race.
A worthy state championship win there to the Seymour crew ahead of Walford.
And we've got Walford, Seymour. No.
Yeah, Seymour 2. We think they've condensed the...
Seymour 2
understood.
The other Walford. There's only 4 boats left.
As a result of the scratchings. No, but great race by all 4 crews.
I want to go, sorry.
Thanks, Mangs. Oh, careful.
What did I do? Did I do that?
You're right. So this is the last race on the calendar, the Bigford's Open Men's 8.
Big one. This is the one I'm here for.
Bigford's wonderful South Australian company, big supporter of Loretto, big supporter of everything South Australian.
It's an exciting race, this one. I did rush up so I could see this one.
Go.
But we got 3 top caliber crews here. Best men's 8s we've got in the state at the moment. We've got Adelaide Rowing Club in the right of screen in lane 4. We've got Adelaide University Boat Club in lane 5 and St. Peter's Boys in lane 6. And my goodness, they are stroke for stroke still, having rowed 1,250 metres. It's really surprising to see them all so level. I would have expected a crew to break off at the moment, but I would say it's the St. Peter's Boys about half a length up on both crews. I would say Adelaide and Adelaide Uni neck and neck at the moment, and just as we're talking here, I think the St. Peter's Boys have edged out, but I can't pick it between the two club crews here.
They look to all have the similar rhythm and similar blade work, so it's not as though one is going to be slowly pulling away. As you say, it is stroke for stroke.
So I've called it all week and for the last few weeks that it is the St. Peter's boys' race to lose. They've been laying down the fastest times at the moment. So this St. Peter's College crew of Nick Burr, Edward Chipperfield, Faris Harb, Tom Oldfield, Felix Packer, Jake Nesbitt and Jeremy Bill with William Howard and Cox of Aidan Hughes really being quite dominant, but the other crews are not breaking away from them. Adelaide Uni right overlapping them with Charlie Moore, Harrison Francis, Julian Madden, William Smith, Henry Southcott, Ross Hamilton, Mitch Moore, Nick Blackman, with Cox, Sam Burton doing really well to stay on terms. And I think they might be actually a little bit up on the Adelaide Rowing Club of Cooper Williams, Josh Johnson, James Price, Xavier Barnett, Ethan Mons, Drew Clements, Matthew Nielsen, Tim Santon, Cox Alana Gilsmore. They are winding up through 300 metres to go. I would say the St. Peter's boys out in front, but all crews winding. We're seeing Adelaide University Boat Club first time looking ahead of that ARC crew. But looking at the perspective, I can't call it.
I think it's...
The St. Peter's boys cruising through here. Late charge from AUBC, looking really clean. But that St. Peter's boys crew really dominant, really in charge, dominating and leading the field down. It will be a very close win, half a length back to AUBC and a length back to ARC.
What a race. What a race.
What a race. That's the first time that AUBC have led over ARC in a very long time.
Oh, right. Okay.
But the St. Peter's boys won't take anything away from that Adelaide St. Peter's College win in the Open Men's 8 Blue Ribbon event of the day. Well
State
done.
Champions. Well done to the Blues. What a day.
What a day.
What a weekend. Well, I must say, I've got to say, big thank you on behalf of everyone to you, Joe, for all of your organising. It's been a wonderfully, efficiently run event. And then also to our key corporate partners, Fulham Funerals from the Grant family, Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres, Olga's Fine Foods, Tap Electrical, Gentle Touch Orthodontics, and the Community Bank at West Beach, Bendigo Bank. Without your support, none of this happens. It's a massive part of South Australia for these kids and young adults to be out there doing things that are good for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And big thanks to Loretto and Seymour who hosted yesterday. Loretto doing a phenomenal job here, keeping everything run smoothly. Also, a massive thanks to the boat race officials who've been tirelessly working over 2 days to make sure we're safe, make sure we're on time, make sure everything runs smoothly. And she's going to hate me for saying this. Big thanks to Beck, who's been the absolute mastermind behind the scenes. Beck Lannon, working here in the office, has had her hands full with help from Izzy Day here this week, just doing a phenomenal job to make sure everything runs smoothly. Big thanks to the team at Rowing SA and Livestream Australia for doing the live stream.
Mazzy Wines, Bigford's, the Robin Hood Hotel, Stringy Bark Landscaping, great supporting Loretto Boat Club. I look forward to many more state championships with your support.
Thanks, guys. Signing off here. Thanks to all our commentators for their support, and we will see you next time.